What's going on, everybody? What's up? What's up? How's everybody doing tonight? How's the weather up there? What's up? Or I should say, what's up? Clinky clink, huh? You gotta sing songs and stuff. Let's see. Anybody that comes up has. What up, Polly? That would work. Just saying. What's up? You coming up? What up, Scissors?
What up, Pepa? We're waiting on the rock.
Polly needs to come up. How's the weather?
Been shitty all day.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Hey, there he is.
What up, Gandalf?
Hey, there he is.
Oh.
What up, Gandalf? Hey, there he is.
Somebody's got an echo.
I think you got a YouTube thing on.
Probably me. Hang on. Where are we at? Which one? Got to figure out which tab. That should have done it. Did I get rid of the echo?
Yeah.
I forgot which tab you guys was on. I got a bunch of tabs open right now. Get back to using Old Faithful, Jeff. I made that about 25 years ago. It works great. Yeah, it snowed a little bit here. Not enough to do anything with, just enough that you can say it snowed a little bit.
Yeah.
If it's going to snow, it might as well be enough to make a snowman or something, right?
Yeah, no, it snowed in Magalia a little bit today, but nothing stuck to the ground.
Wow, you're cutting up again, Aaron.
Oh, it's because I'm on the phone.
Oh, yeah. You're not using that new equipment. Sounded
All right,
good. When
hey, I'm gonna switch out.
Yep.
sounded good using that equipment the other day.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm gonna switch out. Let me switch out.
Yep. Yeah, I was up cutting some wood today, and it was raining, and it was funny because once it got done raining, I was had the truck all loaded and everything, and it's like, oh, I'm gonna stop raining, and then all of a sudden it started just pouring a little bit after that, which sucked.
Yeah. Trying to read this. I have a hard time reading black print on a white background.
Yeah.
I keep my browsers and everything on dark theme. You can't do that on StreamYard.
Nope. I think you can, but you have to have the computer or the device on dark mode.
Never seen anything in Windows that would let me switch it to dark mode.
Hmm.
I'm running Windows 7.
Okay.
Old school. Old school stuff.
Yeah.
Well, they upset me, and I just don't want anything to do with their newer stuff. They stole my Windows 7 and made me take 10, even though I had told them 100 times I didn't want 10.
Yeah.
I woke up one morning and it said, "Welcome, Bill, to Windows 10." And I said,
Yeah.
I had to get a new hard drive. My buddy that has been into computers since the 1980s, the 70s,
Yeah.
actually, he couldn't get Windows 10 back off my hard drive. It would
Hmm.
not let him take it off of there. It would not let him reinstall Windows 7. I had to
That's
get a different
weird.
hard drive just to go back to 7.
That's weird because they say that I've seen it to where it says several times that, oh, if you don't like Windows 10, you can go back and stuff like that. What's up, Bob? How are you?
Well, they wouldn't let me go back.
Yeah, well,
Said
I
you're
never
stuck with
tried,
it.
so
Hi, Bob.
I never tried to go back, so
I've just gotten used to Windows 7. I'm new at all this, I won't
yeah.
have to start all over again with Windows 10.
Yeah, I wish they would have left it at 95 or 98 Pro even. That would have been nice. I knew how to do everything I needed to do.
Yeah,
Oops.
don't know anything about them. I started on 7. Dobo. He is old.
What's up?
What now, Theodore?
Let me shut off the echo. I got an echo.
What?
There we go. Is that better? That's probably better.
Oh, yeah, you sound a lot better.
I need one of those for real.
Oh,
My fellow Americans.
We are fucked.
Yeah, we be fucked.
Tia.
Yeah.
the orangey. It's one of the reasons I got that movie. I thought it was a bottle.
I watched the squeeze bottle.
Yeah, I've seen it. I'm gonna let it dry.
Oh no. Gee, half my screen's blue. Man, this dog is really good at using my mouse. She's better than me. Pulls things up on my computer I've never seen before.
Brutal Bob, what's up?
And how are you guys doing, Bob?
Aaron didn't see my comment when he said he was switching out, did he?
No.
Like, he said, let me switch out. Let me switch out. I said, switch out, question mark. Stunt cock, question mark.
It's my stunt wiener.
Stunt cock! I know somebody here seen that movie.
I did.
Orgasmo.
I don't get that.
Yeah, it's called Orgasmo. It's fucking hilarious.
I recall seeing that listed somewhere, but I watched.
Yeah, the movie's hilarious. It's about this like real Christian dude, and he aspires to be an actor, right? So he goes to an acting tryout, but he doesn't realize it's for porn. Well, he's actually a good actor, so they want him in the movie, but he's Christian, so he's not going to do the porn part of the film, right? So they have him doing the monologue, the acting part of it, and then when it comes to the sex scene, they say stunt cock, and this little skinny guy leaves the fucking set, and this big 300-pound black dude comes in there for the stunt cock. It's fucking hilarious. Yeah, it's called Orgasmo. I recommend that if you ever see it.
Yep, calling for Johnny Holmes, huh?
Yeah.
Have you got much snow up there, Bob? Bob's in the upper part of Michigan, not UP, just the upper half of Michigan, somewhere.
Jeffrey, Gandalf, Aaron, everybody. GLM.
Hi, Maria.
Hi, Maria.
Hey, Maria.
It's like my name in stereo.
Stereo.
I'm sorry.
Stereo. Whoa. She said, I'm sorry, Daba. I really wanted to hurt you. Because you laughed at me while I was crying with the possum in my closet.
Hey, Jeff, I wonder if it counts if I'm watching from two different devices.
It depends, Eric.
I'll turn the volume down.
Yeah, I did.
I've noticed with the Fire Stick out in the living room and my computer back here in the bedroom, most of the time it don't count that as two separate views.
It doesn't. It counts it as the same view.
But every
Okay.
once in a while, it looks like maybe it does.
But if you have 35 accounts like I do, you can come in here with a different account. No accounts. It's a different view.
That could be. I only have one channel, so.
Yeah.
That'd work.
And yeah, both that Fire Stick and this computer's listed on the same Gandalf Smith thing, you know.
Uh-oh. Trouble just came in.
Matthew's here.
Uh-oh.
Mr. Furzy. Hi. What's
We
going
got
on?
that troublemaker Matthew Jess in the house.
Dobo, you're in the western part of Ohio, right? You're like
Yeah.
west Columbus, you know, right?
Yeah, kind of south central, but yeah, we're more to the east, I think. I can't remember.
Well, Matthew's from the west part of Ohio.
Yeah, we're definitely southern Ohio because we're only about 90 miles from Kentucky, or if that.
Jeff, I forgot. Can we smoke on your channel?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I don't know, dude. It's just I've been on a few different people's channels, and so like I have to like ask permit. You know, it's just something like I don't know. I don't want to like jeopardize anybody's shit or whatever.
I
you
would
know
say
what I mean?
if you see me on the panel, then it's a smoke friendly channel, but that's not necessarily the case.
Yeah, that's
I
why
have
I
to
have
behave
the
myself in some places.
camera button.
Right. That's what I was gonna do, but then I was like, wait a second, this is my fucking bro, you know. But I don't know, like whatever. I just figured I'd shoot
I
it
got
out
8th
there and
Street
ask.
the other
So.
night again for smoking.
Okay.
But I mean,
But I'm pretty sure that Jeff's description says not for kids though.
yeah, so does mine. My whole channel's marked not for kids, but it's not marked for 18 and up. And they want to make all these smoking streams. They want to make them for 18 and up. They're even coming after.
So you got to be 21 to buy cigarettes. They're gonna make it 18.
And I still can't agree with that because of the fact, why is someone allowed to join the Marines, the Army, or the Air Force at 18 to defend their country, but they're not allowed to buy a beer or a cigarette?
It was worse when I was young. You couldn't even vote for 21.
What?
That was what, right around 70 or 71. They finally
See,
passed
when I was a
that.
kid,
Voted
yeah,
18.
when I was still a kid, it was still 18 for alcohol, and then
It was 18 here for 3-2 beer.
yeah, fucking near beer.
You know what though?
That didn't stop us from drinking, though, did it?
Right. Well, yeah, nothing. Scraping some resin.
Mr. Furzy
18.
wants to say hi.
Hi, Furs.
He's a good boy. He's been
Yeah.
catching mices.
No, that's
So
good.
right here, we got one. My cat's too lazy to do anything about it.
He just wants to play with me.
Yeah, he'll play with plastic bag before he goes after that mouse.
Oh yeah, no, Mr. Furzy, he's a ruthless, brutal killer, man. I find like half-eaten mice and half-eaten birds all over the place around here.
Yeah.
Yeah, the birds bother me. They can eat all the mice they want, but it bothers me when cats kill birds.
Stinson used to be that he'd leave me presents under my wagon. I had a cover over top of my wagon outside, and I'd go to move in the springtime, be 2 or 3 dead birds rotting underneath there. I was like, damn, dude.
Right.
What do you have to do that for?
Yeah, no, it's funny. Sometimes in the morning I'll wake up and be out here having coffee, just sitting here scrolling through Facebook. I'll look out the window and I'll hear something out the window. I'll look out the window and I'll see deer out there. And this little shit's out there nose to nose with them. I'm just like, dude, like you're gonna get stomped on one of these days.
Yep.
There's nothing I can do to save you, dude. Like if that thing stomps you, it's killing you, and that's it. But no, they seem pretty cool with him. Like they're all, they all just kind of stand around with him. He just lays there amongst them and shit, and they're all cool. It's a trip.
Maybe they figure if a dog comes along, he'll chase the cat and leave them alone.
Right. Well, I mean, this is Mr. Furzy's spot. He's been here since he was a tiny little puffball, no bigger than a pair of socks. So like all the deer that come around here, they all know him. Because they're all like 1 or 2 yearlings. You know what I mean? They're not very old deer. And so, I don't know. It could be one of those things. I know he doesn't like other cats. Boy, I'll see him. I'll hear that shit in the middle of the night too. Going at it.
That's like my cat.
Sometimes I want.
His dad was out here too, and they were both like 20-pound orange cats, long-haired, fucking massive. And him and his dad got into it one day out here in the parking lot. It was pouring down rain. Neighbors came banging on the doors like, since he's in a fight out here with that other orange cat, there's hair everywhere. And I mean, we went out there, dude. It was pouring down rain, and there was orange hairballs covering a 30-foot area in that parking lot. Both cats were fine, but they just got a little trim.
Yeah. Yeah, no, there's been times where Mr. Fuzzy's taken off for like a few days and I haven't seen him, and I start to worry, like, what the fuck, dude? He usually shows up.
Right.
And then, like, he'll show up a few days later, but he'll be all fucked up looking, he's got cuts and shit, sores and stuff, he's been out kicking ass.
Yeah, that's what it seems to be.
Or he got his ass kicked, one of the two.
Probably both.
The only time I knew since he lost the fight, it was to a fucking Rottweiler. He still survived it, but he lost that fight.
Yeah. Yeah, no, one time the neighbor...
Something else happened there and found out that dog had his whole head in his mouth.
Damn. Yeah, no, I was scared of that shit. The neighbors have these crazy fucking Jack Russells, and one of them got out, and it came running into my yard, was chasing Mr. Furzy. Mr. Furzy goes darting under the fucking RV, and the dog was trying to get under there to get him, and I had just bailed out the door, and like right out my front door is like a little bit of embankment, and so I slipped and fell a little bit, and the dog's like, trying to get at my cat under the RV, and the closest thing I could grab was a 2x4. I literally sidearmed that thing like a boomerang, man, and just nailed that dog. It was like, yipe, and just took off. Neighbor comes running over. What the fuck? I was like, fuck your dog, dude.
Keep your dog in your own yard.
Getting after my cat. It came into my fucking yard, bro, chasing my fucking animals.
Could have done a hell of a lot worse than that.
Right.
Gee, a dog never goes.
But it's like I'm an animal lover too. There's like, they're not fucking bad dogs.
Yeah.
They're just, they're fucking Jack Russells.
Yeah.
Cat's family.
Well, it's a natural thing for dogs to want to chase a cat. I get that. And it's the thing like I was saying though just now, it's, they're not bad dogs. They're just fucking Jack Russells. Yeah. They're high strung fucking working dogs, small working dogs. And because they don't get worked, they got all this fucking pent up shit because they're in this tiny yard just running in fucking circles all day. You know what I mean? So the first time they were able to get out and chase after something, their instincts were like, yeah, get it. The dog wasn't thinking, oh, I'm going into somebody else's yard and they're going to fucking nail me with a piece of a 2x4.
The feral cats stay out of our yard. They don't want anything to do with Gia.
Right.
She come face to face with one out there one day, and man, that cat decided within a half a second that was a bad idea, and it was gone. If Gia wouldn't have had the chain attached to her, she'd have had that cat's tail.
Damn. Yeah, no, like a Chihuahua or something, I probably wouldn't be too freaked out about. Mr. Frizzy would probably fuck up a Chihuahua. But a Jack Russell, that's a little tall order for a fucking cat.
Pomeranian is their fur is so thick. It's hard for a cat can't scratch their fur. Doesn't do them any good.
Yeah.
Even trying.
Well, a cat will just batter the shit out of it. You know what I mean? Pop, 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 pop.
Yeah. He destroyed a couple fucking Chihuahuas.
So much fur on.
Or they'll latch onto them and give them the rabbit kicks, trying to fucking cut them open on their gut.
Doesn't do them any good. Her and that cat went at it for about a second, and it was out through the yard with her on his tail, man.
Yeah.
I didn't think she had it in her. Man, that was one snarling little dog. I wouldn't want her going at me like that.
Right. Yeah, no, I saw a video. I posted a video the other day of some like pretty bold cats, going after like big dogs and stuff. It was pretty cool seeing that.
Yeah, cats are something else. Though.
Yeah. Well, Dobbs, only a few more days, man.
few more days.
Muted.
What'd you say, Jeff?
He's muted.
Oh.
Yeah.
Did you see how far it was?
Yeah.
Is it in Ohio?
Yeah. It's in Columbus.
Nice.
Yeah, Furs is 30 miles down the road as of this morning.
Nice.
So if UPS runs on Sundays, it'll be here tomorrow. But if not, it'll be here Monday.
Right. Fucking stoked.
Yeah, I'm smoking resin. You know I'm ready.
Resin and roaches.
Yes, sir. Dude, I couldn't even get in front of me no roaches tonight, man. Couldn't even get no roaches fronted tonight while I'm smoking resin.
Damn. Well, it's all right, dude. Fucking just hold your horses, okay, man?
Yeah.
Just hold your horses, bro.
The fuck Possum Girl run off to? Playing with a possum again?
Maybe. Maybe she didn't want to hear jokes about possums.
Maybe. She said she had a lot more
He
stuff.
stopped loving her today.
He placed a wreath upon his door
Right, that's the only possum I care about.
as they carried him away. He stopped loving her.
Loving her today.
Yes, sir, buddy.
Yeah. You guys aren't getting any echo off my end, are you?
No.
No, sir.
Why is it sometimes it does that, Tim? The other day I had to put my
That's just
headphones
fucking
on.
StreamYards, man. Like when I was muted a couple minutes ago, I'm muted because I was coughing. But I stayed muted because my sound went to shit. Every now and then, everybody talking just goes, and that's all you can hear when they're talking. And it'll do that for about 2 minutes, and then the sound will come back.
Oh man,
Does
what a
that shit
drag.
all the time. Oh, but you guys talked about the dark mode earlier, and I'm subscribed to StreamYard on YouTube, and they're actually working on the dark mode update right now.
Well, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, they're working on it right
What
now.
is
Now
that?
on YouTube,
if you
and
don't mind me
when
asking.
you're on YouTube and shit like that, you can put it on dark mode where it's black background instead of white.
Okay.
They're trying
What
to
is
do
that?
that.
What is that?
StreamYard's everything's white.
Oh, because it's like bright in my face. Like if you see me on camera right now, I could shut off this light back behind me and it'll still just be bright as shit.
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool.
That's why I had to put this up. One thing behind,
Right.
so that there's more light hits the camera, so it doesn't pick up as much. Because the white on the
Right.
StreamYard
They're trying to-
glares off of you, you know?
Yeah. I
Bob
noticed
Jeffrey
that.
looked up some shit the other day about how much it would cost him to bring his cars over here and get them registered and all that shit. I can't believe he ain't packing the shit already, man.
What?
What is that? The ad valorem tax?
Whatever the fuck them communist tax y'all pay out here in California.
Our
No,
vehicle
it's to bring.
registration and everything else.
Well, it's to bring your vehicle into another state. It's called an ad
yeah,
valorem
so Brian?
tax.
Oh. But we also don't have that pesky fucking emission shit over here either.
Nope.
Yeah,
Right.
Not as bad.
I
Anyway.
wouldn't be bringing them in from. Basically, I wouldn't even pretend to bring them in from Cali. Because if they're trailered in, they don't need to be registered for the road.
Yeah.
Slow burner.
Yeah,
wants
as
to
long
go
as
up
it's
and
not
back.
touching the road.
Right. So
If it's touching
They
the road, if it's on like a 2-wheel car dolly or whatever, it still has to be registered, which is total horseshit.
Right.
You know, the thing's being towed.
and it's 100. It was 100 and what of
You
us.
know what to
like
do in Ohio if your tags run out and you don't have the money to update them? You back the
180.
car into the driveway. You just put
Right,
it in there
Bob?
backwards and nobody sees that tag no more.
What's up, slow burner?
Why would that matter if it's on your own private property?
Oh, dude,
What?
yeah. If you've got a car sitting in your driveway and say your birthday's in June, your tags will expire in June. So if it's sitting there July and August and the back of the car is facing the road where a cop can read that tag, they will still cite you.
Yep.
But if
That's
you turn it
horseshit,
around,
dude. How can they come on and ticket a vehicle on private fucking property? I can't believe no one has challenged that.
Aaron, I know a guy that got a ticket for driving a car on his own property without a license.
Wow.
They tried to do that. They tried to do that to me here, and I told them suck a dick. They didn't get it.
Lawyer told him pay it, dude. It ain't right.
Yeah.
That's bullshit. See, that's what I mean by that's what I mean by the judicial strong arming of the fucking people. You know, they even the fucking local lawyers will be like, oh well, it's just cheaper for you just to take it in the ass than to try and fucking stand up for what's right.
Yep.
That's garbage.
That's full time, though.
That's how it is, though.
That's not how it fucking should be, though. That's not how a fucking free people operate.
Yeah, well,
It's going to be either 4 or 5 months after I started trying to get my Social Security before I'll have to get checked. I mean, what the hell? You got to wait 5 weeks to get an appointment.
Yep.
Yeah.
What?
Make it make sense.
And then they didn't call, so I had to make another appointment to get an appointment.
That's what I mean. Like this, like I think like a lot of these programs and the way these certain things are done, I think need to be handled by people who have who have experience in the field and have been in the positions for a long time and understand the intricacies of certain shit. And I think those people should be put in place of being able to retrofit some new sort of fucking streamlined process. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but see, those people want paid real wages. Nobody wants to pay real wages anymore.
you know.
I mean, that's the thing. That's the problem with like fucking VA. You know, we're seeing a lot of like breakdown of, you know, the game of telephone. Shit, information doesn't get passed on, just like you said in your instance. You know what I mean? And this is all being done by some fucking, you know, some clerk somewhere that hates their fucking life and doesn't give a shit about the job. You know what I mean? And there's people that, you know, like my mother, for instance, you know, because somebody fucking decided that they didn't want to double check their work and they just fucking put down a decimal place wherever the fuck it went. You know, they fucking overdosed my mom in the hospital and almost fucking killed her. You know what I mean?
Especially in the medical industry. I stay away from it.
Right.
No, I don't want to.
Right.
I dated a girl years ago. Her dad was diabetic. He was in his late 70s. He took his car down off the road. It hit a 3-foot maple tree and laid the tree on top of the car. That's how fast he hit it. Now, a 3-foot diameter maple tree don't come down easy.
No.
Okay?
Nope.
When they took him to the hospital, they x-rayed everything but one leg. He had broken bones on that leg, broken arm, cracked ribs, you know. You can imagine, right? They didn't x-ray the other leg. Yeah, he ended up winning an $86,000 settlement over that because it fused all crooked on its own, you know.
Yeah, that should have been 600,000. 6,000.
Yeah, isn't that fucking negligence? Can't you prove negligence
Back in the early
at
80s,
that point?
So 80s.
That's like that doctor that diagnosed 300 people with cancer that didn't have. You know.
You know, my buddy from the insurance company, he said that this is the exact reason why nobody can fucking afford insurance anymore.
Yep.
Because there's these funds are still being paid off to these people, you know, because, you know, that's why your Big Mac is now fucking, you know, $15 or whatever, because people wanted fucking a higher minimum wage and insurance wanted more money because some lady spilled hot coffee on herself. You know,
don't forget the CEO's got to double the paychecks of the last CEO. You know.
But see, that's what I'm saying, man. People wouldn't need more money for their job if shit didn't cost so damn much. Everything costs too damn much. That's why everybody has to have more money, because you can't make it anywhere on minimum wage anymore. I mean, you can't take care of yourself with minimum wage, let alone take care of a family.
Well, I mean, think about it. There's people. My mom found this out when she became a member of the disabled community. There is people that have literally made their whole existence and their whole life off of generating wealth from frivolous lawsuits, going into places and finding out, you know, if they don't comply to certain ADA standards, they'll purposely create an issue and then sue that place for millions of dollars.
I watched the video
you know what I mean?
the other day. This dude has got, this one guy's got like 250 some lawsuits that he won. He was put in the Guinness Book of World Records for how many lawsuits he's filed, and then he sued Guinness.
Yeah, it's crazy, man.
It's like, what the hell, man?
As long as the judges,
you know, and it all honestly, it all comes down to a crooked fucking judiciary.
Yep.
Because the judges and lawyers get paid off that shit. They get a percentage of all that money.
System, man.
You know?
It's just like my favorite subject compared to is nowadays, you've got the Supreme Court saying it needs to be tax tradition, and so you've got these lower courts that are playing along, and the states are not happy with what's going on, so they're going all over the courts, wasting time and money, you know, when it should just be stopped, you know.
Yeah. Yep, pretty much. I mean, they've gutted the Second Amendment, so I mean, there's really no recourse. They own the very systems that were put in place to fucking produce checks and balances against them, and now they've taken over those systems too, and they own the judiciary to just push through fucking, you know, anti-Second Amendment fucking gun laws to where they've basically stripped everybody of their right to carry and own a firearm. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yep.
If you have
That's how you manufacture the socialist. That's how you manufacture the socialist and communist agenda. You strip people of their firearms, and then you put out the fucking enforcement of brown shirts on the street. You know, a World War II reference for some of you who don't know.
Like Hitler said, to overthrow a country, first disarm the citizens.
Yep. Hitler said it best.
You know, and that's what they're doing. They're training these cops. You know, they're training these cops in these recruitment facilities that they're teaching them that the general public is the enemy. Now, I understand, like, you know, a lot of shit goes down at a traffic stop. You know, you don't know if that's going to be your last fucking call on duty. You know what I mean? I understand, like, shit like that happens, but when it starts to shake down, like, just the average fucking citizen, you know, that's when it's not protect and serve anymore. Now it's just criminalize and penalize everyone.
When they're detaining someone for an hour because he didn't have a seatbelt on, because they just want to be dicks about it. You know,
right?
What happened down the street at the same time they were harassing this dude about a seatbelt. You know.
Well, my favorite. I watched a dash cam video that was faced to the person driving, no less. And she's driving with her seatbelt on.
Yep.
And she gets pulled over and she immediately takes her seatbelt off. and the cop straight up says, "Oh, I pulled you over because you weren't driving with the seatbelt."
Wow.
You know, and it's like, no. And then she even was like, "I've got video going, you know, I can show you." What up, Ryan? How are you, brother? Haven't seen you in a long time.
Hi, Ryan.
Because I never agreed when they told us we had to wear a seatbelt was law either. Because I've seen people die because they had their seatbelt on. I've seen people live because they didn't have their seatbelt on.
Yeah, my buddy Jake lived because he didn't have his seatbelt on, and he said he got in the car that day, and he said, "Dude," he goes, "you know that voice that we were talking about that's inside your head?" I said, "Yeah." He goes, "Bro, that shit told me, do not put your seatbelt on today." He goes, "I didn't." He goes, "I left and I got hit, you know, when I was coming across, dude ran a red light and it threw him into the passenger seat versus holding him in the driver's seat, killing him instantly."
I had a buddy and he was drinking and driving. He was drunk. So, I mean, I'm not defending that. But he lost control of the car while he was drinking and driving. And the car went sideways into a guardrail. And the guardrail came through the driver's door. He was clear up against the passenger door. And the guardrail still cut his ribs in half on his left side. So literally, if he would have had his seatbelt on, the guardrail would have went straight through his body. But yet he was still cited for not wearing a seatbelt.
Fuck. That's heavy.
Yep, he still got cited for it, but it would have went straight through his body if he would have had a seatbelt.
Yeah. But it's just like the time where I stopped and I was like, you know what? It's better to pull over and have a smoke break. Safety meeting.
Yep.
You know,
Safety
on the drive, and I let this dude that was kind of irritating me go ahead of us, and I pulled off and enjoyed, and I didn't know I could have more people up.
Yeah, I think you can have
If you're
10.
on a free plane, you can have 6.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Jack.
Oh.
What up, Ryan?
What up, dude? It's been a while.
Not much, brother. Gold
Oh,
miner.
Shit.
I've been waiting to.
What's
catch
going
up
on, man?
for ages, man. Damn.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
I was surprised to see Moan back live.
No, mate, it's been a while, innit?
Yep. The whole
mean,
mining season.
Yeah, no, I've been trying to catch because the time difference is so. Because what time is it for you, Jeff?
7:30.
Yeah, but it's 3:30 in the morning here.
Yeah.
Yep, 5 hours ahead of me.
Yeah, but stupid idiot here forgot to set their alarm clock this morning, so they only got up like 7 hours ago.
Oh shit.
Yeah, swear.
What have you been up to, Ryan?
Nothing much, my friend. I came back to South Carolina in May last year. Was there for a couple of weeks. Going back to South Carolina in May again. And then I will be permanently living in Maine from September.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
What's going on?
No, it's really good to see you, man. It's been a long time.
No, it has. It really has. Yeah, it's the time differences, dude. Because, like, some mornings I've gotten up and you've literally ended the live, like, 5 minutes before, and I'm there, like, fuck. But,
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, no, apart from that, all good.
Nice.
Dobbs.
I know, I just saw that mask. I was there like, what the hell is that? My ex-girlfriend?
Shh, shh, shh. Shh, shh, shh.
Yep, it is.
Nice.
Oh, dear me.
Yeah, Jason and Michael will always be my favorites.
Yeah.
Oh.
I need a Michael Myers mask.
You know, Freddy Krueger scared the shit out of me when I was a kid, but it's like I watch
thought
those
he was
movies
pussy.
now.
That's my thing.
I watch those movies now and I'm just like, oh, they're so corny. How was I scared of that, dude?
Right? Yeah, I think I bought her the whole set, man. And I told her, I was like, my God, this shit's so fucking so sissified. Freddy's a
Freddy
pussy.
is so funny. I've always thought Freddy was funny, but Jason's the one that scared me. And watching Jason 3D, that one was a trip. Watching the axe come through the window and stuff.
Yeah.
But the one I was most terrified of was Jaws, just because we were living in San Diego and I was in the ocean a lot. And I knew that great whites were real.
Yeah.
Yeah, the reason Jason and Michael scared me more, man, is because Freddie had to come after people when they were sleeping, for one. And he always had to talk shit. You know, Freddie always be talking shit, man. But
That's
Michael
why
Myers and Jason, they didn't say shit, man. They just walk up and chop your damn head off. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I love these, man. Wasn't no shit talking, just ass kicking.
Well, that, and we've all had instances, especially if you live in like a city or something versus a small ass town, where you turn around from coming out of a restaurant or something with friends and there's somebody standing there right there.
Yeah.
You know, and you almost bump into them type situation. Or coming out of the bar, you know. And it's like, oh shit, I didn't see you, you know, that kind of stuff. So, yeah. That's Jason and Michael Myers type, you know, movements.
Of course, old Leatherface, I like that dude too.
Chainsaw Massacre.
Texas Chainsaw Massacre, baby.
What's trippy?
Dude, The Hills Have Eyes was pretty spooky.
Yeah. Is that
you ever been to a place? You ever, dude? There's a place out in the desert on the way to Vegas called Boron. Go ahead and stop at that place, dude, and check it out.
Oh hell no!
Don't even have banjos to warn you.
Yeah, no, it is.
Where I come from, you hear banjos, you go the other way.
It is so desolate out there. Uh-oh, who opened their YouTube?
That's me.
Is that better?
I don't know, somebody's got an echo.
Maybe speak.
It's live up on tab, but it's muted.
Yeah, I mean, I've got the stream open too, but it's on silent.
Let me mute myself. Let's see. If you talk, then we'll see.
So, are we still echoing? No. Check.
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 Testing.
Ah. It's no echo.
Fucking Dobbs.
It's not Dobbs.
No, it's not Dobbs. No.
and it's not Gandalf. It's Jeffrey.
Shit.
Yep.
How are you today, Matt?
I'm good. In low flow, I sent something for Jeffrey. For you to Jeffrey.
Hold on, you talking to me?
No, I'm talking to the bump on the wall behind you.
Yeah, no, sorry, man.
Spaced out.
What's going on?
Not a lot.
How you been?
Be doing better if people would stop pissing me off.
Well, that's never gonna fucking happen. You know that.
Don't want to make you mad, but how's your hand doing?
Oh shit! That was from. Was that the slip or whatever?
No. That was from
What
an
the-
asshole
what
that kept pissing me off.
Oh man.
It's not what I heard, Matt.
Just saying.
I heard it had something to do with a trunk. Been there, done that.
You know, there's things that you tell people on here, on YouTube, and then there's the truth. And some people just can't handle the truth.
Yeah. I know I took a big chunk of skin the whole way down across this part of my palm from the trunk.
Mm-hmm.
I was pulling something out, I forget what, and just that metal edge around the edge of the trunk there just skinned me, man. I think there was only about one layer of skin left there. I don't know, trunks can be that way.
There. How's that sound?
That's better.
Mas bueno.
And no echo now.
What happened? Ryan just had to bounce the fuck out, or what?
Mm-hmm. Hi, Maria. How are you, hon?
Sorry, I didn't mean to scare everybody off.
Hi, Maria.
That's when I pop up in the Jason mask.
But
How's Jax doing?
he's in donkey heaven right now.
Oh, he's got some females. Huh?
Yeah. A couple.
Oh, he'll be a happy Jack then.
Well, I'm still waiting for him to sing.
Well, I haven't thought of that Hoot song in a long time. They have a song about Happy Jack.
Hey, Willie, somebody's trying to say hi to you.
Oh, my bad. I didn't have the chat back up there. I had it
No.
closed out so I could hit the mute button if I started coughing.
Oh, check out
I'm
that
referring
one.
to Camo back here.
Yep. Hi, Camo.
The camo cat.
Yeah.
It's hard to see that cat.
Kitty.
Oh. Yeah, good Bob, isn't it?
Hey, Maria.
It's Jared's birthday.
Wow, I wonder how that affects Aaron, I put it on full screen. It's got a black background. My face isn't all washed out now.
Really?
Yeah, well, watch what happens when I go back to full screen or off full screen.
Okay.
Yeah, you see.
Or
Yeah, no, mine's only like half a screen. It's only like half the screen that's covered. What's this do? Side
I had
panel.
to go to full screen to see the cat. I couldn't see it on this half screen here.
No.
That's the only way to see chat,
Huh.
though, you know? Yeah, cat blends right in.
Yeah.
Yeah. Camera does her job.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys all have cats that like actually hang out with you. Mine's like just feed me and then I'm out later.
The only
Fuck
reason
off.
why she's here is because the missus and the kids ain't around.
Matt's on his own tonight.
Huh?
I said Matt's on his own tonight, huh?
I'm on my own most every night.
Yeah, I can relate.
Wonder where Matthew went.
I don't know. Troublemaker ran away, I guess.
Yeah, all three of them. Oh, yeah, all three of them are still alive. Oh, nope. Box just ended his.
Oh, that's sick. I just seen that, Jeff.
Matt did that for you.
Is that from you? Did you make that, Matt? That's freaking dope, dude. Thank you so much. Hell yeah, man. That's fucking awesome.
I figured it was time you graduated from the Trojan horse.
Right. I like the Trojan horse, though, man. I still use it. No, that's cool, man. Hell yeah. That's awesome. I fucking love it. I don't know how to make those, man. I wish I did. You know, it's just it's a cool thing.
I just started pushing buttons.
Yeah, right. I'd have to watch like a full tutorial on just how to push the buttons. Jeff like literally had to like hold my hand to like show me how to like do StreamYards and YouTube and all that shit.
Don't blame me.
It's all Jeffrey's fault.
Yep. That's the only reason why I'm here is you guys got stuck with me because of Jeff.
Yeah.
That's cool. It says there's 6 watching, so it must count. It's got to be counting one of us as 2. Or there's somebody lurking. It's Maria, right? She's on her own, so yeah, she's probably the 6th.
Probably lurker, yeah.
I'm always lurking. And Ryan's probably hiding back there in the background somewhere.
Fred the Wandering Gypsy.
Hey, so Big Matt, check this out. I had a really cool idea. Maybe you know how to do this. So me and Jeff, we were talking the other night, and was like, we were you know that song from America, the Horse with No Name.
Yes.
Okay, so me and Jeff, we were talking, and we were like, man, wouldn't it be funny if it was like, you know, there was like a desert scene and it pans in, there's a couple of camels walking along, and they're like, you know, and one of them's humming the song, you know, do 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 do, you know, and he's like, hey Ahmed, what is that you're humming there? He's like, oh, you didn't know, Abdul? It is the band from America called America. It is about a horse in the desert, and he has no name. Well, that's absurd. Did he make it? I don't know. And then it pans to like the horse, and it's just like pile of bones in the desert.
Complicated.
So how's Red doing? Besides popping in to hit the finger. Could be worse. He could be giving him the finger right now.
Yeah, she's sleeping back here for some reason.
Wow.
Hey, GL.
The talkative bunch.
They're all waiting in suspense to see what I sent you.
Oh, I gotta change it right now then, huh? I
What's up,
wonder if it'll
GLN?
change it. Here.
What's up, Red?
Wait.
And Red, yes, I know I need a haircut. It's getting a little shaggy.
That's a matter of opinion, Matt.
My opinion of my own head is getting too shaggy.
And it's too shaggy.
I second that emotion. I seen this head shaver on YouTube or Facebook yesterday, man. Me and you both need that thing for Christmas.
The one that has like 5 blades?
Yeah, the circular blades on it. Yeah,
I already have one.
I want one of those so bad.
I want the new one. They have one that has a little flip out, get into tight spaces.
Right. Now, see, the clippers Maria got me from Temu. They get behind my ears real good and stuff. And I mean, I like how they get the rolls on the back of my neck. But it don't cut everything down as smooth as I want it. You know, I still got to take a razor to it afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to have one I don't have to razor afterwards.
Yeah, it sucks when you get razor burn on your head.
Right. Oh, one of the first times I shaved my head, I let my buddy do it, man. And he's right at the top of my head with the razor, and I felt something running down my forehead, and I looked up in the mirror, and it was blood. This dude slit me wide open with that razor. Yeah, I seen that. I can't believe you did that.
Matthew's back.
What's going on, Trouble?
Hey, but Matthew, at least I had plenty of good jerky to eat while I was sitting in the waiting room for an hour and a half, bleeding all over the place.
Right.
Dude, what the?
You was eating Matthew's jerky, huh?
Gandalf, that didn't sound right. I had good jerky while I was sitting in the waiting room. That's all I'm saying.
That Matthew made, right? And Wiggs isn't here, so don't worry about it.
How do you know Wiggs ain't here?
Well, he couldn't have.
Bad about
He
working
would've-
as I am.
He would have had to comment on that. He wouldn't have been able to stop himself.
He probably ain't stopped laughing yet.
Big Matt's little Ohio brother, huh?
Yeah, got just subscribed, I think.
I take it. Matthew started a second channel.
I appreciate that.
I forgot how to change the avatar.
So, in other words, I should have gave the lady at the counter a piece of your jerky, and she might have gave me a rag or some gauze or something to help stop the bleeding.
It's always fun to bleed all over the place.
Hey, I asked her twice, and she's like, "No, it's against company policy." And I'm like, "All right, well, you're gonna have a mess to clean up." And I sat in one chair and pointed it straight down.
against company policy to stop the bleeding. Okay.
No, it's against company policy to give you anything to help stop the bleeding because they hadn't had me fully signed in or anything. So, in other words, they were taking their sweet time to sign me in, and if they'd gave it to me before that, my insurance wouldn't cover it.
What a country.
Man.
Thought maybe Aaron's frozen, and he just looked at us. So
No, I'm right here.
No, he's trying to remember.
I'm
how to
just,
do something.
Yeah, I got it. I figured it out. Now I have to enter back into the chat. Okay. Nice. Bam.
Santa food.
I like it. That's tight.
And to do
Thank
it
you
on,
much, Matt.
and to do it on
It shows up better on the
StreamYard.
StreamYard side than it does in the YouTube chat.
Right. I would have to, like, I don't know how I would do that. I think I would have to, like, plug my phone directly into the laptop and then download the pictures from the phone onto the laptop and then upload them from the laptop on, or the one that I choose as the profile, upload it from the computer up to StreamYard.
Or you use your phone, and when you go on somebody else's panel from your phone, you can upload that to the StreamYard from your phone, and it'll stay there for your computer.
Yeah.
Hold on. Dude. Repeat that really slow. Repeat that really slowly, like you're talking to a fucking 3-year-old.
That must have been how I did that. Well, I
If
often
you
wondered
have
how I
the
got
picture on your phone, if you go into
Yes.
StreamYard from your phone, you can upload.
Oh,
there
okay.
From your
I
phone and
I
it'll
understand
stay
now.
on your
Yes.
computer.
Yes, now I understand. I get it now. Thank you.
Lost the hillbilly translation.
Oh man.
Santa freaking Claus.
See, even though they hillbillies over there, they still California hillbillies, so they don't talk like we do over here on the east side and down on the south side. Yeah.
Yeah, now he's fixing to create an echo because he's fixing to come in the StreamYard.
No. Let's see.
Happy New Year,
How do I do
Santa.
this? Account settings.
I only have one question to ask.
No.
Is that the
No.
good old Saint Nick, or is that the naughty Santa Claus?
That's Santa. The only cookie he wants belongs to Mama. You know what?
And they better have some green mint with it.
Yeah, he just wants big
Yep.
blunts and pussy when he drops presents off.
Or some of that fine creek
Right.
water.
Could you imagine if Santa got a blowjob from every house he dropped presents off at? Man, he'd have to carry stunt cocks around with him.
Dude, every elf would be done.
Right? That's what I'm saying. He'd have to carry all the elves, stunt cocks, and everything else. Be like, all right, somebody else gonna have to go down on this one. I'm spent. I took the first 6 houses.
Rudolph, it's your turn.
Yeah. Rudolph with your ball so bright.
Ball so tight.
Oh my. This Wiggs is here in spirit then, huh?
Face tonight.
You know, I built a snowman with a dick on it years ago in Wilmington, and the neighbor got pissed off, broke the dick off. Said, my kids should see that. I'm like, your kid never seen his penis? It looks just like the snowman's penis.
Hey, Matt, would I have to create like a new streamer recording to be able to get to the part to put like the
you
picture
can go
or
into
something,
like one of your old streams and do it from your
okay.
phone.
Well, you can even use it as a test thing where you don't have to hit live and stuff. The way you don't affect your hours. You can just do a private stream and you can do all that shit. Yeah, but it's in banners and all that shit. You can put different backgrounds, different. So I can change through 6. I think I've got 6 different ones I can switch up through. Let's see here. I got to go to guest somewhere. Oh yeah, I got to hit my little picture up here at the side. Yeah, on here when you're in here, I can hit the little picture up here at the side and hit edit audio avatar, and then I can switch through all these. Oh yeah, it's way more than 6. I got a bunch of them. 2, 3, 4, 5, Tupac, 6, Biggie, 7, Tupac, 8, Dr. Dre, 9, Hillbilly, 11, Hillbilly, Lost in Hillbilly Translation, and 12, my brother from another mother, Captain Spaulding, baby. But yeah, while you're on here, and just if you're on a phone, yeah, like he was saying,
he's on his computer.
Yeah, you're on the computer, but I'm on my phone, so I've got my own picture up here to the right side, and it's lit up blue. It says Dabo in blue, so I can tap my picture and then boom, edit audio avatar, and I can just change all this shit around as I want to. You know, same place I changed my name on here.
Yeah, on this computer that's down to the bottom left, it says you're in the show. It's 3 dots on it. It'll let you edit.
Yeah. My bad. I should have remembered that. It's been too long since I was on the laptop. But yeah, where it says you're in the show and it's got your pictures, 3 dots down there.
It gives you edit name, edit avatar, remove from stage.
Okay. Well, I just applied it to the other one, so let me see if it shows up here. Edit audio avatar. No, it just says upload avatar. That's it.
Yeah, you gotta upload it before you can use it.
Because you're on your computer and you just did that on your phone, so once you get off,
you got to upload it to the computer.
And you come back, it'll be.
Well, yeah. Once you go out and come back,
okay.
Yeah, because the computer hasn't recognized that you uploaded that on your phone yet.
Right. All right. I'll see you guys in a minute.
Yep.
You ain't got to run off.
Rookies, man, rookies. But they keep us entertained.
Yeah, that's good.
You still awake, Jeffrey?
I still don't know how I managed to get YouTube channel started. I don't know if I can do it again.
Right. And see, I got lucky, man, because I didn't have any intentions of starting a YouTube channel. I was just on YouTube and I started finding some places I liked and some people I liked to talk to, and then I figured out people could sub to you just because you have an account created, even though you don't have content. People could still sub to you. Yeah. So next thing you know, I got 200-300 subscribers. You know what I mean? I'm like, I might as well put something on here, you know. And then when I put something on here, next thing you know, I'm looking at 700 subscribers. I'm like, wait a minute now. Let's start thinking about these watch hours now. Let's see what's going on here. You know. and then went ahead and got monetized. And it doesn't pay to be monetized on YouTube. I'll tell you that right now.
It doesn't pay until you get well over 50,000.
Oh yeah. But see, man, they're screwing me though, dude. When I first became a partner, they said they were taking 30%. Like they were going to take 30% of my super chats, 30% of everything I make. Well, now they're taking over 50% of everything I make. You know, if I get $100 super chat, I get $49.49 out of $100 super chat. You know, but yet people that just got monetized, they're only taking 30% from them. So if they get $100 donation, they get $70.
Yeah,
I you know, it's like, what the hell, man?
but see, they don't take nothing from the shorts. There's a bonus for shorts when you hit a certain
but I don't get enough views
amount
on
of
shorts.
yeah.
Yeah, you gotta have like 5,000 views or some shit on to do anything. And I guess I can't come up with a short that interesting.
Go find a donkey.
Right. Well, I'd make a short of my wiener twitching.
Ah, got it.
I gotta send Aaron that video sometime too, Jeffrey. Don't let me forget. From Hillbilly Psycho. Have you seen my wiener twitch? Yep, there you go. That's how you do it, brother. So you just went out and came back in, and it was there, didn't you?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, you were exactly right. It was the
had synced up your account yet.
Yeah, it was the latency on the laptop by using somebody else's Wi-Fi.
Yep.
But yeah, that's exactly what I had to do, is go in and reset. Awesome. That's cool. I didn't know that was a possible shortcut. So
it's a cool avatar.
Oh, what? Now it's Jake.
Matthew Jess, but I can say that I haven't been paid since September or October. We got paid in September, didn't we? Yeah. September 21st, last time I got paid. And right now I'm still sitting at like $78, $79. And if you don't have $100, they don't send it to you. So it's going to be 4 months plus before I get paid from YouTube. You know, because they don't pay shit for ad revenue. And I ask for money a lot myself, so I get it PayPal and stuff like that instead of super chats, which is why I haven't got paid from YouTube. But I have made money off YouTube. I can't say
I've only been paid 3 times from YouTube.
Damn. Well, I've got more than that, but I mean, hell, I've been monetized for 3 years now. You know, I just realized when I was rewatching Jeffrey my T-shirt when Jeffrey got my Super Cracker shirt. I was just watching that video earlier, and I hit the description because I was looking for his link to find his live stream that was coming. And I realized that thing said March 4th of 2000. I'm like, oh my God, dude. I was almost 4 years ago already. You know? It's crazy how long I've been doing this now, man.
2020.
Yeah, 2020. Yeah, 2020. I meant, yeah, May 4th of 2020 is when he sent me that shirt. 4 fucking years ago, almost. And I didn't even look at the date on the movies, because that was pretty close at the same time. I think you sent me the movies before you sent me the shirt, if I remember. History of the World.
Yeah. Yeah.
What the hell is Robone? Robots boning?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Any spare change? I got these cheeseburgers. What you do for some change, Matthew? It's like I think I shared on Facebook the other day. So things are getting bad. I heard people were already trading sex for food. That's crazy. But anyway, I got a Klondike bar.
You ain't right, Dabo.
All
You'll
right,
never be right.
If they got a Klondike bar.
For a quarter, I'll smile and dance. Man, you can't even compete with Ted. Ted was giving blowjobs for $2, man. I don't think people gonna give you the quarter for the smile and dance when they can give Ted $2 for a blowjob. For a Klondike bar, I'll help you hide a body. Exactly. Damn straight. I shared one of those.
I don't know what I would do for a Klondike bar, but I'll do some real sketchy shit for some beer and bacon.
I don't. Well, there's certain times I would for the beer, but yeah, I'd do some shady. I'd do some shady shit about every day for steak.
For 4 strips of bacon, I'll show you where the bacon comes from.
Right.
Woo! Getting excited. Oh, there's an echo.
Hello.
There we go.
I don't hear it.
Oh, it's gone. It's gone. It started, but it disappeared.
No echo.
You're an idiot.
Whoa. This is KGOZA Radio. Whoa.
Wolfman Jack coming to you live. Ow! You can't tell I imitated him a lot when I was younger, can you?
You sound a lot like him.
Yes, sir. I worked hard on that shit for years, man. I love Wolfman Jack. And Casey Kasem, but I couldn't do Casey Kasem voice. I can't get that. I can't get my octave up that high.
Yeah.
Casey Kasem, top 40, baby. Man, I miss the good old days.
Right.
Yep, back in the days, you could actually hear Frank Zappa on an FM radio station.
Yeah, what he said. My sound's fucked. I'll hear y'all clear in a couple minutes again. I'll let you know when it's back.
Oh, poor Frank Zappa.
He's one of my favorite composers.
That guy had, it was so cool. He had the coolest analogy about, like, when he was asked there, like, people were like say, oh, you're such a great guitar player. What do you say to people like that? He said, I don't consider myself a great guitar player. He says, I have a basic mechanical knowledge of the instrument, and I have pretty good timing. And so there's pieces within music where there's nothing going on, and you get to decorate that time with whatever you see fit with your time that you're allotted with your little paintbrush. And I always thought that was a really cool analogy.
Right.
Well, he was definitely a genius when it comes to music. I mean, nobody else was thinking along the lines of songs like Dynamo Hum, That was completely unheard of kind of music.
Yeah, he was using some really, like, weird series of chord progressions through his songs. Yes. Really weird, like, beat and tempo changes and key changes and stuff. It's like, I think Frank Zappa is what you get when you take, like, the mind of Mozart and make him smoke weed.
Smoke weed.
Hey, System of a Down, right?
Yeah.
System of a Down, the lead singer. What's his name? Serge? Not Serge. Something like that. His biggest influence was Frank Zappa. Yeah, Serge, the lead singer from System of a Down. His biggest influence was Frank Zappa. That blew my mind when I found that out. But then I thought about it. I was like, you know what? That kind of makes sense. But yeah, that's kind of like what you just described there. Things take Frank Zappa and get him fucking hired in Giraffe's ass.
Oh, I'm sure he did his fair share.
And like that's the, and that's the kind of music that you get, especially with like the access. Like imagine if somebody like with the mind of Mozart had access to guitars and bass and drums and shit, like the modern instruments like we do now. You know what I mean? Like they worked with what they had. So like, basically Mozart was the fucking Randy Rhoads of his day,
Yeah. Well, I did some years ago that had a 1961 recording of the New York Philharmonic Orchestra as conducted by Frank Zappa.
No shit.
I'd love to know what he did with that album. The guy sold all his stuff off. Didn't let.
I'll bet we could find that on YouTube.
He didn't let any of his.
I'll bet that's on YouTube. Jesus. Yeah, no, my friend Michelle, her mom spent like most of her childhood and most of her life collecting Beatles memorabilia. And so like when her mom passed away, like her whole collection went to her, and so she's got like just umpteen gazillion dollars in Beatles fucking memorabilia stuff.
I bet my sister lost all the Elvis shit my mom had. Probably threw it away knowing her dumbass.
Elvis, who is this guy?
Yeah.
Don't you step on my blue suede.
The ass would be higher.
Yeah, right. It's like, what? It opens a box. Like, what's this? An old pair of blue suede shoes? What the fuck is this? Throw that away.
Just for Willie.
Step on my blue suede.
Ain't nothing but a hound dog. Lie.
You ain't nothing but a hound dog. Crying all the time. You ain't nothing but a hound dog. Crying all the time. Well, you ain't never caught a rabbit. You ain't no friend of mine. Thank you very much.
Oh yeah, Wolfman Jack coming to you with some more Elvis Presley, baby. Yeah, the king.
I might do better if I started making shows like this. Just keep my camera off and talk like somebody else.
And now our special guest.
Mama always said life is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get. Watched that movie tonight. Thought it was a bit strange. Which one? The Elvis movie? I've watched it like 3 or 4 times now. They didn't cover everything, man. There's a lot they left out of that movie for sure. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you there. Yeah, it was definitely a little strange. I mean, it told a story, but it left a lot of story out. You know what I mean? It left a lot of shit out that I knew about before the movie ever came out. But it's the same way with Johnny Cash, man. Walk the line. You know, their son was kidnapped when he was a kid, and they got him back safe and everything. But there wasn't nothing about that in that movie. You know?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of movies that and a lot of stories that get cut short when they go to cinema because it's all about, you know, capturing the attention of the, you know, and you got to maintain the attention of the audience and stuff like that. Like, you know, when you start getting off into like side stories, you know, people start losing interest. You know, and it's unfortunate, you know, I mean, I saw it happen with one of my favorite books, you know, Lord of the Rings. When they made those movies, I was just, This doesn't happen like that. This doesn't happen like that. This is wrong. That's wrong. I'm sitting there just yelling at the shit, and I'm just like, this is wrong. No, this is bullshit. That's fucking wrong. No, they totally skipped this. Right? And Goldberry, and then when they go to the fucking Entmoot and drink the Ent brew and they grow as big as normal men. Yeah. All that shit gets left out, dude.
Really?
Or how they come home to the fucking Shire and it's been taken over by Saruman and Grima Wormtongue. You know?
Yeah. Left all of that out. And that's half of the story, you know?
Right? They chopped out a bunch, man. And I understand. It's like, you know, Peter Jackson was like saying, you know, he was like, you know, we did have to change some things and we had to edit some things out, you know, we left out, you know, and then when they asked him about Tom Bombadil, he was just like, you know, it's about progressing the story. You know, Tom Bombadil doesn't really have anything to do. He doesn't further the main quest in any way. You know, he doesn't.
No, but he,
you know,
he relates
he is
back to the Silmarillion.
Right, but
Valar or Maiar, you know.
Yeah, he was one of the original.
So
yeah.
You know.
Yeah, the spirit of the wood.
Why the ring didn't affect him.
Right.
It's, you know, it's all part of the story, though. Without it.
Yeah, like he didn't care one way or the other.
In the necklace he found when pulled them out of the barrow, saved their lives, you know. That he looked at it and said something. Well, that pertains right back to the original elves and everybody else.
Right. Yeah, they left that out too. The old man Willow swallowing up.
Yeah, they left all that.
You know. Yeah, and then and Tom Bombadil comes and saves their asses, tells the tree to let them go.
Yeah, but when he saved them out of the barrow after they left, that's the part I was talking about.
Yeah, that's right. He does. He saves them again, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, they got to sing "Oh Tom Bombadil," you know. But that's all part of the story. They left it out.
Right. Yeah. No, there's none of that. I don't know. The books were like I was telling people, like you know how like when in what is it? I think it's Return of the King, where they're getting ready to go into the mountain or whatever. Those statues that are along that trail are part of
the Watcher.
Yeah, those are part of the original story in the Sumerian, and they have like magical powers. Yeah, and they don't refer to those in any way. They just like flash to a scene of it real quick as the guy runs by, and like that's it. There was like zero reference to that. But I mean, in order to know that, you would have had to have read the Sumerian. So it's like, you know, and that's kind of one of those things where they were like, it's so hard to adapt to a movie aspect, you know, and they tried to do it with the Rings of Power, you know, when they were doing that series, and they were, you know, they got a few things right and a few things wrong. You know, they got a lot of shit wrong, but let's just move along.
Yeah.
You know, it was still a cool series nonetheless, trying to make some sort of an attempt to tell the story of the Sumerian, you know, and the true, you know, but they kind of cut it off early because they just went right directly to the forging of the rings. They didn't tell the story about, you know, Fëanor and the two trees of light and the making of the Silmarils and the betrayal of Morgoth.
Yeah. And what was Arendelle? Him and the first elf that married a man. They went into Fangoriydim, or however you pronounce that, and took the Silmaril off of Morgoth. That's when it got put in the sky as a star, you know.
Right.
But there's so much of that story that, you know.
Right, that not a lot of people know. You know what I mean? And the reason why not a lot of people know that shit, I mean, let's face it, Gandalf, is because those books are 1,500 fucking pages long.
Aww.
I ain't reading that shit.
I read a 1,000,000-word story. I don't want to hear it. I read it 3 times. I don't want to hear it.
Right. Yeah, I mean, after reading all the books, you know, you probably read the equivalent of maybe 7,000 pages.
Yeah, probably.
You know. So, not a lot of people will do that. You know what I mean? I'll tear through a fucking book, you know, real quick. So,
Need to learn a little more.
You know, not a lot of people are like that.
Most good books, there's not one line that you could take out that it wouldn't take away from the book.
Right. I've even had to like go and like reread a couple of chapters to like refresh my brain on exactly where I was like in the story, because like sometimes I'll get going on a book and then like I'll set it down for like a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
You know, and you know, be focusing on other shit and then come back to it and then kind of forget where I was in the story, you know, and go and have to like burn a couple chapters back. But no, my friend Marissa, she used to tear through 1,000-page books like every other week, man. She was just ripping through them. She was a really intelligent, smart girl, super fast reader, very killer vocabulary. She was one of those people like Jordan. She was like one of those people like Jordan Peterson. You know, she could talk to you for a few hours and not use a single curse word.
All right, y'all. Y'all have fun. I'm gonna hop off here. I'll be in the chat for a little while.
Okay, Matt.
Hey, Matt, take it easy, buddy. Hey, thank you for the avatar, man. I really do appreciate it, dude. That's really cool that you thought of me.
It has to fit your channel name, man.
I don't know how to make the stuff.
No,
dude.
I'm just saying, you know. I do.
Drop your link to your channel, Matt.
All right. Bye-bye.
Later, brother.
That's my new avatar.
Yeah, I like it. He was like, dude, this guy needs to get his shit together. And I'm like, I don't know how to get my shit together. Here, let me do it for you. Here, let me hold your hand, little girl. You just give you an avatar.
Cool avatar though.
Yeah, no, he made the other one too, the Trojan horse looking motherfucker. I thought that was super cool too. I used it forever. As a matter of fact, I was still using it just before I changed this one. Was it the other one just recently for the other stream? So I could have Goku with the nug on his head as his hair.
Last book I read was Gates by
Last book I read was Penthouse Letters. Last thing I seen worth reading.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Speaking of new avatars, this one here's fresh, brand new from Mr. John Parker.
Thank you, Gandalf.
This has a big old doobie in his mouth.
Yeah, anytime, Jeff. I seen him type drop and it didn't seem to work. So
No. There's that.
And you made a comment about that a minute ago on there.
Yeah.
Gandalf said, hell, I'll take over for Nightbot.
Yeah.
Do you even have Nightbot?
I had.
He's just not working?
Lazy fucker.
Well,
he's a lazy bastard.
Paid off. She got paid off from Michael Jess, and ever since she got her bot support paid off, dude, that floozy fucking took wind like a new rocket.
Oh, I hear him.
That's up to you, Matthew. Oh shit. That's funny.
Well, I mean, I guess. I mean, he is a captain and all.
I'm laughing at this. Well. My bad, Matthew.
Oh, you called him, Michael?
Yeah, I think
Good
so. Good job. You probably do.
Hey guys, I'll be back in a minute.
All right, Gandalf.
Right on, buddy. Do we have a test for echo?
No, whoa. Yeah. Got a cat in the box. That's what we got.
Ooh, cat in the box. Good old cat in the box.
You know.
Yeah, no, Mr. Furzy straight took off outside. He was like, okay, I'm done eating dinner. I'm out here. Later. I ain't going to see him again until tomorrow morning. That's how he is. He's such a dick. He comes in for 2 seconds and sits in front of me. He's like, what's up? Pet me for a little bit. You know what I want. He'll be walking around back and forth in front of his food bowl. And then he'll come back over. And then, like, if I don't feed him, he'll, like, he'll start annoying me. He'll get up on my lap and shit. And be like, come on. You know what I want. And then, boom, as soon as he's done eating, he's out. So it's like, he don't even give a shit about me. He's like, he just comes in and butters me up a little bit to get us some grub. You know?
When aren't you in trouble? So's mine.
Yeah, I hear him in the background.
Oh, yeah. He's telling us all about it. Yet he's got food and everything.
Old base cat back there. I'm
Me
being
too,
so
Matthew.
Mistreated.
Mom used to do that shit to me. Well, out here, William Herman Anthony Dobson. I was like, oh, fuck, here we go. It's all bad now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But you know what was worse? Was when Moms was so pissed off, she'd call you your brother or your sister the dog's fucking name.
Get them mixed up because she's so fucking pissed.
Oh, dude.
Oh
man.
Yep.
You knew when you were getting called the dog, you were fucked.
Yeah, right. Mom can't even talk straight.
Yep.
We're fucked.
Especially when it's just when she goes through all the names except yours and the dog, you know you're done.
Yeah, no, my mom used to do that. She'd be like, she'd stop herself mid-sentence. Whatever the fuck your name is, just do what the fuck I'm telling you right now. You know? Yeah.
Uh-oh. Yeah, that would be a trouble.
I just looked it up. UPS does not deliver on Sundays except via its costly service, UPS Express Critical. So it'll be here Monday.
Right.
So all I gotta do is sleep through tomorrow. Wake up about 10 a.m. Monday morning.
Oh, shit. Oh, that's bad.
Yep.
Well, I hope you fuckers are up, man, because you know I'm doing that shit as soon as it gets here, because I ain't gonna fucking be sitting here looking at a box that I know's got something in it that I need. I'm not gonna sit here for like 8 hours waiting for you motherfuckers to get your ass out of bed.
No, you're gonna fucking put out a fucking live.
Yeah,
you know.
I'll schedule it so everybody gets notification and all that. I can wait an hour or so before I open it, you know, but I can't be waiting all day.
That would
be Jeff,
hilarious.
now I'm starting to regret more and more that we did not wrap it all up in duct tape. Should have been chicken wire, layers of chicken wire and duct tape.
Hell yeah.
Make him take 8 hours just to get into it.
Shit, I got one.
Yeah, like, dude, I should have just welded it shut. You know, taken to the box. You know, taken to the shop real quick. Built a steel, put everything in a steel box, and then just welded it shut.
They put it inside the cardboard box. Very good. It would have weighed a lot more.
Then send it to you. Send it to you encased in concrete.
There you go. Hell, I need to work that. That would have been a bad idea.
Ship it,
I would have took a sledgehammer to
that way.
I would have had it open in about 30 minutes.
You'd have got past the concrete in about 30 minutes.
Oh no!
Then you have to get past. Then you got to get past all the chicken wire, metal. Yeah, then you got to get into the metal box.
Yeah.
Then you have to get past the chicken wire and duct tape inside of the metal box.
Right.
Yeah, we're doing that to you next time.
All right.
And you're gonna live that.
Well, you guys go ahead and start putting that together now.
Yeah. I mean, it's gonna be like, you know, you're gonna get down to it. It's gonna be like one joint, you know, but it's gonna be like $300 in shipping.
Yeah, $300 in shipping, 7.5 hours to get it open for one joint. He's gonna see me cry on live stream.
Absolutely hilarious. That's hilarious.
He said
Shit, man, I'm really hoping.
Be confused.
Yeah, right. That thing.
Yeah, it's like nobody. Only people that call me Willie is on YouTube. Even though my first name is William, I've never went by William. So everybody outside YouTube still calls me Tony or Tigger. You know, the only time I heard William growing up was when I was in Trip.
Same here, Double.
Yep.
I've
been called Bill many times, and I'm like, man, I ain't Bill, man. I'm William.
You know, because I've never went by William, so I never abbreviated with Bill or anything. But I went by Tony because one of my middle names is Anthony, which was the only name that's actually mine. Because William was my grandpa, they gave to me. Herman was my dad, they gave to me, and Anthony was my name by itself. So that's why I started going by Tony when I was pretty young, and it just stuck.
And they've just always
when your name's William, man, they try to call us all kinds of shit, man.
Bill's better than what they called my dad. That was Little Bill. No, wait a minute. No, that was me that was Little Bill. It was my dad was Billy. It was Billy. I'm glad I didn't get the Billy name.
Right.
My favorite was if Grandma would have had anything to do with my little brother's name, his ass would have been William Robert.
Sounds like a good name.
So and she's all
Billy Bob.
The kid's name.
He'd be the best Billy Bob ever.
No, it's William Bonnie. Billy's kid. I think one of his aliases was William Roberts, but William Bonnie.
I died laughing. I was like, "Oh shit!"
Billy Bob.
Yeah, Billy Bob.
Billy's kid.
What?
That's funny. But everybody on YouTube calls you Matthew.
If you know when Mom's hollering your whole name, you got problems.
Absolutely. Every time me and her be in Walmart, and I'd let one of them silent but deadly farts, and then I'd walk about 3 aisles over so everybody think it was her out here, my name.
Yep, your full name.
What I think's funny though is my little brother could do the same stuff and it was okay. So unfortunately, I think we just wore her out by the time he came around.
Hey man, how's my driving?
I think we're sitting still. That's a street sign out there, I think.
Man, that was so funny. I love that movie.
I knew somebody rolled one that big once using a newspaper. I did not help him smoke it.
Ooh.
I don't smoke newspaper, sorry.
No. The only time I did that once as just a way of transportation of what was in there, but it was all just like trim off the floor and everything.
Yeah, that's what he did.
And I lit it in the barbecue in the complex and got it smoking and just let it smoke the whole complex out. That was hilarious. I mean, we're talking smoke cloud. couple of my neighbors came out. They're like, "What the?" It was so bad you couldn't see the front complex. They're all, "What were you trying to do?" I said, "Have everybody come out and say hi."
That's funny. We did that once at a clamper meeting up at the Grange Hall, and yeah, we took a metal funnel and one of those battery air mattress pumps or whatever, and we rigged it all up so we could just like have it just burn in the thing and blow in clouds, dude. It was so awesome. Totally hotbox that place real quick.
Rainbows, chubby, unicorns. Got a horse farm here pretty soon.
I bet I know where Jeff is right now.
What?
Sitting on the front porch smoking a cigarette.
Yep.
I know the sound of that door anywhere.
Kind of like it. Because, I mean, it's enough to wake you up.
Oh, yeah.
Dead sleep.
No, you'll hear it. For sure.
You know? And no matter what, it's not like you can get in without doing that. You can't.
Yeah.
Sounds like a good squeak to have.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I kind of laughed because I was watching this one video and they were showing people getting like annoyed of stuff. Just like everyday stuff. And I started laughing because it made me think about it. And it's like some of the things they were getting annoyed with was things that the rest of us would love, at times, So, I mean, it just...
Well, I have a question about this, though, Jeff. Like, when you get lonely sometimes, do you, like, open and close it really fast?
What? Nope.
How come you're not up here, Matthew?
Man, if you had a camera pointing straight up or almost straight up, I bet you could catch Orion. Because he looks like he's right over Paradise.
Is it super clear where you are? Because it's been cloudy here all day.
It's hella clear here.
It's been cloudy here just about every day.
As soon as I got... Right. Here's the funny thing about today. I wake up and I look at the phone, and it's got like 9 text messages and a couple phone calls, and I'm like, huh. And so it's my buddy, and up on the mountain, and it's gonna rain, So I got up there. Dude, it started raining here when I left, and I got up there, got a load of wood. It was raining. Got down the mountain out into the valley, and it stopped raining. You know, I took the slow way back, and I get over here, and it looks like it's threatening to rain, because I was like, I don't really want to put it away, you know, rather just, you know, I can leave it. Nah, it cleared up, so I started putting stuff away, got everything unloaded, and straight sun came out. I was like, are you serious? Now that the wood can't get wet? Cool. All right.
Yep.
He's got a stair lift, Matthew. You can make it. I think he just called us a bunch of old farts.
Well, there was a retirement home comment made.
Right.
Just because.
I ain't retired from nothing yet.
Shit, I already was tired the first time. I don't want to be tired again.
And I've been trying for, 4 months now to retire. They won't let me.
Yeah, it's handicap accessible up here. That's how I got up here. Ah!
Nah. Man, it's cold. I feel sorry for outside cat. I hope
The feral cats around here seem to do well enough.
Yeah, well, I hope his little home didn't soak up too much water. I should rebuild it for him. But, yeah. I felt bad, though. I went out back because it was pouring rain. And I just kind of wanted him to get used to just being around, with me being around, and him not have to run off. Because on the nights it's pouring rain from the south, I got to use the side door and go out back, and he just bounced out. What up, Matthew?
Well, I made it there, you youngins.
Hi, Matt.
And you and Aaron are the youngest ones.
I know. That's the joke, I think.
Yep.
There's a joker.
Hey, Sonny.
Dude, you only got me by... Dude, you only have me by, like, what, 4 years, Jeff? That's it? Not even 4 years. 3 years.
Jeffrey, when I was your age, I was older.
Yeah.
Okay, Benjamin Button.
When I was your age, Matthew, we used to have to walk 5 miles in the snow both ways to go.
And we'd only pay a nickel. We'd pay a nickel for a flicker show and a trolley ride.
If that's what you want to call it.
A flicker show. We'd go downtown and ride the carousel and eat lollipops.
What was that called? The soda stand or something?
Soda
shop.
With
Yeah.
the Surge jerks, no less.
Oh, God, I miss Surge. That was like Mountain Dew on crack rock.
Right. Oh, man. That was the original energy drink right there.
Yeah.
Jolt Cola.
Drink one of those and take
Jolt
one of
Cola.
them stackers, buddy. You was good to go. You run from California to Ohio just for the hell of it.
Mm-hmm.
I like Jolt. That was good.
Yeah.
I remember back in the days with the Nintendo just came out. And they had Jolt, and yeah.
Drink a 6-pack of Jolt, stay up all night and play video games.
Yep.
Yeah.
couple of us eating microwave pizzas. My buddy's room was set up slick. Had the microwave up there, had a little refrigerator up there, like a half fridge. It was bigger than your mini fridges. And, dude, we were set. Had soda, had ice cream, sandwiches, and had microwave pizzas.
Yep, make for a long night of gaming.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And one of our favorites is, finally we found 2 other TVs. So what we do is, we brought him over to his room, and we had all 3 TVs set up, and we'd play Command and Conquer on the PlayStation when it came out, and we'd link them all together so we could all play Command and Conquer together. That was so much fun with the cables. Nowadays, we'd probably be playing Call of Duty or some shit.
Dude, I'd probably still be happy playing an NES game. I could sit and play Mike Tyson's Punch Out for hours.
Right.
Yeah.
Dude, it's funny that you say that. I totally woke up the other day, and for some reason, I was messing around with something in the yard, and it just all of a sudden had the Super Mario Brothers 2 theme going through my head.
That's because, unfortunately,
right? You know,
that's probably because you were walking over where it was.
That movie was actually a lot cooler than what I was expecting.
Boy, you guys are making me feel real old.
You had Atari, didn't you?
I was working at Republic Steel when Atari come out. I got my job there when I was 19, so you know.
Did you play Pong?
Pong, the first Pong I seen, I think I was 14 or 15. They got a Pong game at the one bowling alley.
Huh. You know, that makes me almost wonder, how much is Pong worth today?
I don't know, if you have one of the original machines still in good shape, it's worth a few pennies.
Oh, I bet.
I'm almost wondering if the floor got stacked in there before it came out. Because that's where Grandma and I used to stick the Pong game when I wasn't here as a kid. And this flooring's been here for quite a while.
You know, the original Ataris, if they're in good shape, are worth like $1,000, $1,500.
Yeah.
Today, you know.
My Nintendo should be in the garage. Last time I saw it, it was in the garage. And it had the original mini trucking sticker on it where it was orange.
Yeah.
Like those thrashing stickers you gave me, Aaron, where it's the orange graph paper. That's what it's called, with the grid pattern on it. And it's written mini trucking, and that was on my Nintendo's door. And I've still got the original gun. I think I've got Mario and Duck Hunt. Which I think that'd be fun
you
to
can find that
bust
stuff.
out.
You can find that stuff on sale on Marketplace all the time.
Yeah.
Duck Hunt was my first rifle range.
Right? Besides the Red Ryder.
Yeah. I told my drill instructors, don't worry, I've played Duck Hunt.
That really impressed them, didn't it?
Oh, yeah. Good job, you piece of shit.
Come on, you know you were just like all the rest of us. You'd get all pissed and then stand right up on the TV and be like, I'm gonna get you now, you motherfucker.
Stupid dog. Teach you to laugh at me.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, tell me we all didn't try to kill the shit out of that dog.
I was gonna just say, do you know how many rounds went into that dog probably in its lifetime?
Right.
You know, that would be
I don't
fun
know.
to go back and actually look up if there was a way. Because, I mean, if you can make star or Litecoins out of the game tokens, then there's got to be a way you can get into the dynamics of the game and find out how many people per cartridge shot the dog.
I don't know. I don't think so. It's not one of those. They're not built like that. If you open up a Nintendo cartridge, it the motherboard that's inside of it, it's only like maybe 3 inches wide by maybe 1.5 inches or 2 tall, and like only like a certain couple of games. I think Metal Gear, Link, Legend of Zelda. I think Castlevania, a couple other games that had to have like memory, that they had like those tiny little wafer batteries in them that would recharge when you had the game plugged into the Nintendo. And they would actually store, you know, like your information or whatever.
Do you think that Metal Gear Solid took the character from Escape from New York and ran away with it?
I don't know, man. Snake is one of those characters, you know.
Well,
what I mean?
the guy in that movie also has one eye, and his name is Snake. So I've always wondered about that.
Right.
And didn't they call him Solid Snake in the movie, or was that the comic book?
I don't remember. I haven't seen Escape from New York in a while. But it's similar. You got to admit that.
Yeah, no, I would think that there's some sort of copyright dispute there.
Have you guys
No,
ever
I don't
played
know.
the game Streets of Rage?
Oh yes.
Okay.
Yeah, on Sega Genesis.
Mhm.
Oh yeah.
Well, I'm pretty sure that whole game is inspired by the movie Roadhouse. Because there's a shitload of characters from that movie in that game.
Well,
So I think
like
that's
that with what was that? Kung Fu or whatever. The fighting game that they had.
Well, there's
for
a few of
Sega.
them. Oh, for Sega.
Yeah.
yeah, Sega.
It was the same time. What was it?
Well, I know Mortal Kombat was huge, and but Street Fighter was only on the Super Nintendo. It wasn't on Sega.
Right.
You know,
So like those two were battling it out. That was like the very first big battle of the consoles.
So it didn't eventually go to Sega?
No.
No?
No, it never went to Sega. No.
Okay. The hell did I play that on? Would it have only been Super Nintendo?
At the time, yeah, it was only Super Nintendo. Just like Super Nintendo didn't have Mortal Kombat. It was only on Sega.
But I thought they started mixing and matching some of them, right?
That was around the PlayStation time.
Right. And that was like, that was already after like TurboGrafx 16 had tried to throw in their hat, and all that other shit. And then, what was it? Sega came out with the fucking Dreamcast, right at the same time as like PlayStation was releasing, because what was it? Sega was supposed to have a deal with Sony, and the deal ended up falling through, and Sony was like, well, shit, we've already invested all this money. We're going to release this product anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And Sega fucked up.
I played the shit out of that Golden Axe game.
Dude, we played Hydro Thunder a lot. Remember the Sega controllers? The memory cards were like little mini Game Boys.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was a pretty unique feature.
What was Brian's? There was a helicopter game Brian had on the Sega that they didn't have on anything else. And you had to fly around and do missions. I forgot what it was called though. That was about the only game I played. But it was almost more like the old real games, like Galactica and shit like that. It was like you were playing on a reel of a screen. And it was just the same screen over and over and over again, kind of thing. For that one game they had out for home, where you could actually, it was a reel, and it had a steering wheel with the little car. The steering wheel was hooked to the car. You guys remember that?
Vaguely. There were so many games for Sega.
Yeah.
Obviously,
that one.
Sonic was the big one, but
yeah,
right.
There was a lot.
when-
There was a lot
remember-
of hidden gems on there, though. I remember playing.
Sega was actually one of the very first ones to have the disc platform too.
Yeah.
You know, they had the was it it was Sega CD. It wasn't called Sega Saturn yet. It was you had the regular Sega 16-bit, and you plugged it in and you set it on top of this CD tray deal called Sega CD. And they had this one game, I can't remember what it was called. I think it was called Sewer Rat or something like that. You know, and you had to be like, and you were like zooming through these tunnels, and you had to like choose these different directions, and enemies were coming up out of the different tunnels and shit, and coming up alongside you and stuff. It's a pretty cool game.
I also remember like Sega games were either really, really easy to beat or impossible to beat.
Right.
There was no in between.
Right.
Like
Ultra Beast.
I could never beat Beavis and Butthead. The game, but I could beat Golden Axe in 20 minutes. Streets of Rage wasn't too hard.
There was another game. It was almost Tetris-like. I think it was called Blockout. But it was like 3D Tetris. Like you were like looking down on the platform. You know what I mean? So like different depths had different colors. So you could tell the depth of things, you know what I mean? Like whether it was 1 or 2 blocks deep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, that was a really freaking cool game, man. I think that was the predecessor to Intelligent Cube that happened on PlayStation and then just kind of like never took off.
Nope, I think from Sega, a lot of people went to like Nintendo 64. I think that was the next new craze. And then it was, after that, I think it was PlayStation. I'm just trying to remember.
Right. Yeah, no, we played a lot of Bond, man.
Yeah, a lot of GoldenEye.
Bond.
A lot of GoldenEye.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of my favorites, though, that you don't hear very many people talk about, I actually think it was better than Bond, is Perfect Dark on 64.
I've heard the name. I don't think I've ever played it, though.
And the only
Never
reason
played
why I say it is because what they would do is when you unlock the game completely, so you could play multiplayer and everything, you could, instead of just playing multiplayer with your friends, your 4 friends, you could actually set the bots that were playing against you, how hard you wanted to set them up, what kind of weapons, stuff like that. I mean, it was the first game that really busted out on the multiplayer first person shooter.
Oh God, I left out Doom 2. How many hours did you spend playing that
was
game?
The very first. That was the very first one because it was only out on PC.
Mm-hmm.
I never spent much time playing it though.
Or
but you have played
the original Counter-Strike.
Feed that damn cat.
He's got food. He wanted to tell you hi.
I guess.
I don't know. I think probably one of the best Nintendo 64 games ever was definitely Link. Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time. Definitely one of the best games on Nintendo 64, hands down.
Man, I gotta say GoldenEye. Spent more hours playing it.
Yeah. Yep.
But that's what's great about opinions. Everybody's got their game that they root for. They're one.
It was GoldenEye, Perfect Dark, and Rogue Squadron for the Nintendo 64.
That was a cool game.
And then for the PlayStations, we were playing Command and Conquer,
Resident Evil.
Playing, Resident Evil. We were playing Need for Speeds. And then Tony Hawk.
Yep.
And yeah.
MTV Music Generator.
Never played it.
Dude. That was a bitchin' game, man.
And then
that was a cool game. That was basically where like you were a sound engineer. So you had all these different samples you could choose from, all these different drum types you could choose from, different hi-hats, different cymbal crashes, different kicks, different all kinds of stuff. Synthesizer sounds. You could adjust pitches and ranges and stuff. Like it was really cool. You could literally, it was a free beat program, basically. Like you could make the most bitchin' techno songs on that shit.
Heck, we had, by then I had I still had all my stereo equipment and mixers and everything, and yeah. We just, never played with it. My buddy had a beat machine, and that was cool when we'd get together. What up, Randall?
Randall Rhino.
Sorry, guys.
Right, there we go. Sorry about that. I had a phone call.
It's all good, Ryan.
No, I'm Spartacus.
Rhino, what's up?
What's up? Oh my god, I'm feeling knackered now, but there's no point in going to bed now because it's already 5 o'clock.
Right.
What's
It's
the
about
point?
to be a long day
12.
for you, buddy.
Oh, that's the joys of energy drinks, isn't it, though?
Oh, God. The crash.
Hey, no, a McDonald's just opened just up the road from here. They open at 6. Go and get a coffee.
You gotta work, though. Yeah?
No work. Nope.
Nice. That's cool. So you can
Two
go get a
McGriddles.
coffee, have your day.
2 McGrills and 2 of those Mocha frappuccino, and a chocolate chip frappuccino, and you're good for the day.
Let me tell you one thing. If there was McGriddle over here, I would absolutely die for it. But I'll have to wait till I'm in South Carolina.
Yeah.
No, they don't. They don't do McGriddles.
That sucks.
Big Matt's still lurking.
Yep. Man.
Yeah, because I've had a friend who moved to Africa to work out there for a few years.
Yeah.
So they gave me a phone call because they're 2 hours ahead of us.
Shit. Yeah.
But yeah. So what time is it for all of you lot then?
Midnight.
Just after 9.
Yeah.
Yeah, 9 and midnight.
Look at that. As I always used to say to Jeff, I'm living in the future compared to Jeff.
Live.
Yeah,
Too, brother.
Upstate New York's getting hit by a massive snowstorm at the minute.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy.
I remember living away from home and having a 17-hour time zone difference and having to time my calls based on that.
Yeah, well, imagine like Australia, because they're a good 8 hours ahead of us. So, it's already
that'd be 16. That'd be 16 hours ahead of us. Because you're 8 hours ahead of me.
Yeah, you're West Coast, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because my family's east, so they're at midnight at the minute.
16 hours. That puts you somewhere in like the Middle East. Were you deployed?
Oh yeah. I think I was referring to Okinawa, Japan though then.
Oh shit.
I didn't make many phone calls from Iraq because it had to be via satellite phone, and a satellite phone only came around to the camps like once a month, maybe once every 2 months. So that's how you called home.
Right.
Well, unfortunately,
what is it? It's an uncorruptible line or whatever.
Right.
Well, unfortunately, do you know, this is how long it's been since I've spoken to you all. I did apply, and I did get into a trial run for the British Army. But unfortunately, they don't take autistic people. Yeah. So that's my dream job out the window. But yeah, at least I tried. I tried my hardest. That's all I could do.
Yeah.
And that's the worst news that you can ever hear, though, especially because it was my dream job. But oh well. Now I'm just stuck outside in the cold washing those big combine harvesters. Yeah. Yeah, those things are like 30 foot tall and like 50 foot wide.
Yeah, that don't sound like fun.
Oh well.
Well, does maybe they have some like Coast Guard or something kind of like.
Yeah, I mean, I could volunteer on like my weekends because we have a coastline called the RNLI. I could volunteer to do that.
Right.
Hey, Squirrel.
But you know, you can't have everything in life, can you? So
Nope. Life is freaking brutal, man.
oh, it really is.
You know,
What?
I don't talk about it on live streams much, but the reason why I'm not in the military anymore is because I got tired of watching friends die.
Mm. Well, that's the reality of it. You know. I mean, I remember. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I just watched an episode of the Sean Ryan show, and he had Ryan Hendricks on there, and he was telling those stories over there, and I was just like, oh my god, I could not fucking imagine that shit,
Bro.
Man, you only.
Oh my god.
2000. What was it? 2002, I think. 2003, somewhere around there. One of my roommate's friends came home on leave and showed up to the house one morning and woke us up, had DVDs basically, and was like, dude, want to watch this? I was like, hell yeah. Yeah. I saw some shit that
He made videos while he was there.
Yeah.
Some people did.
I mean, it was cool when he was up on like filming from the Abrams and watching that gun go off and stuff. That was nuts. You know, because you could see the recoil and everything, and the blast come through the shockwave, go through the camera, focusing and stuff like that, and it's like, holy shit.
Back then, Jeffrey, I had a digital camera that also took video, but it was really kind of crappy footage.
Yeah.
And they've all since been deleted, but I had some gems on there.
Yeah.
I never filmed any of the bad crap, just like the fun stuff.
Yeah, well.
Obviously, you don't pull your camera out in combat.
Right. Yeah, well, I laughed because he had him out there playing football and stuff like that. And I was like, you guys are nuts. And he goes, they wanted us to do it. And I was like, huh, okay. But, yeah, it was a trip. Some of the, there was one CD that he had that, it was, but it was real.
Brutal.
Yeah, it was real bad. And that was.
All I could tell you is over there, life is cheap.
Yeah.
That's the best way to sum it up.
Yeah, I mean, I remember, well, obviously I don't remember, but my family, they lived in Iran in 1980. And when the evacuations were happening, what was it? My mum, my auntie, my grandmother, they went, but my grandfather had to stay. And he didn't leave till 1986. And that's when they moved to upstate New York. But
1986, that was a great year.
Oh yeah, Jesus. I would have loved to have grown up in the
the best Van Halen album dropped.
No, that's when I was born, Jeffrey.
Yeah. I know.
Shit, I was watching Voltron on TV, eating a bowl of cereal in my pajamas.
In 1986?
Yeah.
I'm putting you guys probably 6, 7, 8 years older than me then.
Yeah. Just hit 46.
Yeah, pretty close.
That's all right.
40's coming.
Till my grandfather, he was born 1929, so.
You watch, dude. Them fucking check engine lights that the old timers tell you about, dude, they just come on all at once, dude.
Mm.
That's real.
I think it's time to head out to the store. Where are my car keys? Shit. Oh yeah, and that's how long it's been. I drive now, Jeff.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Nice. I'll head downstairs. I'll leave it for another 10 minutes. Yep. But then obviously when I move to the States in a few months, I'm going to have to redo it because there's only so many years that I can use this license.
Yeah.
But, oh well. Damn. Oh, great. Maybe I'm not driving because it says it's going to snow.
Yeah, we're finally getting some of that white stuff this year.
Yeah, no, I don't like driving in it.
The only time it's fun is when you're doing donuts in a parking lot.
Yeah, then it is.
Yeah, I've done that a few times.
You got I mean, I know we live in the same state, Bill, but you got a lot of snow yet?
Just a trace.
Yeah, maybe an inch today, maybe.
Not even an inch.
Which it all melted already, but
here it looked like somebody sprinkled powdered sugar over something, you know. Just little bits of white here and there.
That new dog of mine's never seen snow. He was eating the shit out of it. He's looking at it like, what's this shit? I'll eat it.
Tasty.
No, we don't very often. We don't often get snow. It's mainly up north, like in Scotland and like Yorkshire areas that get most of the snow. But the funny thing is, well, the most likely month of the year down this way to see snow is March or April. It always snows in March.
That's weird.
But it's currently 24 degrees, so
it's nice.
Do you guys go by Fahrenheit?
I do.
Okay.
All the others use Celsius. I don't understand it. We've always used Fahrenheit, my family.
Some of my Canadian brethren, they still go by Celsius, so I always have to convert when I'm on live stream with them.
Yeah, because I think the US is one of only a few countries which use that. I'm trying to think what other country. I think the US is the only one, isn't it?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah. We still use Fahrenheit, pounds, ounces.
Yeah. Well, I use pounds and stuff.
I don't think troy weight changes from country to country.
No, Troy is just Troy.
Right.
No matter where you go.
Like, same thing with like liquid ounces and milliliters and things like that. Like that measurement stays the same from country to country as well.
Milliliters is metric.
Yeah. Yeah, because over here.
But we use that here in the United States too.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
that's
like
about the only metric we use is milliliters.
Yeah. If you get like a can of soda, it doesn't say the fluid ounce over here. It just says like 300 ml or like 500.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, do you know what though? Using temperature gauge, imagine using Kelvin.
Kelvin's the one that, yeah.
I think that only matters when you're talking like the surface temperature of the fucking sun.
Yeah.
Which could be answered with fucking hot. Don't go there.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Oh, it's you mean it's like Reading in the summertime?
I mean, if it can give you a sunburn, if you can give you a sunburn from here, I'm guessing you don't want to be 20 feet from it.
Well, yeah. I'll tell you, the summer which just went past here. Now listen, hear me out. 68 degrees during the night doesn't sound bad, but when your houses have four sets of insulation and no air conditioning, and it's been 90 degrees during the day, yeah, it's pretty rough sleeping. I mean, you'll probably find 5 houses out of the 4,000 around this area who have air conditioning. Maybe not even.
Yeah, no, it's definitely hard to sleep when it's hot, but it's hard to sleep when you're shivering, freezing cold too.
Yeah.
So, do you want to see?
I'd sleep cold over hot.
Look at this. This is all I have to survive when it's 75 degrees during the night. That.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shit, 75's comfortable, man. I sleep just fine at 75.
No. Well, yeah, during the day, but over here, if it's anything above 60 during the night, it's not nice because you just lie down and you sweat. Because the thing is,
no,
here, I'm sorry.
Here in the summertime, dude, it's like the low is, it's 3-4 in the morning. It's still 90 degrees, dude.
Yeah, I mean, nowadays, because I don't go to the States when I used to. I go at the end of May. But with my family living in South Carolina, yeah, I knew the feeling when we were going in July, August. You just walk outside. It's 86 degrees with 100% humidity, and you're just like,
right.
I've slept in the jungle, the desert, the tundra, and then what we call in America like the temperate.
Yep.
Would you like to know out of all those which is the hardest to sleep in?
Go on.
Ooh.
Jungle.
Ooh.
Yeah.
The bugs.
I knew you were going to say that.
Mm-hmm.
The fucking bugs, man.
Yep. You're sleeping. It feels like you're just being weighed down with humidity and you're sleeping underneath a mosquito net in sweltering heat. You don't sleep. Not very well.
Oh.
That was.
Oh God.
Thailand was worse than the Philippines. Philippines, I had an ocean breeze. In Thailand, I didn't.
Do you know what? I keep on forgetting, like, Well, I don't keep them forgetting, but obviously when
Emily
they're with
thinks
that,
humidity is bad.
Yeah, no, I gotta dose some humidity. I've always heard the stories about it because I'm born and raised California. You know what I mean? And so when my parents moved back to Georgia, they had lived back there for a year or so, and I went back there to visit them. And I got off the plane, and I was like, "Oh, this isn't so bad." I'm walking through the airport. I'm like, "This is nice." I literally opened the front door of the airport, and I still had a breath in me. I exhaled as I walked through the door, and then once I got outside, I couldn't breathe in for a second, dude. That shit hit me like a ton of bricks, man.
Do you know the
It was
people
rough,
who say
dude.
Do you know the people
The air was
who
so heavy.
Yeah, and like people say that it's not as bad in South Carolina still. I'm there like, I will fly you out there and I will see how long you can stay out there because you will want to get the fuck back in AC. If it's 85% humidity and it's only 70 degrees, it still feels like 90 in South Carolina.
Right, and it's like, we're sitting here pissing and moaning. It's like, think about this for a second. You're in the fucking jungle, fully dressed, fully covered in them fucking BDUs. You got everything on, and it's fucking hot, and you're wet. Like, oh, God, it's got to be miserable, dude.
It sucks.
But I mean, I don't know if this is weird, but I find it very therapeutic in South Carolina. Even in Georgia, you'll hear the cicadas, crickets during the night.
The screaming trees, yeah.
Tree frogs, yeah. I mean, that's what.
Yeah, that was weird, dude. We were all sitting on the deck. We were all sitting on the deck at my parents' house and shit, and we're all sitting here talking just like we are now. And all of a sudden, the trees just started acting up. I'm like, what the fuck is that?
Outside, yeah.
Kiss my bass. I'm from Ohio. That's where I'm at right now.
Nice.
The only reason I left Ohio was the 4 years I was active duty. I came back.
Yeah.
I visited 13 countries, which is why I got all the extreme environments I was just talking about. I mean, I was in the Pacific, Atlantic, Pacific Islands, Asiatic countries, the desert in Iraq, the desert in California, the jungles of the Philippines, the jungles of Thailand, the jungles of Cambodia. And I hated the jungles more than all of them. And then the closest I guess I got to the tundra was South Korea in the winter, which is very cold and very featureless.
Yeah.
And very cold.
Well, I mean, yeah, because one of my friends visited Beijing.
Oh, so it's like Eastern Montana.
You could say that in a way. I remember just bald mountains and no trees, and snow, and ice and wind.
Well, yeah, one of my friends the other year went to Beijing in July, and it was like 100 degrees there. And then he visited there again in January, 6 months later, and it was like -5.
Right.
And he's just there like, Jesus.
I missed going to I missed going to a deployment to the Australian outback because I had to. If I wanted to go to Australia, I had to stay on Okinawa another 2 years, or I had the chance of going to North Carolina to do my last 2 years, and I was kind of homesick, so I threw away an Australian outback deployment to come back to America. That's the only regret I have.
I'd want to get my ass back to stateside real fucking quick after being in the desert and in the jungle and shit.
Then I seen all the pictures of my friends that stayed and went to the outback, and I did regret it because I was like, there's the Sydney Opera House. They got to go on Liberty in Sydney. They got to go do cool stuff with Aborigines and play in the desert. I missed something there.
Yeah, well,
But you can't do it all.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, no. Oh, Jesus.
Man.
But yeah, no, those bugs, oh, Jesus. Especially the mosquitoes.
We've got spots to where you can go to where we got the bull. Well, I don't know about now because I haven't been out there in a while, but we used to have spots where the bullfrogs would call and call all night. And I mean, I don't know, it's kind of different.
Yeah, well, I was really, well, I mean, I wouldn't say I was really dumb for this, but I got a tattoo on my lower leg just before we went last year, about 5 days before. And on the first, yeah. So whenever you
it better not say Biden's my hero.
No, whenever you heard it to be only 54 degrees in South Carolina at the end of May.
At the end of when?
At the end of May.
At the end of May, that would be unusual.
Yeah, because they had that that storm which went through.
I was sweating my ass off in January in South Carolina.
Yeah.
So that is odd.
Yeah. So the first few days wasn't too bad, but then it went up to 70 during the night and 85 during the day. And that's when a swarm of mosquitoes decided to bite my brand new tattoo, and I had to get the flipping thing redone 2 weeks after I got back again. Ugh. My tattoo looked awful. But
them skeeters saw that shit and they was like, that's an all-you-can-eat buffet right there.
Yeah. Well, yeah, especially when you weigh 280 pounds. Jesus.
Give me mosquitoes over sand fleas. God, I hate sand fleas.
You talking?
Somebody's been to Parris Island, South Carolina.
Well, yeah. That's the gateway in the Marine Corps, buddy. How do you think I traveled all these fucking places? Wasn't on my dime.
Well, because you can see. Well, you can just about see. Because from Hilton Head, where my auntie lives, you can see the Beaufort. You can see the Beaufort Bridge going onto Parris Island as well. And yeah.
Parris Island is a giant fucking swamp.
No, I know.
Were they not sending them down to Camp Pendleton?
Never went to Pendleton.
No, those guys, they call them Hollywood Marines, but here's the thing.
That's San Diego.
They ain't got no hills in
yeah.
Parris Island. In Parris Island, you ain't got no hills.
That's the argument. So the argument between the two boot camps you can go to in the Marine Corps are San Diego and Parris Island. And the San Diego guys bitch about hills, and the Parris Island guys bitch about the swamps. So it's whatever you want to go with that.
Right, pick your poison.
I could tell you one thing on both sides: it's not a vacation.
I try to.
You're not going to write a postcard and write a Yelp review going, yeah, I'd definitely suggest going there for 3 months and getting the shit kicked out of you.
Give me a second, Jeff. I'll just be back.
Come on, that's better than Buds.
Buds?
Somebody's telling the truth here.
Well, I'm not a SEAL.
I know, but damn close. The Marines, when down there, when they'd come out to Anaheim and everything back in the day when it used to be a desert, like a scrub brush mountainous area, and they had the racetrack out there. They'd come out and do some training stuff. And where I was
That's all
living,
Carlsbad.
yeah. And where I was living, it was either Navy or Marines, either or. So
Was this just was this people that were just training like Fleet Marines? Like regular Marines, I guess I'd say. They're out of training, but
they were doing exercises.
okay. So they were Fleet Marines is what we call them.
Right.
That Fleet Marine, all that means is you've been through boot camp, you've been through School of Infantry or Marine Combat Training, and you've been through your trade school. Once you've been through all those things, you're a Fleet Marine. You're a regular Marine.
Right.
But the training never ends. It never fucking ends.
Yeah, my neighbor Carl, he was held. He gave me his MP armband and made it fit my fatigues and everything, and made sure they were that I had as a kid and everything, and I even had
You got camis?
yeah, when I was a kid from head to toe.
So you got the old school ones.
Yeah.
Old school jungles, I'm guessing. Green ones?
Yep.
Okay.
And I had all the pins and everything, the medals and stuff like that, the sharpshooter, pistol expert.
Uh-huh. I don't cry about that. I missed the shoe shine days. Those guys had to shine their boots every fucking day. Fuck that shit.
Yeah. And I laughed because he knew I'd go out to the racetrack and stuff, and that they'd be doing exercises and stuff. And he's like, "Yep, you wearing your fatigues this weekend?" And I was like, "Yep." And went out there and they saw that MP badge, and one dude just started laughing, you know. And Carl told me what to say exactly to him. I forgot what it was, but dude kind of looked at me like, "Oh shit, he knows something."
They're called a lot of things. We call them utility uniform, deserts, jungles, or camis.
Yeah.
You don't even wear camis in the combat zone. You wear a fire suit. Looks like a mechanic uniform that's desert color, so you don't catch on fire.
So you don't catch on fire. Okay.
Well, when you get blown up, you know there's fire. Or if they hit you with something. You don't want to have camis on.
Hey, darling.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Right.
Hey,
So what
he's back.
done is I have Jeff. Do you know how to put someone on solo screen so you can see the picture a little bit clearer on my avatar? Okay. So that photo was taken in Dolphin Head, Hilton Head Island, and right in front of you is Paris Island and Beaufort.
Stop showing pictures of places I don't want to ever go again. You're just giving me PTSD right now. Cut it out.
I'm sorry.
Quit
I'm just
triggering
kidding.
the Marine, dude.
You think I ever want to go back there?
No.
My parents were like, "We want to sightsee." I'm like, "I want to get the fuck out of this place." I mean, if you got let out of prison, would you be like, would you take your parents like, "Well, we should go meet the warden before we go"?
I could take
Right.
hey, look, I could change it to Tibby Island, Georgia. That was very disappointing. I was very
Yeah,
disappointed when I went to Tibby
rich,
Island.
snooty assholes.
Yeah, very disappointed when I went there.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah, that place
everyone's
sucked.
parents wanted to sightsee, and you could just literally see the Marines like grabbing their parents by their collars and hauling them to their minivans just to get the hell out of here. Like, there's the bridge. I want to go across it. Get me the hell off this flea-infested island.
Right.
I get 10 days off right now. Starting now, let's go home.
Yeah, no, Tibby Island was so disappointing. And the thing is, you can't even get there if it rains 2 inches because the bloody road floods. Every time.
And it's
Every
$20
time
to
it
park
rains.
anywhere.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, every time it rains for an hour there. Oh, no, you're stuck on Tibby Island now for a week. But no, what is it? Dofuskia Island is good. But there are very few cuts.
Well, Matthew, you notice something?
What?
You don't hear him, do you?
What's that?
I said you don't hear him, do you?
The cat?
Yep.
Not anymore. He fed him.
Shit, he's sitting up on my lap.
I got one right here looking out the window.
Yeah.
The new edition. I got actually 2 new editions since I probably talked to you last, Jeff.
Yeah.
We got a new cat. And it also doesn't have a tail. And I should say, my wife got a new cat.
Yeah.
And we also got a new German Shepherd puppy.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
That's a lot of animals.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, got to keep the wife and 3 kids happy.
Yeah, but that thing eats like 50 pounds of food when it gets bigger.
I know. Well, when somebody's like, here's a free German Shepherd puppy to you and your kid, you can't show a kid a puppy and then take it away.
Definitely not.
You ever watch the movie Beethoven? The dog's in the house is pretty much fucking there after that.
Yeah.
I didn't request a puppy. It was dropped in my lap. I still have a 15-year-old dog I'm trying to take care of.
Yeah.
Make his last year good.
Yeah.
Right. Jeff, buddy, I'm going to have to head off because I need to get back to the school. And then I've got to make another phone call. But it was great to see you all again.
Yeah.
All right, Ryan. I know 2 British Ryans
Take it
now.
easy, bud.
Why? Yes, you too.
Take it easy, buddy. It was good talking to you, man.
Yeah, great talking to you too. See you on the next one.
For
In
sure,
fact,
man.
I thought he was the other British Ryan I knew at first.
They almost sound alike.
Well, they sound British.
Yeah.
That's not no dig against British people, but they do have that accent.
Yeah.
Oh, at least I didn't say it.
That's not a put down. I mean, if you're from the South, you sound like you're from the South. You're from the UK,
Yeah, but-
you sound like you're from the UK.
Yeah, but not every UK person sounds the same.
No, but
Because
they do have a certain like way when they start talking, you know they're from the UK and not from here.
Right, but I
It's
mean,
funny.
I'm
It's like that
saying
scene.
that I almost think
Go-
both Ryans are from the same area
that's-
in the UK.
That's kind of what I meant. They do sound similar.
Yeah.
So it could be
It's like that scene from Boondock Saints where the guy gets off the plane. He's like, "Man, He's like, I thought we were in England. So far, nobody seems to speak the fucking language. I thought this was the place that spawned the language.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
No McDonald's.
Yeah. Well, you're talking to a guy who shared a building with everyone from all these 50 states we live in. So I learned every accent that we have in America in 4 years flat. I was bunking with Florida guys, Alaska guys, California guys, Texas guys, you name it.
Right.
Midwest guys.
Yeah, everybody does sound like
Lots of Mexicans, lots of foreigners, to be honest, trying to get their green card and going in the Marine Corps to get it.
Right.
Let's see. Lots of Texas.
I don't know.
Lots of California. Lots of Florida.
Let me ask you something. Does California have an accent, you think?
Yes.
Not really, unless you're talking about that surfer dude persona, I guess.
Okay.
The Valley.
Like totally tubular, bro. But I did get some bro speak guys, yeah.
Okay.
But I've seen those people in more than just. We had Hawaii guys too that would sound like that too. So.
Huh. Yeah, no, I know a lot of Hawaiian guys, and they kind of all have that like very mellow flow with the way they talk.
Mm-hmm. God, just the bigger states obviously represent the higher proportion of population, so there's more of them in the military. But there was a lot of Ohio guys too, a lot of Indiana, a lot of Midwest. The New Yorkers, had to get used to living with them. All the boroughs, like they wanted you to know what fucking part of New York City they were from.
Proud of their neighborhood, man.
The Jersey guys.
Some of them guys are proud as fuck of their neighborhoods.
The Boston guys.
Boston?
The Boston guys. The Maine guys. The Bahaba types, huh? The Wisconsin guys.
I didn't know Boston was spelled with an A.
Right.
You bake them beans a little longer, dude.
Wisconsin.
What? What are you telling me easy for?
Huh?
There's a lot of accents we live around, and when you're like thrown into a house full of them, you gotta like get used to it quick.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's probably got to be like, like even though everybody's still speaking the same language, the dialects are so different. I'm sure there's somewhat of a small language barrier of trying to understand different accents.
Bro.
Well, the city guys just thought guys like me were all rednecks. I'm like, like what backwoods country fuck did you come from? I'm like, Ohio? I'm from a town with 10,000 people. I don't know how
we have water and
I
lights
am.
and everything.
We have water, lights, running water and shit, man. You should come see it.
Right. It's funny.
But then you got a few of those guys from certain places that are just backwoods.
Oh God, yes. I met a few guys I could tell it was the first time they were wearing shoes.
Oh shit.
Oh shit. I done got me boots and everything.
Oh, there's guys in there that can barely read. I mean, that ain't no shit.
God,
there's guys in there. There's Marines that I don't know quite how they made it through boot camp because they can't speak English. I always asked. I always thought, I'm like,
call crayon eaters, right?
How did you even talk to the drill instructor when he was giving you orders because I can't even understand you. And you clearly can't understand me. So how you made it through, fuck if I know, but they made it. They got through on
He ate the right colored crayons.
Ooks, clicks, noises, and hand signals or something. I don't know.
He chose to eat the correct color crayon.
Yes.
They put the box in front of him. He fucking ate the right color.
Mm-hmm.
I laugh because I've heard some Cajun guys.
Oh, yeah.
And
oh, boy.
They can get going, and it's like, what the fuck?
What are you even saying?
Yeah.
It's like they're speaking a whole foreign language.
But in a way, they are.
But I mean, they kind of are, yeah, because it's the French. You know, a lot of the French dialect ended up in Cajun speak.
Yeah.
And that Creole talk.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's like there's a difference though between Cajun and Creole though. Like Cajun is more French descent, where Creole is more of like the black slaves who mixed with natives.
Mm-hmm. Oh, my first roommate was Haitian. Actually, I didn't know much about him, but when you hear a black guy start speaking French, you do start asking questions.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
He was another one where I was like, he spoke good enough English, and he was a good friend of mine. He spoke good enough English to get by, and after a while, he got better. But like when I first met him, I could barely understand him.
Yeah.
And he would speak they speak French there, and he would speak a lot of French to me. And I'm thinking, I don't speak it. You know, I'm just like listening like, yeah. Sounds great, man. Don't fucking speak French. But
well, it's like if you hang around like foreign people long enough, you know what I mean? You can almost like tell like what two people are talking about just by like their hand gestures and facial gestures and shit.
That's what I said.
Like,
the noises, like clicks, and hand gestures get you by.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, no, I worked on a cannabis farm for a few months with this big group of French people that came through, and not hardly any of them spoke very, very little English. You know, I think the only reason why they were able to get by is because the girls they were with were smoking hot. But yeah, no, that was cool hanging out with those people, man. You know, I got to learn a little bit of French, you know, while I was there, but not much.
I got a damn crash course in every fucking culture and every language in 4 years thrown at me against my will. People are like, you must speak 100 languages. I'm like, I barely learned a sentence. I wasn't there long enough to take a piss in some places.
Right.
I could speak enough Japanese to you to get by. I don't remember any of my Arabic. I was horrible with learning foreign language. If I was my age now, I would have tried to do things differently than I did at 18, put it that way. I'd have tried to experience more of the cultures and backgrounds of the stuff. I was just too stupid back then. I was worried about when are we getting laid and when are we going to drink the next beer.
Right.
Back then, so instead of
what do you expect?
Instead of exploring ancient castles in Okinawa and experiencing all the crazy history of that place I was at, I was like at the bar.
That would have been dope.
Well, I mean,
but you got to remember,
in your
go back,
early 20s.
Go back to your 18-year-old self. How were you back then? That's what you have to go by.
Yep.
You were probably kind of dumb.
Yep.
Absolutely stupid.
Actually,
yes.
At 18, I would have been wanting to I would have been wanting to look at the castles and everything, and because I was really into that. And the only bad part about it is I'd have wasted all my money spending it on buying a sword.
I learned really quickly
no,
that the
I
Okinawa people hate the Japanese as soon as I got there. And it wasn't
I think I
until
probably would have been in the same shoes, dude.
the Okinawans do not like Japanese, and Okinawans are Japanese, but they do not like the Japanese
Yeah.
because the Japanese invaded their country of Okinawa. It was a country at the time, and forced them into their army and made them fight us. And then when we came there, we destroyed the island in a humongous war, the Battle of Okinawa. So they hate Japanese, and they're not too fond of us either.
Yeah.
I don't know, Matthew. I think if I would have been looking back on my 18-year-old self, yeah, that's probably exactly where I would have been. Stupid as a shaved tail Willie, and looking for the next beer and looking to dive into a slanted slot for sure.
Pretty much. Young, dumb, and full of cum.
Absolutely.
Coming at your eyes at 18.
I mean, but that's really what you want, because, at 18, think about it, you fucking hardcore working out, pushing it, peak performance. You know what I mean? It was the fastest we could ever run, the strongest we ever were. You know what I mean? We could run the farthest with the most shit on you.
I'd love to put a 40-year-old's brain in an 18-year-old's body, but it just never happens.
Right.
And that's specifically the Marines. They want you right out of high school. That's when they want you the most. Yeah. That's when you're the most beneficial. That's when you have a strong back. It's when you can keep up.
Yeah.
That's what your Marine Corps is. That's what your military in general is. The people that go fight the battles are the ones that are in peak physical young condition. They're not old enough to drink a beer mostly. And those are the ones that are fighting all of your wars. 18, 19, 20-year-old guys. Those are what we call the tip of the spear. That's the age range.
It's also a time like in your life when you think about it, when you're 18, 19, 20, 21, you're still not fully developed, and you're nowhere near mature enough to like have any sort of like forethought or like premeditation or like deep considerations, maybe like you don't agree with something or any of that. It's shut up, yes sir, I okay, you just follow blindly. There's no question. And then like the older you get, the more you're like, well, why is this like this? Why is this like that? And then, that's not beneficial to the situation.
I think it helps when you're younger too, because Marines, when you hear gunfire, you run towards the bullets, right? That helps being young also, because a wiser man might not. A younger man doesn't even think about it.
Right.
Oh, somebody's shooting over there.
A wiser man might not take his time and flank the situation. You know what I mean?
Like I couldn't imagine doing it now. Like I couldn't imagine taking orders like I did and taking so much shit. I just couldn't do it at my age, Like I'd be in the brig instantly. They'd be like, "Hey, I need you to they'd be like, "Hey, I need you to." I'd be like, "Oh, let me stop you right fucking there. You don't need me to do shit. I already did it. Fuck you. Oh, yep, I'm going to prison." I mean, if you disobey an order, if you say "fuck you," you're in jail. That's what normal people don't understand in the military. You don't get the choice of you either follow orders and carry about your day, or you go to fucking jail.
Yeah, because you are government property.
You are government property to be used with at
impunity,
their convenience.
Yep.
100%. This is just honesty coming out here. I don't not respect what I did or the people that still do it, but it is what it is.
Like I'm guessing you had friends who had to burn the shit pots.
I was one of them. Yeah. That's something that the lesser ranks do automatically. It's not a punishment. It's you have to. You burn shit while you're in Iraq. It's part of the deal. You follow orders, and that's it. There is no but. There's no but.
Yeah.
You can't do drugs. You get piss tested.
Somebody in their later 20s, maybe early 30s would probably question that and go, "Well, wait a second. No, there's a fire line right there. I'm not just going to fucking run in there. I'm going to go around the side of this situation over here." You know what I mean?
The thing is, when you're in there, you're not going to use the word brainwashed, because that wears off after boot camp. But you are very much willing to just do what's asked of you. I don't know how really else to explain that.
Gung ho.
Like now I think about it more. Back then, I didn't question it. I just did it.
Yeah.
Or the drugs they gave you.
What's that?
Oh, nothing.
Nah. I heard something about drugs.
You talking about the saltpeter?
Not just that.
You won't get a hard on in boot camp. That's not an old wives' tale. Some guys might have. There's no reason to have an erection in boot camp though, because you're around 50 other guys. But no, you don't. You also don't poop for like the first week. So there's definitely something in that food.
Strikes again.
What?
Mr. E strikes again.
Who's Mr. E?
MRE.
Oh no! Well, you're not getting MREs right off the bat in boot camp. That's later.
No, but I mean.
But yeah, MREs are a natural constipant. Yeah.
You know what I just thought about? If there's got to be something in that food, because think about this: you're getting a mass group of body shapes and types all together doing the same exercises and everything and eating the same food, and they all kind of come out the same.
Well, no, that's just the form. That's just the shape that the human form takes when you're in peak physical performance.
Oh, also,
the little guys bulk up, the big guys slim down. But that's not like they're giving them different rations.
It's also the only time in your life where you can sleep using a rock for a pillow. But here's the thing.
There's some alcohol situations that could be involved to do the same thing.
You can just, I think it's because you're so tired all the time, you can just lay down and sleep anywhere.
Yeah.
So
the other thing too is like you're eating on a regular schedule as well, and you're eating a high calorie content meal.
Very high. And you're not gaining any weight because if you have
You're
two
working
former
it
drill
off,
instructors,
exactly.
if you have two former drill instructors for your bosses like I did, that just got off the goddamn fucking drill field and became my boss and brought that nonsense with them, they're going to run you 8 miles a fucking day. You're not going to gain weight.
Yeah.
I went from 220, 230 pre-boot camp. By the time I was in Japan a year later, I was down to 165, 170. You're going to lose the shit out of your weight. You won't get fat in there, not for very long. The only way you get fat in the Marine Corps is if you get hurt.
Yeah, no, my buddy Josh, he was in an APC over there in Iraq, and they got hit, and he got shrapnel all through his legs, and he gained so much weight.
Yeah, well, that's because he was lying on his back, convalescing.
Right.
Yeah, that's kind of what I meant. Yeah, you're gonna gain weight when you get hurt and you can't move. You know what my bosses? I'll just say bosses for you guys. My superiors used to say if you got hurt, they would say, they'd call you light duty. If you had a bum knee or something, they'd be like, where are my light duties at? And like, you're not going to run 8 miles with the rest of us. I want you to go to the gym and work all the parts that don't hurt. That's what they'd tell them.
Yeah.
That'd be cool.
So those guys, they like switch to like mechanics and engineers and machinists, welders, shit like that.
All a light duty is a Marine that's been injured and needs time to heal. If it's something he can't come back from, he'll be medically discharged. If it's something he can come back from, he'll just join the regular platoon when he's well. That's all a light duty is. If I go for an 8 mile run and I break my ankle, I just became a light duty.
Yeah.
And that shit happens all the time. It's a lot of times you get injured in the Marine Corps, not in combat, not on a deployment. You get hurt just running PT all the fucking time.
Yeah.
Or doing an obstacle course. Or just, in training. You just get hurt in training. You fall off a freaking tower and onto your back and you screw your back up, I had 4 medical separations while I was in boot camp. One guy broke his leg in boot camp. One guy class behind me drowned and died in the pool.
Holy shit.
It's not, don't go in there thinking you're going to just pet puppies and kittens. I mean, it's fucking brutal in there. They're training you to kill people and learn how to survive in the water and climb mountains and experience noxious gases in a gas chamber. I mean, they're preparing you for everything they think a crazy ass enemy is going to throw at you.
Yeah.
And I can tell you all the things I trained for were thrown in my face. 100%. Because we're the ones that follow the Geneva Convention. The enemy you fight does not give a fuck how they kill you. They will kill you with a nail gun. They'll kill you with
yeah, no, you had it right.
Chlorine gas.
Chlorine and bleed. Yeah.
They'll kill you with chlorine gas. They'll kill you with a nail gun. They'll kill you with a shrapnel. They'll kill you with bullets. They'll kill you with bombs, whatever. The list goes on and on. Poison, they don't care.
Yeah.
Fire. Mortar rounds. And then you have to train for all the things that also happen, the million ways to die just getting there. We train in helicopter crash scenarios, because you can't even fly over water in a helicopter. without completing a helo dunker course, which is a life-size helicopter raised above a swimming pool and then dunked into the swimming pool and turned upside down while you're blindfolded.
Hi, 801. Yeah, I've heard about that one.
The helo dunker?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no one really like loves that one.
Yeah.
Because you have to do it blindfolded with no air. The SEALs do way crazier shit than we do, but
yeah,
I think that one is training you because when a helicopter crashes into the ocean, you're not going to see what the fuck's going on. And that's why I think the blindfold comes into place, and you're not going to have air. And they want you to be able to escape the aircraft, and the helicopter instantly turns over. So, hence the reason they flip it upside down. But everything makes sense at the end of the day, why they do the things they do.
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of rambling, sorry.
Well,
Hey, it's all good, man. I mean, that's what we're doing here.
And this stuff comes back like to me like bits and pieces of memory because I'm all like scatterbrained all over the place because everything happened so quick and it happened over here and over there. But yeah, it's everything you train for is definitely a real life situation. And that's why all the Marine Corps is essentially is one giant training session. It never ends.
Yeah. That's what a couple of my friends said. Tuma went in. He was my sister's age, my youngest sister's age. But I met him and his grandpa and stuff from working out where I did and going pheasant hunting with people I went with. And liked him. Yeah.
That's the other thing you mentioned, like, hunting. Like, I thought I'd handled a weapon because I'd been deer hunting before I went in there. You're better off not knowing anything about shooting before you go in there. That doesn't help you. You're basically going to learn it from scratch anyway.
Yeah.
You're going to learn the way they want you to. So basically, if you already know how to shoot, they're going to try to break you of old habits anyway and teach you new ones.
Yeah.
It might not have hurt to have handled a weapon, at least in your hands, I guess, because at least you know how to hold it to your shoulder.
Yeah.
But after that, the mechanics are different. The old slow, steady squeeze, I guess, knowing that's good.
Yeah. I don't know. I would think that if by the time you got in, if you knew how to disassemble a weapon, were somewhat familiar with that and everything, that'd help too.
I'm sure there's some psychos that went in there that knew how to take a rifle apart already, but I wasn't one of them.
Because that was one of the first things I did with my brothers and sisters was made sure I showed them how to take it apart, each gun.
I'll re-step that comment and say some things might not hurt you. But what I guess all I'm trying to say is whatever you already know, they're going to teach you their way anyway.
Oh, yeah.
So it doesn't really matter what you know.
Yeah.
And if you don't do it their way, by God,
Tight sheets.
Yeah. Yeah, you also become a fucking janitor, a maid while you're in there, and a mattress blanket folding expert. That's the dumb stuff no one talks about. Like, that's actually something Marines joke about. Like, we're pretty good with cleaning supplies. We're the best on earth. Give me a buffer and a broom and I'll show you something. Or a towel.
Oh man.
Yeah, we clean everything with a towel. We put a towel down on the ground and then fold it, and then we run around with it, scrubbing it on the floor. I don't know how to describe it.
Yeah.
You put the towel
Yeah,
down,
exactly.
your butt's in the air, and you run with it, scrubbing the floor like that. That is horrible.
That's funny.
Imagine doing that for 3 hours.
But if you think about
Yeah.
it, though, that towel, as long as you're folding it and rolling it right, you can use it so many times. You know,
Yep.
because each surface gets dirty and you can flip it. And then you got to flip the folds. And yeah. I do shit like that. I just use the foot now to move the towel.
Yeah. I remember the drill instructor would bang the stick on the ground, and we'd have our little scrub brushes, and he'd bang the stick, and we would say, "Harder, faster, aye, sir." He'd bang the stick, "Harder, faster, aye, sir." I remember the first day I was there, like, if you like want to lose all your self-esteem, go to boot camp. The first day I was there, my drill instructor told me, he said something to the effect of, "Oh, you're fat. Your mother must be fat too. I bet she'd be a good lay." It's pretty brutal as fuck in there. I had to do push-ups while I said ice cream flavors.
That's yeah.
I'm fat. I like chocolate. I like vanilla. I like strawberry. I like McDonald's.
Like chocolate, damn it.
My body is made by McDonald's.
Oh shit.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, whatever you don't like about yourself, they're gonna go after that. So if you don't like the way your ears look, they're gonna go after your ears.
Yeah.
If you have a weird looking face, they're gonna make light of it.
Yeah.
You know, whatever it is. If you're heavy, if you're too skinny, they're gonna go after you for everything. Break you down to build you back up. That's the old word, right, Jeffrey?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I got some people that I call friends that just talk to you like that on the regular.
Well, then they're conditioning you for Marine Corps boot camp then.
Hey, you're still young enough.
No, he's not.
No, I'm not.
29's it.
I thought
that's the Army, and it's only 40. It's 45. They stopped it at 45. I wish I would have fucking known. I totally would have enlisted.
Oh, I don't know now. They probably
just had my
They probably wouldn't tell you you're a fat fuck and they're gonna rape your mother in front of you in Army basic. That might be a Marine thing.
Yeah.
I got a bunch of buddies who are Marines. That shit doesn't bother me. I got super thick skin.
You have to.
I'll roast back with the best of them, man.
You can't though. In the Marine Corps, you just if that's your. I'm saying this is the drill instructor talking, right?
Oh, okay. Well,
so this is someone you can't. He's gonna
shut the
say.
fuck up.
He's gonna say all this to you, and you're gonna take it and be quiet, and that's it.
Yeah.
I don't know. I would have to roast back. Like if he's like, dude, because I could come up with some really good roasts. Like
would
you
you
were
like?
talking about
Would
fat
you?
moms and shit.
Would you like to know the people
like,
that did talk back and swing back on him? What happened?
Oh,
Yeah,
they probably
but-
got their asses torched.
This is what happens when you talk back to a drill instructor or take a swing at them, because I've seen both on the first day. When your drill instructors enter the room where you live, the first thing they tell you is, if you fight one of us, you're going to fight all 3 or 4 of us, just so you know. And buddy, they aren't kidding. So when you take a swing at one drill instructor, you have essentially entered a fight with 3 men in top physical condition that all know martial arts. A lot of them are black belts. They will beat the ever-living shit out of you. I've seen guys that could have played pro football get their asses handed to them by one drill instructor, let alone the second one that was hitting them in the back of the head. If you mouth off to them, the same thing applied.
See, and I think maybe later, and it would have to be the way you said it. I think you could have got away with some sly comebacks, like if he would have said the whole thing about, oh, he's fat, mom's fat too. I bet she'd make a good leg. I think if you came off with the,
Be like,
maybe you
mom's
could say
fat,
something
but your
like,
mom's fat too.
maybe
Your
you could
mom's
get
so fat,
away
she
with.
falls off both sides of the fucking bed.
They might not beat
would
your
you
ass
like
if
to
you.
try? I think they might kind of chuckle at you, but be like,
Yeah.
smart
Well,
ass.
You could say something like, "Yeah, you could fuck my mom. Everyone else has," or something. You might get a laugh there.
$20 is $20, man. Fuck.
Yeah, but I don't. You'd still
especially in the fucking trailer park.
You would still go to the sand pit even if you said anything. But
Oh yeah.
the sand pit's where they
they'd
punish.
probably smoke the fuck out of your ass.
And
Yup.
then I think they'd label
You gotta-
you as the Joker.
You got to
Which
also
would
understand, guys.
always be fun.
We're thinking all these things now that we're in our 40s, almost 40. You have to go back to how you thought when you were 18.
Yeah, I would have
Away
said
from home. Imagine you're 18. You're away from home in Paris Island. Maybe you've been around harsh treatment before. Maybe you played football and your coach yelled at you. Maybe you're used to it, kinda. You are 18 years old. You're out. You're 13, 14 hours from your house. With people you don't know. So you got to go by that mindset.
Right, and they're all screaming at you all the
And they're
fucking
now
time.
all screaming at you like you've never been screamed at in your life. Because I
I
guarantee
doubt
no
that.
one's been. I don't know if anybody's been screamed at like that by that many people all at once.
My stepdad fucking screamed at me all the time. So I could handle that shit. I could handle one. I don't know about 3 or 4 of them, but
Right. Now you have 4
I don't know.
stepdads all roided out yelling at you
fucking screaming at you, yeah.
at top level screaming. Yeah. And the
Yeah,
reason
no,
why
I
they
probably
scream,
would have lost my shit.
the reason why they scream at you is they want you to be able to
take.
They want you to be able to react when you're in combat. It's really what it breaks down to. Like, how are
Yeah,
you going
can
to
you
do this?
Can you fucking operate under stress?
Yep. Can you operate under stress is what it basically comes down to. That's the whole reason behind it. There's no other reason to scream at somebody to get your point across, because they could just talk to you in a normal voice, tell you, okay, this is what you need to do. You need to take your rifle and do this with it. They could speak to you like that if they wanted to, but they want full volume, always screaming at you, always doing this. But as you get to your third phase in the training, which is close to the end, they don't necessarily scream as much. They do start talking to you like a human a little bit. That the initial is where it's always screaming, the first and second phase.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm not like advocating for it or anything. That's just how it is.
Yeah, the break.
I can only tell you guys the truth and what happened. I'm not like defending it or.
Build up. And it's still build up. I think even when you get your orders sent to where you're going and everything, they're still building your ass up.
Yeah, you never stop getting yelled at. You just don't get yelled at to that level.
Yeah.
I actually got in trouble for not being aggressive enough with my own guys because I was pretty chillaxed for a Marine. Believe it or not, how I am now is more or less how I was then. I was always chill. I would talk to my guys in a normal voice. If they tried to pull shit over on me, I yelled at them. But I didn't use yelling and screaming as a way to make people obey me.
Yeah.
That was actually the last time I was a boss of anything.
Yeah, one of my buddies said that when he came back from the Persian Gulf, because he was a little older than I was, and he came back from that, and he kind of laughed. He goes, "Man," he goes, "you never want to get yelled at like that in your life." And he goes, "Well," he goes, "I guess you've already lived part of that one." You know, because he knew where I was from and everything. And he'd heard stories about my stepdad and shit. And he goes,
actually,
like it.
The most, when the least amount of screaming and yelling and being treated like dirt actually happens less in the combat zones and more. No, I know, I get what you're saying, but I'm just gonna make you guys understand. When you're a lot of this yelling and screaming aspect goes out the window in the combat zone because you're already at that point. You've trained to play in the game, right? Now you're at the game.
Yeah.
Now it's like, okay, you've been trained. Go do it. Let's do it. We're here. So there's actually less screaming going on when you're at the game.
Yeah, well, I didn't see him from when he left for boot camp. I didn't see him until he got home afterwards.
Hey, Jeffrey.
What up, Yandel? After deployment.
Hey, I'll be back in about 10 minutes. Okay?
All right.
You gonna still be live?
Sounds good.
Probably.
I'll be here.
We're just a bunch of old fogies hanging out.
Right? This is the retirement village.
The handicap accessible zone.
Yeah. Didn't Dobson say that's how he got here?
Yep. The access ramp.
The access ramp. Do you guys remember that part in what is that movie called? Me, Myself, and Irene, where the guy parks in the handicap spot and then the dude pisses in his gas tank. And he tells him to get his cock out of his Chrysler. I love that part.
Yeah. Now, Matt, have you ever watched the Sean Ryan show?
I don't think so.
It's on YouTube. You got to watch it, man.
What's it about?
It's a former Navy SEAL and CIA operative. He has a podcast that he hosts, and he brings on different people, ex-military, ex-CIA, ex-FBI. He's had all kinds of different people on the show, all different kinds. Army Rangers, Green Berets, all kinds of stuff. Some of it's pretty gnarly, man. But they do. But
I get it.
But it's a lot of it's. But a lot of it's for. They do like. Sean. He donates to a lot of good causes, and a lot of the. What is it? There's this program for. Is to save just. Instead of amputating limbs, that they're trying to like save them and shit now. And they donate like a lot of money to that.
So it's like a Wounded Warrior Project type deal.
I think it's kind of like that. It's in cooperation with what is that guy called? The Thor program or whatever. Where you're cycling out of the med back into active service or whatever.
I get more fulfillment from talking to veterans face to face than I guess I would watching a podcast about it, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah, no, that stuff's pretty heavy, man. Like what some of these guys went fucking through, dude. I mean, Jesus Christ, dude.
I have people that are on my phone that I could call right now and they'd answer. And it's 1:30 in the morning. They'd be like, what the fuck are you calling me for? But they'd answer.
Right.
You only meet, and you don't meet a ton of them like that, but you're going to meet a couple while you're in there, and they're going to be friends for life. And they're going to be not the shirt off your back friends, but they're going to be the fucking I'll lay in traffic for you friends, which is different.
Yeah.
You only meet those people when you go through hard times with them, when you're in the fucking stupid
when
shit.
You're in the shit,
them.
Dude. Yep.
I always say, what's the old joke?
Real.
A good friend bails you out of jail, but a great friend is already in there with you.
Is right there with you. Yep.
Yep. Like I hope I hope Jeffrey comes to bail us out.
Jeff's in the fucking cell next to us. What are you talking about?
Jeff, I was just calling Jeff a good friend. That's a put down, I guess. Jeff's a good friend. He would bail me out if I got a DUI. But Aaron, he's already part of the Grand Theft Auto scheme with me.
Right, I'm like,
he fed me the beer.
I'm like, let's fucking hit the gas, bust this fucking chicken coop out, dude. Let's get the shit out of here.
You want to drink a 12-pack and do 90 down the highway? Jeff will bail us out.
We'll switch cars, throw off the cops.
Heck, I was the decoy.
Yeah, the cops are hassling Jeff. That's funny.
You guys just fucked up by not driving smooth past them skirts.
Hey, they were out of nowhere, and we were in a hot car.
But yeah, I mean, I thought I had pretty really tight friends before I went in there, and I met just a different caliber of people, I guess what I'm saying. And then I imagine it's just the shit you go through. You build this camaraderie and you just come out and there's nothing you wouldn't do for each other. And if you got a friend like that in the civilian world, I give you props. But I don't.
I got very, very fucking few of them, and you're talking to one of them right now.
And that's a guy that would literally, I mean, how many people you know would just like walk in front of a person firing a machine gun at you? You know.
Well, I don't know about that, but I mean,
that's the level of fucking craziness that I'm describing.
I know that if I was, if I fucking needed it, Jeff would be able to help me out in whatever fucking way he
Is Jeff
could.
a walk into an AK-47 firing spree kind of friend? You'll just have to find out.
I wouldn't expect him to do that. I wouldn't put him in that. I wouldn't put him in that situation. I think Jeff's a lot fucking smarter than that.
Yeah.
But here's the situation. Okay. We're making our way back over there. You get hit. I've got to go.
Well,
because I got to grab you. Because that's the crazy thing about living down where I lived as a kid is all that shit was ingrained to us. Like the dads and everything and the uncles and brothers and everything were all military, either, like I said, Navy or Marines. And it was just in the 70s and stuff like that, it was just, that was something, that was just like a no-brainer.
You want to hear something that'll blow your mind, Jeffrey? Maybe it won't blow your mind. I've been out since 2009, so however many years that is.
A few.
On YouTube, I've talked to a few Marines.
Yeah.
In real life, other than the ones.
14 years?
Yeah. In real life.
14 years? Yeah.
Other than the ones that I personally met, I've only met one Marine since I've been out.
Wow.
Face to face. Isn't that crazy?
You need to come over here. You'll see them.
Yeah, I know California's got more of them. Where I live, they're just when I went to my kids' Veterans Day thing, and I was in a building, and they had the veterans stand up. They were like, "If you're in the Army, stand up."
Yeah,
fucking 20 guys in the room stood up. If you were in the Navy, stand up. 20 guys stood up. If you were in the Marine Corps, stand up. I shit you not, I stood up, and I was by myself.
Damn.
I looked around. I looked around the room, and I verbally was like, "Are you guys shitting me?" And then I was like, "Oh yeah, I'm at a school."
Fucking Marines, man.
And then the guys like just shaking their head at me like fucking crown eater.
Every motherfucker who wasn't there to see that was dying fucking laughing.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, it's crazy. I just don't meet very many fellow Marines anymore. And the YouTube thing, man. Because of YouTube, like these panels and the chats and stuff, I do meet them because I'm exposed to more of them.
Yeah.
In that way. And that's how, like Brutal Bob.
Yeah.
A couple other, the Jarhead guy I see here and sometimes, and a few others, but I've at least seen them or talked to them. Speaking of, I'm meeting Brutal Bob Thursday.
Fuck you.
You know who I'm talking about, right?
Yep.
Okay. So, yeah, we're just gonna meet up and have lunch and talk, but it seems silly that only an hour drive meeting halfway was keeping us from meeting. So,
right. Yeah, I mean,
that's awesome, man.
That's the one thing I was always tripping on when I came back, when I went out there, when I was in India and stuff, is how close everything really is.
Yeah, if you were in Indiana, you could have easily came my way.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I had no car.
No. Well, I mean, easily if you had a car.
Yeah.
Well, shit. I mean, from Indiana, what? It's still 8-hour drive to Georgia.
I'm Ohio.
From where I was in Indianapolis, I could have been up to Akron and all the way down to Washington Courthouse.
If you were in Indianapolis, you were less than 2.5 hours from me. Probably 2, right around 2.
Yeah.
Which I wouldn't put. I would drive 2 hours to hang out with you.
Yeah. I should have called you when I was in
Well, if you're ever, are you planning on going back?
yes, I want to come back.
No, I mean, do you think you'll actually come back? Is the question.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you got my number, so
Mm-hmm.
when you do, shoot a text. Especially if it's winter. If it's winter, I got all kinds of time. If it's summer, you're fucked.
That's when it was, though, is the next time I want to be out there, come hell or high water, I'd like to be out there by June. I think it's June 6th for a couple of days. But
You know I do road
been
construction,
out there.
so
Yes,
winter's
I
my
know.
off time.
I know. Bro, I'd be the asshole that would drive by if I knew where you were working just to honk at your ass.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you a little secret. You can drive every highway, and you won't see this motherfucker because I work in the asphalt plant, not on the road.
I know. I remember you saying that.
I started off on the road. Yeah, dodging soccer moms and drunks.
Driving by Muniz.
Oh yeah, people love to say stuff to us like, "You fucking suck." Loving gestures like that is what people yell out the window. But like I told Jeffrey, the best story to this day is when a lady pulled up to us in the middle of town and told our foreman that you motherfuckers are going to make me late for work. And he said, "Bitch, you was late for work when you left your house. Fuck off."
Yeah.
That's still the best. You had to be there, I guess, but
No, that one is so fitting for a lot of the times too, because I've noticed that most people leave late. I can't say that I wasn't, responsible. The only downfall on my job was having to call late as I was already leaving on time due to accidents or something like that coming up that was not planned.
The only time I was ever late to work is being hungover or sick. That's it. Which back in the day when I first started working there was quite a bit. Because me and Joe used to party upstairs.
Nappy dugout.
Yep. You're one of the few people that know, Jeff.
Yep. I'm one of the few. Well, I might not be one of the few people that's been there, and drank there.
Yeah, I'm back, guys.
He's one of the few and the proud.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I gotta go get my charger real quick, or this fucking phone's gonna die.
Oh shit, man. Yeah, no, those were good times, man. I had a lot of fun back then.
Mm-hmm.
I still want to go back there and go get my bus tapestry.
Shit.
Dude, the guy who made it's dead.
Yeah.
That's better.
Yeah.
No, I'm not talking about the
No,
guy.
so
I
you-
found my charger.
I was like, damn, dude, that's rough.
No,
Fuck.
I found my charger. I'm
Fucking
not
come
glad
into the
whoever-
conversation like a fucking bulldozer.
It's just like the Big Lebowski. Donnie, you're out of your element. You have no idea what's going on right now. That's a Lebowski joke.
Fuck, that movie's great.
You see what happens when you fuck a stranger in the ass? You see what happens? You kill my car, I kill your fucking car.
Way behind over there in the other side.
Oh shit. It's fucking snowing again, Gandalf.
That's one thing I'm kind of. I don't know.
I got my curtains closed, so I don't know if it's snowing here.
I could just see the snow going under the street light. It's coming down in pretty big flakes.
Mm.
I don't think we'll get 2 inches out of it, but shit, we ain't had snow.
You never know.
I can't remember living in the Midwest my whole life and seeing the first snow in January.
See, to me, that's crazy. But then,
It doesn't look like it's snowing here yet.
I think we had like some flurries in December, but nothing. This
Yeah,
is like
flakes.
This is the first stuff that stuck to the ground, really.
My brother.
Yeah, what was
Power
it? What was it,
Wait,
Jeff?
there's
Like,
no such thing as global warming.
what was it, Jeff? Like 2 years ago or last year, we got hit like super bad. We ended up with what? It was last year, yeah. Yeah, we know we got hit bad up here in Northern Cali. Like where I live, it was literally like 2 feet over the. It was like 2.5 feet over the course of like a day and a half.
That's a lot of snow.
See, I've only been to Los Angeles and 29 Palms, so I don't think you get a lot of snow in those areas.
no.
No, but it does get cold.
I can't even fucking remember what time of the year it was, but it was hotter than shit. Coyotes and scorpions were plentiful.
Mm-hmm.
Good times.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, I got to play in the desert in California for a whole month, playing with scorpions and shit.
Bro.
Well,
when
I'll tell
I was
you.
a
I'll tell you
kid-
one thing that's cool about that area, though. I'll tell you one thing that's really cool about that area, though, is it's the only place in the world that the Joshua trees grow.
I think they said something to us about them.
My favorite about that whole area back in those days was running the 3-wheeler or running the Odyssey and having my coffee can on a stick. And we used to go pick up the scorpions with the black lights
Dude,
going.
your coyotes are fearless.
Yes.
They are fearless.
Bro, we used to have them sit underneath the street light when we lived in Chula Vista, and there was only 5 houses there on the block, bro. they'd sit under the street lamp and howl at it like it was the full moon.
I'm talking grabbing MREs out of your hand, fearless.
Yeah. Yeah, just like a dog.
Yeah, some people feed them like dogs and treat them like dogs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got that vibe like they've been fed, which makes an animal that much more dangerous, especially a bear. Because now it's coming to you.
God.
Oh, you don't have food?
Yeah.
What the heck, bro?
They had that problem up in Magalia with a giant black bear. They nicknamed him Hank the Tank, and people were feeding him, and he kept coming around, and then the people that were feeding him either moved away or sold the house or whatever. Something happened, and the bear kept coming around and started tearing up other people's houses and yards and stuff, and one lady's dog ended up missing.
Yeah. That's what's crazy, and it blows my mind that SoCal does the overpasses for the animals.
What are you talking about, like the land bridges?
Yes.
Okay.
And then they bitch that the mountain lions are in their backyard.
Yeah.
Yeah. Duh.
Yeah. It's like, hello? You built
mountain
it.
lions are in people's backyards up here, bro.
Yeah.
Dude, there's cougars in every state.
Yeah. What's scary though is I heard a thing saying that the panthers were coming up.
We talking mountain lions or cougars?
Mountain lion and cougar are the same thing.
Puma.
Not when you're at the bar, Jeff.
Well, I try and stay away from those bars.
There's a huge fucking difference.
Yeah.
You'll end up bagging something that you can't get rid of.
Yep. I think with cougars it's more than a one per bag limit. I think it's an endless bag limit.
Right. It's an unlimited tag.
Unlimited hunt.
Had one trying to pick me up yesterday.
Good for you.
No.
Oh.
Yeah, I could just see Jeff now all in the bedroom with her. She pops out the dentures. I'm going to give you a good time, Sonny.
Well, she didn't look that old, but yeah. She was
As long as it's just dentures and she doesn't like pop off a fake leg and pop off her arm or something.
Hey, that might be attractive, bro.
What? It'd be like, what did I take home, Mr. Potato Head? Fuck.
She's like, now I can get down. I'm like, Jesus, what happened to you the last time you had sex? Was it with a grizzly?
Damn, last guy tore you up pretty good, didn't he? Shit.
Yeah, he ruined you.
God damn.
Knocked
Taking
out your
old
teeth.
Rawhide for a spin here. A fucking sun-bleached fucking patch of fucking leather.
Oh, come on, it's not that bad.
Fucking like the fucking Jeff's at the showdown. You hear the good, the bad, the ugly theme.
That reminds me of the woman that trained me when I was carrying the mail I was a post office worker. She looked like she'd been out in the sun for 40 years. Like leather. But that wasn't
Probably
the funny
had
part.
been.
I think I already told Jeff this story. It was the first day carrying mail with this lady. And then the first question anyone that carries a mail asks is like, how often do you get bit by dogs? And she said, well, I've carried the mail 30 years. I've never been bitten by a dog. Okay. So the next house after she says that, a woman's dog runs out and bites me.
Yep.
But it was like a dog that looked like Benji. And it grabbed a hold of my pants and started ripping it to shreds. And I'm yelling at whoever owns this dog, come get your dog. Come get your dog. Out walks this old lady. And she was like, she looks at me and she says, I mean, we're like 5 feet apart. She's like, is my dog biting you? And I said, fuck yeah, your dog's biting me, lady. Can't you fucking see? And she says, no, I'm blind.
Oh, shit.
Oh, man.
Ouch. Open mouth, insert foot.
Yep. Both feet.
Oh, man.
But what do you say when
She says, actually.
what do you say when somebody's
Fuck.
dog's biting you and you don't know them and you're like, is my dog biting you? What would you say?
Yeah.
No,
Right.
it's not ripping my pants to shreds at the moment.
Right. Oh, my God.
And then she said something like, I knew I
and
should
the
have.
lady just happened to be fucking blind.
Mhm.
Oh, my God.
So I had to come home and tell my wife. She's like, how'd your first day go? I was like, well, I got bit by a blind lady's dog. And then I had to have that conversation.
Define irony in one short story.
Yeah.
Fuck.
But that other place of worker.
God.
That place of
Oh, my
worker didn't get bit,
God.
though, right?
What's that?
The lady training you, she didn't get bit, did she?
No, she didn't. She continued her 30 years bite free. I think she was full of shit. But I got bit my first day. I think I got bit my third or fourth week. I got bit my second month. I was like, this lady is either the second coming or I suck at dogs.
Fuck.
Oh.
And you know, I own 2 dogs. I love dogs, but dogs don't like postal carriers.
No, they don't.
No, not always.
Dogs don't like fucking bear spray either.
Well, they give you spray. I had to spray a couple of them, unfortunately. I always use it as a last step alternative, of course. But yeah, you know, when a full-grown pit bull or German Shepherd's coming your way, mouth open, yeah, it's time to go. All right, you want to play? Let's play.
Let's dance. Yep.
Like, I'm not going to be like, yeah, here's my arm, have it.
Yeah, crunch.
It only crunches for a little bit.
You know, the
Yeah.
worst experience I had was actually with a shepherd, and now I own 2 of them. Because that shepherd that attacked me that day, that was like the worst dog attack I've ever been in. And that's even including all the Iraqi Resident Evil dogs that would try to attack us. I had a gun then. But the shepherd was on a tie out in a backyard.
Yeah.
And it was just a chain link fence, you know, normal height, 4 foot or whatever. So this thing breaks its tie out, leaps the fence. I'm walking full stride with my iPod playing in my ears, so I don't know what's happening. So after that, the iPods went in one ear and not 2 after that day. Because you got to have your head on a swivel, even walking around in a freaking neighborhood.
Yeah.
And this thing, well, anyway, this thing breaks a tie out, leaps a fence, comes at me. I got my iPod in. I see it at the last minute, so I couldn't get my spray out in time. So I turned my mailbag around and I let him have the mailbag, and he ripped it to shreds. Then when he was done with the mailbag, he decided I was still on the table, and the only thing I had in my hand was a scanner that I scanned boxes with. So I clubbed him with it when he jumped at me once. He yelped and ran home. That was the end of the story.
Yeah.
That was one of those you got to do what you got to do type scenarios.
Mm-hmm.
Every time I'd see that dog after that, I would watch him pretty closely.
Yeah. That was the nice thing about delivery versus like the mail.
Mm-hmm.
Is once I had a house like that, I could ban them to where I didn't have to deliver to them.
Well, it's funny you say that. When you're a postal carrier, you get these cards
Yeah.
that you put in for yourself. And like a card might say, for this next house, vicious dog lives here.
Mm-hmm.
Or neighbor or person that live here is irritable, something like that. Don't walk in so-and-so's grass. Yeah, people will yell at you for walking in their grass to deliver their mail.
Yeah, I can believe that.
Yeah.
So you just got to kind of cater to everyone when you're a postal carrier, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, shit. Around here, postal carriers don't even have to get out of their little wagons.
Yeah, I didn't even talk to you guys about the story of all the roaming dogs of Iraq. Did I ever tell you that story, Jeffrey?
Mm-mm.
So in Iraq, like feral dogs just become like wolves, and they pack up into packs of like 50 to 100 deep, and they will literally eat their own. Like if one dog's limping, the other 99 dogs will turn on that one and eat it.
Damn.
And they are vicious, and they will attack you even when you're holding an M16.
Wow. That's nuts.
They also have hyenas in Iraq.
No shit.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I only encountered one while I was driving, and it ran in front of my headlights, but it was definitely an animal I wouldn't want to be on flat ground with.
Damn, I thought hyenas were only in Africa.
It's called a striped hyena. You have to look it up. Pretty
close to India.
Pretty crazy looking animal. The hyena you're thinking of in Africa isn't the same.
Aren't they smaller in Africa?
Yeah. No, they're bigger. The one I encountered is actually smaller, but it's still very much formidable.
Yeah.
In fact, my translator told me that sometimes they eat their children.
Yeah, anything with claws and teeth over 60 pounds will fuck you up.
Shit. How much a bobcat weigh, Matthew?
Oh, a bobcat will mess you up.
Yeah, and what's that? 30 pounds or something?
Yeah, 40 tops.
Yeah.
They'll mess you up.
Yeah. They're cute as hell, though.
Well, a German Shepherd will mess you up.
Yeah.
I mean, a pit bull will mess you up. Just a straight up dog will mess you up under the right circumstances.
Mm-hmm.
But it's easier to scare someone's dog off than it is a wild animal.
Yeah.
They're not going to listen to.
Let me ask you something. In a fight for your life, do you think you could kill that dog before it kills you?
Which dog? The Iraqi dogs?
Sure. An
Went up.
Iraqi dog, a fucking German Shepherd, a pit bull, doesn't matter.
I've been attacked by pit bulls and German Shepherds, and like I said, you can usually fend them off by yelling and standing your ground. But the ones I encountered in Iraq, they just keep coming. You have to shoot them. But they were in packs of 50. So you might have to put 6, 7 of them on the ground before the other ones got the hint.
Scared of them, yeah.
And then the other ones, after you shot them, would start eating them.
I was gonna say I got
Jesus.
told that one time. Mark said that one day.
Yeah, I don't know if any Iraqi veterans ever talk about it, but the packs of feral dogs are pretty, they're pretty vicious.
Because he said that they had a pack of and he said like wild dogs, which made me kind of think more like hyenas or something. But you could shoot 6 or 7 of them and they'd carry the other one off, the ones that were dead or dying off, and eat them. And I was like, oh shit.
That's nasty.
But it's cat mentality if you think about it. For some of the cats will do that too.
Yeah, I guess a lot of different animals will do that, because I seen video of apes that'll do that.
Yeah. I saw a recent video a couple days ago of some chimpanzees playing with a monkey. Well, I shouldn't say playing with a monkey, but yeah. One of the chimps had it by the tail and was swinging it like a...
I was also going to say, you can also amp it up by the fact that a lot of them you can contract rabies from, too, over there. A lot of them are rabid.
Oh, damn.
Yep. A lot of them have mange, and they're just out of their gourd.
Yeah. I would think that parvo and stuff like that would run rampant too.
Mm-hmm.
Parvo's pretty common here,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
It's so fucking sad, dude. I fucking lost a dog to that.
Yeah.
It's like
It
watching.
sucks.
It's like watching your buddy get cancer. And just waste away to fucking nothing.
Well.
A lot of people have lost dogs to parvo lately.
Yeah.
Jeffrey, I'm going to drop out real quick because I can barely hear you guys.
Part of that's
Are we
probably
just not sitting on the mic loud enough?
Maybe that'll make it better. I don't know.
Settings. Make sure my mic's turned up.
But everyone's like at a whisper on my end, so I have to try something.
I was gonna
Maybe
say
like turn
go
up your
to,
headphones.
No, it's on max.
Oh shit.
But it usually does the trick because StreamYard's kind of funky.
Well, what I was gonna say
Okay.
is try this one. Go to the settings in here for your audio
Uh-huh.
and change it to default, and then back to the setting that you had it on, and it should fix it, so you don't have to drop out.
It's already on default.
Then turn it to the headphones.
Headset.
Yeah. Does it sound any better?
Back. Hold on.
my volume turned all the way up.
Okay.
I could turn myself up
I think
louder.
No, that worked.
Okay.
Yeah, that worked. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
So, can you hear me now?
Mm-hmm.
Can you hardly hear me now?
And like I said, don't think of me like I took no pleasure in shooting dogs. Actually, it was very hard for me to do because if you guys can't tell, I'm pretty much a dog lover. So don't think I'm like up here like bragging about it or anything. I hated doing it.
I don't know, man. If those are chomp, they're gonna fucking eat you doggies. I'm laying down some lead on those motherfuckers.
Yeah, you don't have much choice.
Right. Anybody that thinks otherwise, I'm sorry, but you can get eaten up. The rest of us will do what we have to survive.
I am a hunter, but everything I kill, I eat.
Yeah.
I mean, I shoot a
but
deer.
You're not
I
eating
eat it.
a rabies and mange infested fucking dog. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Especially something that just tried to kill you. You know, fuck you, dude.
Actually, the most scared I ever was as a mail carrier. You guys know what a Saint Bernard is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cujo.
Yeah. Well, think of the biggest one you've ever seen in your life and add 100 pounds. This thing had a head on it that was massive. And when you deliver mail in the warmer months, people just leave their doors open. Well, if you deliver mail, you got to go up on their people's porch and put it in their mail slot. So I'd walk by open doors a lot. And that was always in the back of my mind. Okay, this guy's got his door open. Be cautious. Dog can run out.
Yeah.
I just happened to walk by the door, and this massive animal was just sitting there at the door. And it looked up at me and started growling, and I froze.
Oh.
This thing was 200 pounds plus. And I was like, okay, what do you do here? This animal's too big to fight off, and I can't outrun it. But luckily, the homeowner was there and grabbed the collar, and I was like, God damn. Fucking Cujo would have had my ass that day.
Right.
And there was some people down the street from where I lived when I was a kid that had two great big ones like that. They were huge. I was always afraid to ride my bicycle past there, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they were 240, 50 pounds, something like that. They were huge.
Jesus, could you imagine having to like, you know, be the kid and having to go out and pick up the dog shit?
Oh man,
I need a snow shovel.
Yeah.
Heck, there's a guy that
need one of them carts they carry behind horses, you know.
Right? You have to have a motor on the fucking thing.
there was a guy that had a Mastiff that was, I forgot how heavy that dog was. It was over 250. It was 3 something.
Yeah.
They get big too.
Dude, its head was as wide as my torso.
Yeah. Almost stepped on one of them heads one night.
I laughed as I walked in, and I'm used to having some big dogs. Had Duke and had Titan, the Duke the Mastiff and Titan the Great Dane, but I walk in there and dude's shop, and here's this fucking lion-sized dog, and it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
And it just kind of looked at me, and its tail moved, and I was like, all right, that's a good sign, because I got boxes in my hand. And dude came out, and he he looked at his dog, looked at the tail moving, and he goes, "He likes you." I was like, "That's good."
The only time I can remember seeing I know a Mastiff because in that movie, The Sandlot, that's the dog that keeps eating their ball.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They get really big though, man.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I've seen them. I've seen one that was on a tie out to its dog house. And this was a massive dog house. And this dog would walk around in the backyard dragging this dog house everywhere in the yard.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I'm talking 300-400 pound dog house. This thing's just pulling it around like it's cotton.
Yeah.
Almost stepped on one of them heads one night on the porch at my buddy's house, and they hadn't turned the porch light on. Something made me look down just as I was putting my foot down on the first step, and I realized that's Gus's head. Oh, Gus was about 240, you know. Great big old Mastiff.
Oh, one of my friends just got a Mastiff St. Bernard mix. This thing is already, it's a puppy and it's over 100 pounds.
Yeah, it's 30, 40 pounds of dog food a day dog.
Oh, yeah. Well, this shepherd I got, his dad was 120 pounds. Right now, I'd say he's right around 50 or 60. So I would say he's possibly only half grown. Apparently, shepherds grow till they're 2 or 3 years old. So we'll see how big he gets.
Yeah.
Marshmallow dog, though. I mean, couldn't be nicer.
Nice.
I don't want a mean dog.
Yeah.
Not with kids in the house.
Nope.
Hello, Emily.
Hi, Emily.
Wonder how long you've been there.
Hello, hello, hello.
I kind of laughed though. I remember the Pitbull boxer mix, and she loved kids. She just didn't like people our age too much.
Mm. I've seen it where dogs hate men.
Yeah.
Or even the flip side.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
My one buddy's got a German Shepherd that's scared, or that gets all bent out of shape when the wind's blowing.
Yeah. I've seen some crazy quirks. One of my Titan didn't like rain.
I have a lab shepherd mix that hates water. I make fun of him all the time. He's sitting right next to me. He's the one that's 15 years old. He looks more like a lab. But I'm like, you got web toes and you hate the water, bro? Come on.
Yeah. Supposed to be a duck dog now. You got to go in the water to get a duck, you know?
Well, one time me and Jess took Blue down river with us in the kayak when he was younger. And we were riding by like hundreds of people out on their kayaks. And they're like, how do you keep him from jumping out? I'm like, he fucking hates water. That's how.
He took after the shepherd.
No, dude, this shepherd, I just got this puppy. He was like, the guy who gave him to me is like, hey, careful around water. This dog sees water, he goes to it.
Oh shit.
He's already jumped in my pond 6 or 7 times, just letting you know.
That's nuts.
So it'd be interesting to see when it's not 5 degrees outside. We're going to see if he,
just lives in the pond.
well, we're going to see, because I'm going to take him to the water. I mean, hell, Jess's parents live on a lake. My mom lives on a lake. So this dog's going to get some water time if it wants it.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna dissuade it from going in the water.
Yeah.
From the middle of summertime, you have a hard time keeping him out of the water.
Right.
Yeah, that was like my black labs. Growing up as a kid, they lived in the water.
I guess I could show you guys what I'm talking about. That's Blue.
Hi, Blue.
Can you see him?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
That's Blue. Oh. That's the new edition, Tailless Cat.
Aw.
See?
Kitty.
No tail.
Wow.
Aww.
That's Bob. Bobby.
Yep. Bobtail, yep.
It's Gus.
Yeah.
And the newest edition, because I don't trust his ass yet, is in his box, sleeping.
Curled up and all.
Yeah, we got to get him a bigger box, but
Yeah.
he's gonna outgrow that one.
Right.
Probably pretty quickly too.
But he sleeps in his crate for now because he still has puppy brain.
Yeah.
I learned my lesson with the first dog. He pooped out an air compressor hose when I wasn't watching him one day. So,
Oh.
That could have been nice.
he ate my air compressor hose
Yeah.
and then was pooping it out. And I was like, yeah, got to pay attention more, I guess.
That's funny. My buddy Brian has a dog that does the same thing. We were working on his mini bike in his garage one time, and we had like the cover off of it, and then we had all the nuts and bolts like in the cover, and we had it set behind us, and we're like messing like with this clutch or whatever, and the dog, and we started putting shit back together, and we noticed like a couple of bolts were missing. Apparently the dog had come up behind us, munched a couple of the bolts, and he said a few days later he's out in the yard picking up dog shit, and sure enough, he finds a pile of dog shit with a bolt in it.
Mm-hmm. No, I'm being light. My dog ate a wall and 2 chairs and an air compressor hose.
Oh shit.
First dog.
Yeah.
Best dog I've ever had after he got out of the puppy phase.
Yeah.
But puppies, you got to watch them.
Oh, yeah.
Because
Yeah.
some of them, you get that digging in them. Some of them dig holes. Some of them chew on stuff you don't want them to chew on, or all of the above.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
You
we
gotta-
learned our lesson. We had Australian shepherds that got bored and decided to eat every bit of foam and vinyl off of my weight bench, tore the plastic off of the concrete weights, and then dug a giant pit under the fence and bailed.
Yep.
Needless to say, we didn't go chasing after them.
The biggest thing I'm doing right now to get rid of all the puppy energy is taking for daily walks.
Yeah.
Because a tired puppy is a good puppy.
All right.
They're way better when they're tired.
That's facts.
Yeah, no, my parents had no business having those dogs. You know, we lived in we had a small backyard. You know what I mean? And Australian Shepherds, I realize, now in my older age that those are working dogs.
Yeah.
Those are dogs that need to be like out on a ranch.
They need work. Space.
If I wasn't married with a stay-at-home mom, I'd have no business owning any animals. Because I would be a worthless pet owner once I went back to work. I mean, I work 16-hour days sometimes. You can't leave a dog in the house that long.
Right. No wonder why you came back to drywall and doors and shit eating.
Well, no, that's with the wife at home. He pulled that off. But
oh, fuck.
But the one thing we did, which it was, it's part of life. We had, she was pregnant. She was chasing a toddler that we already had. I was working 15-hour days, and the dog fell by the wayside. Couldn't watch him all the time. Shouldn't have had a puppy back then, but we did.
Hey, it is what it is.
Yep. It's a busy part of life when you have really small, like my kids are teenagers now. They pretty much, I'm just a fat landlord at this point.
Yep, a fat landlord that buys all the food, pays all the bills.
That's right. Dad's fucking up if you don't keep the lights on.
Yep. And don't let the internet go down.
Oh God. There'll be revolution.
Yeah.
Of course you can't say, well, I didn't even say that old man thing where it's like, I didn't even have internet when I was your age.
Yeah.
We didn't though.
We had dial up at best.
We didn't even have dial-up. A dial-up wasn't fucking made until what? 2000?
Late 90s.
But I mean, internet back then, like, only like better off people had that kind of stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The average person still had a fucking landline. Everybody was using pagers and shit still.
Oh yeah.
If you had a cell phone, you were like super hot shit.
I had a tablet with people's numbers written on it, and I had to memorize numbers.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If you had a rotary phone with a lot of fucking nines in it, I didn't call you as much. Like how much do I want to talk to this motherfucker? He's got 4 9s in his number.
Right.
Remember the short dial?
Figure out how to use one.
Oh, they look at
I saw a video. I saw a video recently of they took a rotary phone and they, told some millennial kids, they're like, if you, go ahead and make a phone call. And the kids, like, they had no clue. Zero clue.
Probably trying to type it. Touch it.
Yeah.
Touch the number.
And then they, like, one of them, it finally showed, like, one of them, they realized, like, the rotary turns, and they were like, oh, wait a second, what? They were trying to, like, hang it up and pick it up, and...
Have you seen all the people that have tried to steal vehicles that are stick shifts, but they fail?
Yes.
Oh, my God.
Yes.
So sad.
Yeah, so sad.
Yeah, it's not sad if you're the one getting robbed and you got a stick shift.
Right?
Yeah. No, all my cars are stick shift. All of them. Always have been.
Yeah.
The only automatic, I've only owned a couple of automatics, and I only owned them for like short periods of time.
I'd be I have to admit I'd probably be rusty now because I haven't driven one in so long, but it's kind of like riding a bike.
Yeah.
Even easier than riding a bike, you know?
Right.
My dad.
Well, I don't know. I mean, you got them fucking, 18 speed fucking 3-stick gearboxes. You know what I mean? Those get a little complicated to drive.
But I had to learn how to drive my dad's Ford. What is those little toy trucks that Ford made? Ranger. It was a stick shift. It's the last one I drove.
Yeah.
Shit, everything I own now is automatic.
Yeah, most newer vehicles, it's like, they're phasing out the manual transmission.
Well,
they
it's
want
like
the computer.
$4,000 to get a manual versus an auto now.
Yeah, but if you know how to drive, you can get a lot better mileage using a standard shift.
Yeah.
Right.
Only that Honda Civic I had, a 1982 Honda Civic, 50 miles per gallon every time I filled it up.
For many years, Gandalf, the highest cylinder I had in my vehicle was 4.
That's all that was in that Honda.
I had a Chevy S10 and the wife's Escape out there, both 4 cylinders.
Yeah.
You'll get at least a couple more miles, maybe even as much as 5 miles a gallon more driving a stick shift.
Then I finally got my first 4-wheel drive. GMC Canyon, which is pretty much
Fuck, it's just a glorified S10.
well, it's slightly bigger than an S10 and it's got 4-wheel drive. It's actually, believe it or not, it's a fucking 5-cylinder, Jeff.
Yeah, I know. One of my friends has one.
It's like not the can. What's the other generic truck type? It's not if it's not a Canyon, it's a what? It's a. Everybody's driving them. Fuck, I can't think of them. I can't think.
Was it Avalanche or whatever?
Nah, not an Avalanche. It's like Canyon and something else kind of go hand in hand. You can get this Colorado. That's it. Both those vehicles, you can steal parts off of one or the other.
Yeah. One Chevy, one GM, or something like that. Or they're both GM.
Oh, okay. So they're basically the same truck, just 2 different makers, basically.
More or less.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's like
isn't Chevy and
mid-90s.
GMC pretty much the same thing anymore?
They pretty much are the same thing, which doesn't make any sense. I don't understand why they have 2 different divisions.
Here's the crazy one: is you can pay for the GMC Savannah van, cargo van, or you can go a little bit cheaper and get the Chevy Express van, and they're the same damn vans, like mine and Kev's van, and that was the only difference. He paid more because he got the GMC name. I paid less, and I took the Chevy name. And he could have gone.
I don't know. I've seen those new Dodge Ram vans, dude. Those things are fucking badass.
Junk.
I actually own my first 6-cylinder now. I got a Jeep Cherokee.
Nice.
Oh,
Is it older or newer?
I paid nothing for it, so there's that. I got that going for me.
Okay.
It was just a
That's always
hand-me-down.
good, dude.
It was a hand-me-down
Free 99, baby.
Okay.
My mom upgraded to like a 2022 Jeep, and she's like, "Here, take the 99." What it's really for is it's going to be my son's first car, which is part of the deal. But I'm driving it for now, till he's of age.
You
But
sure
it's gonna.
Jeff isn't gonna want to trade up and
And I've
let
told him,
drive the car?
Jess, you think Jess is gonna steal it from him?
Yeah, and give him the car.
I don't. I think that would be a battle royale, but I told him, I'm like, do you realize your first vehicle is going to be a 4-wheel drive Jeep? I'm like, you should see the piece of shit I was driving around in high school.
Yeah.
Been like, dude,
62.
I walked and rode a fucking bike for years, dude, until I could afford my own fucking vehicle. Like, dude, it's crazy, man.
My car wasn't worth $400.
I paid $900 for my car and got a 1964 Chevy 2-door Biscayne. But
Nice.
I earned it by delivering the newspaper.
I had an ugly ass Plymouth
And
Acclaim.
Pops gave me, I think it was $300 after I had earned the 600.
And it was fucking purple.
No, it was white.
I still
Off
have my
top.
first car.
I had the shittiest car, but all my friends were poorer than I was, I guess. And they always wanted to fucking ride. I was poor. Don't get me wrong, but my friends were poorer. And like my house, you could freaking throw a golf ball over it without even looking. But I was the one giving out rides.
No, I still have my first car, man. I still drive it around.
What do you mean? I should reiterate, was poor, still am.
You got a whole family now.
Oh yeah. That's what keeps me poor.
When
I got
You're
out
a lot
of the
richer
Marine
than you
Corps,
think, man.
when I got out of the Marine Corps, I actually had the most money, but for the most ridiculous reason. I had just spent almost a year in a country where I couldn't spend any money. So I actually,
Right.
you know, if you just go, you can't do this in the real world, but if you just go somewhere for a year and just make money and don't spend it, you actually can make money.
Yeah.
But it's one of those rare instances where you can actually, it was one of those rare instances in my life where I was able, even though I wasn't getting paid much, because you don't go to the Marine Corps to make any money. You're stupid if you do. You can actually save a lot of money when you're in a country where you can't spend it, I guess is all I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
I mean, I was buying cigarettes and Red Bull. It's not like my spending habits were horrible.
Yeah.
They don't believe in dip in foreign countries. It's a kind of an American thing.
That's kind of weird.
Yeah, about that.
Yeah, if once you leave the U.S., dip's kind of a luxury item.
Wow.
Even a tobacco pipe's probably, Europe is probably the only place you'd find stuff for that.
The entire world smokes cigarettes, but they don't dip. That's the one thing I learned.
Yeah,
So I took
And they drink Coca-Cola everywhere.
pretty much, and Red Bull. Red Bull becomes your friend when you can't sleep. You kind of try all the things to stay awake.
Can't find shit for Copenhagen, but you'll find that one motherfucker that's got that old watered up fucking chunky nasty thing of fucking Levi Garrett.
Well, when I got to Iraq, there's a whole pallet of, I want to say they were USA Golds. The pack of cigarettes with the eagle on them.
Yes.
Yeah.
And there was a whole fucking pallet of them. I mean, a whole pallet of them. And I didn't have any dip, so I took up smoking.
Damn.
The one time in my life where I kind of smoked for a little while.
nuts. But that's just like I was.
Smoking's another way to stay awake. Just a pro tip.
Yep.
You know, it's just like I was up in the mountains and the town. They didn't have cigarettes, but they had chew.
Huh.
And
So the opposite of my problem.
yeah, so I had to learn how to chew and not swallow Copenhagen Fine Cut.
Yuck.
I wish I
Yeah.
could show you the Red Bull can in Arabic. It's pretty cool.
That would look crazy.
Yeah, it's just got all like the what you would look at like Egyptian symbols on it, but you
Yeah.
know it's Red Bull because of the color of the can. Oh, you see the blue and the silver and the red, but you can't fucking read anything on it. But you know what it is.
Yeah, I had a guy recently request to follow me on IG, and I went to his post, and all it is all Arabic. And it's like, damn, bro, I can't read that. You know?
You should see all the crazy fucking soda pops in Japan, dude. Those people are nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen some of it on video.
They drink soda with aloe pellets in it.
Yep.
All kind of crazy shit. Yeah.
I drank one of those, and I'm like, this thing has pulp in it. What the hell is this?
One of my favorites was this girl I was dating back right after high school. And she would fly to Japan for family business and stuff. And she came back. They have soda with bubble gum in it.
Yep.
And it's the same. What was weird though is they've also got the sodas like what GLM got, where it's got the little marble ball and you've got to pop it out of the way to drink it, and then it's got God knows whatever flavor you want. But
Would you drink pickle flavored soda?
Yeah.
I'd try it.
You'd try it?
Yeah, why not?
I mean, it's just weird shit like that.
Yeah. Yeah, they had one that was what was it? It's a dinner. And they had a wasabi soda too that I was like, I'm not drinking that. You know, it was like a wasabi juice or something. It wasn't really a soda.
And sometimes we couldn't even get American beer, and we had to drink their stuff.
Yeah.
Sometimes American beer was a luxury item. In fact, back in the day, we used Budweiser as currency.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I'll bet.
To the taxi drivers, because the Japanese taxi drivers that would come on our base couldn't buy Budweiser. And if you bought a 6-pack for them, they would take you anywhere you wanted to go on the island.
Oh shit.
Yeah, we weren't allowed to have cars there, by the way. You had to kind of get real innovative of how you got around.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you're drunk at 2 a.m., you got to learn to speak enough Japanese to get yourself home. So we all learned.
Fucked.
We all learned to say our building number in Japanese.
Oh shit.
I would be so fucked.
Yep, this is the thing American dudes don't think about when they're traveling around. Like, not everybody speaks English. You're gonna have to figure it out.
I know my phone speaks every fucking language in the world, so.
Well, this is pre-smartphone. Pre-smartphone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think when I was in, they were just kind of toying around with flip phones. So
Arigato gozai. Domo.
Remember when texting took an hour? It was those days.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I got to hit the 1 button 6 times, and now I got to hit the 5 buttons 7 times.
Right.
Man. The struggles these kids never had to go through.
No, they don't know. But then, like, your grandpa would be like, the fuck are you guys talking about?
Right.
Then his grandpa would be like, we got killed by Indians.
What do you mean you don't know how to shoot a horse?
Yeah, what do you mean you don't know how to shoot a horse? Did you have to worry about getting scalped? Did you fight in the Civil War where you stood in a field in a line taking turns shooting at each other? No, we got it pretty made. If you go that far back.
Yeah.
Shit, Grandpa would be like, nah, Sonny, we were busy slinging rocks next to David at the Palestinian army.
Mm-hmm.
What I think is funny is
we didn't have water in those days. We sucked the fluid out of mud.
Right. We had to make our own water, man. We had to separate the oxygen from the hydrogen molecules and shit.
Well, my great grandma always told us, she's like, we didn't have a refrigerator. We threw our shit in the creek.
Yeah.
Jeff.
what?
That's Jeff.
Hey, it works.
It does.
Either that or you brought a gigantic block of ice into your house.
Yeah.
Dude, every time I hear somebody say a gigantic block of ice, all I can think about is that scene from 1,000 Ways to Die in the West, where they drop the ice block on the guy. They're sitting in church and shit. And they're like, Lord, we're gonna thank Jesse Soul while we're sipping the cool drinks this summer. And he turns around like, they're still gonna use the fucking ice.
Nope.
Have you ever seen that movie?
Nope.
I don't think that
you gotta see 1,000 Ways to Die in the West. It's with Seth MacFarlane, the creator of Family Guy.
I know who that is. Yep.
Yeah, it's absolutely fucking hilarious. Charlize Theron's in it. Gene Hackman's in it.
Is Liam Neeson in that movie?
Or yeah, no, it's Liam Neeson, not Gene Hackman. That's right.
Does he play the
Liam
bad
Neeson.
guy?
Yeah.
Okay, I might have seen part of it. Like, there was a certain point where like the military is really boring, so you watch a lot of fucking movies. So I was pretty well a movie connoisseur for a while. You get stuck on ship for 3 months, guess what you're doing? Watching movies.
So I figured they'd have you like cleaning stuff or painting.
Oh, you're doing that too, but there's only so many hours in the day you can spend cleaning.
Right.
You're not exercising or scrubbing something. You're probably listening to your iPod or watching a movie.
Right. Yeah, where are you gonna go?
Yeah.
Well, you can jump off the ship and get eaten by sharks. That's one choice.
Oh, yay.
In the middle of the Pacific Ocean.
We'll make that one option Z.
I'll say this though. I think it would kind of be funny to be sitting on certain boats like that and throw a line out just to be ha, funny, and actually end up catching a big ass shark.
Fishing off the back of a fucking Navy vessel.
Yeah.
Well, you don't actually have to fish off the back of it. The ships they have, they can flood the back of it with the ocean water, and you can actually do what they call still water swimming, and they can actually flood a certain area of the ship with water, and you can go swim. And they do that from time to time.
Wow.
Oh wow.
Flooding the ship with ocean water on purpose. Yep. It's not what you think. It's like the whole back of the ship is open to move like trucks and shit on and off of it.
Right.
So
And the amphibious.
in a way, the ocean sort of is in the ship. It's really hard to describe and remember, but I think they called it a still beach. They had a certain name for it. And sometimes it's
talking about on some of those, they were more like a transport ship where it was like amphibious vehicles.
Yep. AAVs, LAVs, 7 tons.
And they could flood it and you could haul stuff off.
Yep. A lot of times you have to drive your trucks off into the ocean and onto the beach, which is one of the cooler things I can remember doing. There's nothing more badass than driving a truck off the back of a ship into the ocean onto a beach. It's awesome.
Fucking splash down.
I've had ocean water, like the trucks I drove sit pretty high in the air, and I've had ocean water coming through my feet in the doors.
Oh.
That deep.
Were they you got to drive some of those, I forgot what those big
7 tons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did they have the funny looking windows and shit on them too?
Some of them did, if they were armored or unarmored, yeah.
Okay. And they had the 6 wheels.
Imagine driving through. Imagine, like, have you ever seen like 1,000-gallon aquarium?
Yeah.
Okay, you see how that glass is real thick like that?
Yep.
Imagine staring through that.
Yeah.
That's what the armored vehicle's like driving.
Yeah.
How bad does it distort your view?
Not too bad. It's just like you have to get used to it. It's not totally fucking with your depth perception once you get used to it. I guess you just have to get used to it.
Well,
it's amazing what you get used to.
Right.
That'd be like wearing MVGs.
Yep.
That shit.
Well, they don't even need to make the glass that thick anymore. Now they have this what is it? They call it clear metal. And you take aluminum powder and you mix it with hydrogen gas around 3,000 degrees, and you pressurize it and squeeze it, and it's supposed to be stronger than bulletproof glass that we have now, and 5 times thinner.
The great thing about it is it actually worked.
Yeah.
Thankfully, right?
Right. I mean,
yeah, they still use. There's a couple vehicles I know that use that. The acrylic, the like 1.5 or 2-inch acrylic windshields and stuff. That, to me, that stuff's crazy. But one dude was doing 170 decibels, which 180 decibels, 10 more dB above that would be the Saturn moon rockets. taken off. You know, so I think it's nuts that stuff works like it
Isn't
does.
that the loudest man-made machine ever, or whatever? The Saturn V
so.
rocket.
Yeah, I think so. 180 dB. You ate on your. See, this is what I tell you, dude.
Dude, feed
He's
your
abusing
cats,
that
Jeffrey.
cat. Yeah.
He doesn't feed it.
He said 2 cans today.
That
It's not
cat's
enough.
screaming. The cat's screaming abuse.
Dude, those are hungry meows. I can tell.
Right?
He's over by his food bowl.
No, I got one of those cats, dude. It doesn't matter how much you feed it; it wants more.
Yeah.
Right.
Let me guess.
You should have.
Is that Gus?
Yep.
Yeah.
We call him Fat Lard.
I think it's a black cat thing.
I don't know what it is, but that fucker does not stop eating. Once he eats the cat food, then he will put the fear of God into the dogs that are 7 times bigger than him and then eat their food.
I'll be right back.
You should have seen Jeff's old cat, Gouda.
Dude, this cat backs off 2 dogs that are easily 60, 70 pounds heavier than him. It stands its ground, man. I'll give that cat one thing. I'm not like a huge cat person, but that thing, I think that's the alpha of the house, unfortunately, as far as the animals go. You're like, look in the house. Okay, 100-pound animal, 100-pound animal, 10-pound animal. That's the alpha.
Right.
It's like a Wolverine.
Like that thing's got really sharp, fast claws.
It's like, I'm gonna go ahead. I'm a Wolverine. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna go ahead and back this grizzly off this deer kill.
Right.
That's what it reminds me of, is when those Wolverines like scare the shit out of mountain lions and bears.
Yeah, that's wild. They're ballsy, man.
They are. They're just a big ass weasel. They just use intimidation.
Like, if you think about it, like, you know, like, what is it? They say that the Wolverine's got, like, extra thick skin, and it's one of those animals, like, it's got, like, articulating joints. You know, all of its joints are, like, articulating, so, like, that way, like, no matter which way it's grabbed by a predator, it can still turn around and bite whatever's attacking it. And that's one of the things that makes it like so deadly and so dangerous to other animals.
Yep. Well, I think some of the animals always play the game of like, am I going to have to fight for this food, and how bad am I going to get hurt fighting for it?
Right.
Yeah, getting hurt is a big thing in the animal world.
Right. You can't walk with a limp if you're a heir.
Can't hunt.
Can't hunt.
Eat.
Can't eat. You die.
Your fellow dogs will eat you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I kind of wonder, after seeing the dogs in Iraq, if sometimes wolves don't do that behavior, like eat the weak ones, the injured ones. I kind of wonder.
Maybe.
I bet if they're hungry enough, they would.
Those dogs don't even think about it. They're like, oh, Charlie's got a limp and we're hungry. Let's eat Charlie.
Looks like meat's back on the menu, boys.
I mean, like, if you did that in the human world, that would be crazy. Like, oh, my wife's kind of got a limp, so I guess we're going to eat her.
Well, got to put her down. Got to sell her to the glue factory.
Time to eat. Time to eat the injured wife and go get a new one.
I take it Mrs. Jess is sleeping, huh?
Yeah, she would think it was funny, though. She's like, "Go ahead, try to eat me. I'll claw your eyes out."
You end up begging that
She's
dog
like, "You
out.
might." She's like, "You might eat me, but you'd be blind."
Enjoy that last meal, motherfucker.
Yeah, enjoy the last visual.
Right.
Enjoy the last day with your eyes working. Hell no, I don't try to fight that woman. She's crazy.
Did you guys ever watch the movie A Boy and His Dog? Science fiction movie from back in the 70s, I think.
Oh, yeah.
That's basically what happened at the end of it, you know? I mean, what do you eat? The new girlfriend or your best friend dog that can talk to you? You know?
Yeah, I'd go for the dog.
Well, he went for the girlfriend.
So I'd go for the dog because I like my eyesight.
Yeah, but see, the dog can find you food.
That's true. Still going for the dog though, because I still want my eyes. That's kind of important. I mean, I know the old saying, if you lock your girlfriend and your dog in the back of the car for 2 weeks, the only one that's going to be happy to see you is the dog.
Is the one you let out, yeah.
But I would still, even though the dog would be happy to see me, still going for the dog.
That's funny.
That was a strange movie.
Yeah, you know, I watched that fucking movie about Elvis today, and I didn't think it was going to be that fucking weird. But it was weird. Have you seen that one yet?
No.
I thought it was going to... I really enjoyed... I enjoyed the movie Walk the Line. I'm sure you guys both seen that.
Yeah.
The Johnny Cash movie.
Yeah.
I thought it would be somewhat like that, but no, it was like Walk the Line on an acid trip.
Oh.
Like, I know Elvis was big into drugs and stuff, but I wasn't expecting an acid trip movie.
It's Fear and Loathing, Elvis style.
Pretty much, yeah. Well, Fear and Loathing, you go into that movie, you know what it's about. I mean, you're like, that's a drug movie.
Yeah.
They're using drug songs to sell products now. Yeehaw.
I watched as my partner opened the pill bottle and a giant white dust cloud littered the desert.
What is it?
My wife loves Hunter S. Thompson, so I've seen all those movies.
They're selling something using 25 or 6 to 4. The Chicago song. That's all drugs, man. That's all about tripping.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad movie. You definitely got to be in the right mood to watch Fear and Loathing. But yeah, it's a good movie.
Yeah, it would probably help to be stoned.
I was surprised that at the very end of the movie, Gary Busey was in it. I was like, holy shit, Gary Busey's in this movie?
There's nothing more dangerous than a man in the throes of an ether trip.
What the heck?
Kind of makes you feel like the village idiot. It's only funny because you can see yourself acting in this manner, but yet there's nothing you can do about it.
Then at the beginning of the movie, I was like, isn't that the kid that played Spider-Man?
Why is that not coming through? That's weird. I'm not seeing. That's crazy. I'm not seeing that channel.
What's going on, Jeff?
Penetration. I'm seeing
Yep.
Davo on StreamYard.
Yeah.
But I'm not
Yeah.
seeing him on the live.
Huh.
Oh. I guess it was just showing top. Wow, that's a trip.
Oh yeah, she is in that movie.
Yeah. One of my buddies during college had a huge thing for her.
She always plays like she's always in the darker movies, the crazy movies, the Addams Family movies,
Yeah. Mimi. What? You don't need more. Eat your crunchies. The other cats eat crunchies.
Matt, you realize it's after 3 a.m.?
Yep. And now we got at least 2 inches on the ground.
Damn.
I no longer.
Look.
I don't see any grass now. I was already playing with the snow shovel today. I guess I'll be playing with the snow shovel tomorrow. Or today. Today's already tomorrow.
Well,
Yeah. Day tomorrow, you know. But I'm not seeing any snow here yet.
Well, you're northeast Ohio, right?
Right where the Ohio River bends to go into Pennsylvania. Come back your way. 30 or 40
Southeast.
miles.
Southeast then.
Well, about halfway up.
Mid-east?
Yeah, maybe a little farther than halfway up.
So you're not too far from all the train shit, are you?
No, about 15, 20 miles, something like that.
How's that going for you, by the way?
Haven't heard a word.
Okay.
Who knows?
See, I'm like the complete opposite side of the state, but probably the same middle west Indiana side instead of Pennsylvania. Well, people kept asking me about it when that happened, and I was like, fuck, I don't know. That's 3 hours from my house.
well, on the map, bro, it looked at the same level, and a lot of the times when they were showing it like damn near in the middle of the state. You know, which would kind of be closer to you than Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm.
So I can see that one, which that one always made me wonder exactly where it was, so I had to look it up.
Well, I'll make it easy for you, Gandalf. Sydney, Troy, Dayton, ringing a bell?
Yeah.
There you go.
I was in one of them towns once.
But see, I'm really unfamiliar with Eastern Ohio.
Might have been the store that I was in.
I'm pretty good with up around Lake Erie, that part of the Ohio, and I used to go down to Southern Ohio all the time. And I've been to Columbus many times, middle of the state, but I've like the eastern parts pretty foreign to me.
Well, if you follow 77 south from Cleveland, you hit Akron, then you hit Kent.
Okay.
That's where I grew up.
I've drove by your way going to Pennsylvania in the upstate New York for work. back when I traveled for work, but
probably took 70 across.
Probably. Yeah, it was a long time ago.
Take you into Pittsburgh.
Never been to Pittsburgh. Fucking, I can't remember what part of Pennsylvania I was even in. I was just, where was the hell was I going? I think I was going to Lake Champlain, upstate New York, for a job.
You'd have probably cut above Pittsburgh.
I went through the crazy ass national forest there in New York, whatever it's called. That
never been to New York.
I can't remember what they're called. I had to watch out from hitting moose though.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, you don't want to hit them.
Mm-mm.
Yeah. You don't want to hit a moose.
No.
Like hitting a cow with really long legs. You know.
Well, if your
Gandalf,
car's low
I
enough, it'll
actually
go,
think-
and you're going fast enough, it'll go over you.
Maybe.
I was gonna say, I think I could almost, if the car was narrow enough, I think my little car could literally go underneath the moose and not touch its belly.
No, they get
I
big.
can almost go underneath the
Top.
diesel tech trailer.
Dobson says Costco instead of Columbus.
Columbus.
Well, it sounds like Dobson's pretty close to me, but I think I already knew that.
Yeah.
What do you
If I
say?
said where I was from, most people can't even say it, so I just don't say it.
But
I already said where I just said is it's going to pinpoint where I'm at. Sydney and Troy.
yeah.
Yeah, I think it was Troy I was in. Back when I was
Well,
like 16. Well,
I'm north of Troy and south of Sydney, so there's only one big town in between there.
I went to theater to see The Sting down there. Well, that pretty much dates it, doesn't it? That was what, 1973 or something?
Nope, not Wapakoneta, if that's what you mean. That's way north.
Yeah, it's up by the lake almost.
I bet you I could say it. Well, say it if you know it. Can you spell it? I'll throw you a big hint, Dobson. Starts with a P. If you could spell it, I'll be surprised.
Hold on, Dobson can spell?
I just want to see if he could spell my hometown. I've already pinpointed where it's at.
I think Dobson must live on the other side of Hocking Hills from here. It's on the west side of Hocking Hills somewhere. Been there a couple times too. That's as far west in Ohio as I've gotten. Other than right up along the lake and I-90. Been to Chicago several times.
Well, a lot of people like to say my town is Pickway, but it's actually Pickwa. I haven't met too many people who know where Pickwa is, other than most people might know who Pitzenbarger is.
Who?
The Medal of Honor recipient, Pitzenbarger. They just made a movie about him.
Oh.
God, now I have to remember what that movie's called. The Last Full Measure. It's about the guy from my town. It's got Samuel L. Jackson in it. A couple other actors. No, you don't have to think anymore, Dobson. I just said it.
Holy shit, I am baked like a cake.
No, not pick away, pick wa. It's got a Q in it.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I've seen it on a map before. And I've heard something about that town somewhere along the line.
We have two Medal of Honor recipients from our town.
Nice.
Pretty cool history.
Yeah. That's not easy to get either.
No, having two of them is crazy.
Yeah.
And one of them they just made a movie about. Well, it's probably like 4 or 5 years ago now.
Yeah.
The only thing is they never referenced the town in the movie, which I was kind of like, that was a letdown. They never say where he's from.
They probably didn't want to mispronounce it.
Probably. The only reference in my town to that movie, and it was really subtle. I was watching the movie when they go to William Pitzenbarger's house and they're talking to his dad. He has a high school jacket and it's laying on a chair and it has our Piqua Indians P on it.
Okay.
And it was really subtle.
That's funny. We have the Paradise P for the Bobcats football team up here.
Yeah.
StreamYard chat is slow as fuck. Yep. So, God, we got 3 Ohioans and 2 Californians, right? Am I missing anything?
No.
You pronounced California wrong.
Oh, yeah, California. Don't worry, I won't live there. I spent plenty of my life there already, and that's only a month.
See, now that's the sad thing. With all the Marines and everybody there on bases and stuff, I mean, wouldn't everybody want to not vote Biden?
Well, there's not. The military is a lot less people than you think. I mean, the Marines is only 100,000.
Yeah.
At any given time. It's something like that. It's some ungodly small. I mean, it's so small, Jeffrey, that I actually met my drill instructor in the fleet. That is how small it is. The guy that trained me, I seen him later on in life.
Wow.
I seen him at the gym, and I froze in fear. And I was like, well, not in fear, but I froze. And I was like, is that the guy who used to kick my ass for 3 months?
Damn.
And I actually ended up going over and talking to him, and he fucking remembered who I was. And he's like, I remember all the faces that come through there. And he's like, I don't remember you too much, and that's a good thing.
Yeah.
He's like, I do remember your face. He was my kill hat. His sole job was to punish us.
Yeah.
It wasn't to reward us. Wasn't to say, yeah, you're doing a good job or do this better. His only job was to deal punishment. That's it.
Yeah.
And he was the one I liked the most. Because out of all the 3 of them, he was the most down to earth.
Yeah.
It's just fucking weird to say that out loud, but he was the one that he would break character a lot, actually, and talk to us like human beings, but then he would remember himself and start talking to us like shitbags again. I'll never forget the last week, like we had a very human moment, and he was like, we're all 18-year-olds. He's like, he said something to the effect that you kids are all right in my book or something like that. This was like the last week of boot camp. And then he screamed at us and made us do push-ups.
I had to make up for being nice for him.
Yeah, he had to make up for being nice for a half of a fucking second.
Yeah. Yep.
Or not even being nice, just being human.
Yeah.
Oh, Dobson says we're 77 miles apart. Well, shit. What's that amount to? An hour, pretty much?
Yeah. The way I look at it, yeah, about. Even though I've slowed, here's the funny thing. I used to drive like a bat out of hell when I was working. And now that I'm not doing that delivery job anymore, any of them, I literally almost drive like a grandpa. Or slower. Which is kind of crazy. So it'd be like an hour and a half.
Now, Jeffrey, I've given my location away. Now people from all over the internet world can come rob me. But
Turkey.
Here's the thing:
they'll steal your bitch.
Here's what burglars don't understand about Marines. We welcome you.
Right.
Yeah.
Please come rob me.
Please, I'm bored.
Haven't killed anyone in years.
Justifiably, too.
That is the one thing that kind of tripped me out one time when I was talking with one of my other friends, Chris, when he got out, and years later, he was sitting there. He goes, "You probably will think this is really weird." I said, "Okay, what?" And he goes, "Sometimes I kind of miss killing things." And I'm like, well, as long as you ain't talking directly to me, I said, we're okay. He goes, yeah. And I was like, yeah. I said, that's kind of like me saying I miss blowing shit up.
I miss blowing shit up.
Yeah.
I mean, would you guys shoot a belt-fed grenade launcher that could launch 100 grenades into the side of a mountain in less than 20 seconds?
Oh, that's a lot of ammo.
I don't know about doing any of that, but I've blown up many a fucking gas station bathrooms before.
All right, well, I'll dial it back. Would you guys like to shoot a 50 cal off of the back of a truck?
That might be fun.
All right, I do miss that. I also think I think I could sell you guys on the Mark 19 grenade launcher too if you got to use it once.
Oh, dude, I already know that I'd be fucking.
It's a belt fucking fed grenade launcher. It's grenades on a belt, like a machine gun belt, but they're grenades.
Yeah.
I want to shoot the Jesse Ventura gun from Predator.
Matthew.
That is forget what kind of gun that is.
What, the G minigun
that's a mini, yeah. We never got to use those, unfortunately. But some of the sums that you see, like Rambo shooting, if you ever see, I think he fires a 240 Golf from the hip, which would be really hard to do.
Yeah, I know he did the M62.
The only machine gun that we used that you could fire standing up, if I remember right, was the SAW. You know what the SAW was?
Yep. The replacement for the M60 and the light squad machine gun.
Yeah, that one you could fire standing up.
Yeah.
You would have to be Hercules to fire the other ones. You're not going to pick up a 50 cal like in Terminator 3 and start shooting it.
Let alone being able to walk while shooting it.
That is a crew serve machine gun that is mounted to a truck, so you can fire it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, even firing it from like a prone position would probably fuck you up.
No, prone's good as long as you have a good tripod set up. You can do it, but you're not going to hip fire it. You're not going to hold it and shoot it. It's either going to be on the ground or it's going to be mounted to a truck, but you're not picking it up and shooting.
No,
I mean, that thing's got to weigh what, 80 pounds?
They're heavy. Usually you take them down off the truck in pieces.
Yeah. That's the one that replaced the Ma Deuce, right? The
50 cal?
Yeah.
I really don't know. I wish you guys... My military brain is fading fast on certain things.
I think handing me a bunch of grenades for the grenade launchers, whether it be on a 203, an M79, or the belt fed, anything like that, and a bunch of C4, and I'd be a fucking kid in a candy store. You'd hear me, but you probably wouldn't see me for bits and pieces, and then you'd hear me laughing my ass off if something went boom.
Did you say we'd see you in bits and pieces?
No, I said you'd see me for little bits and pieces at a time, and then you'd.
I know what you meant.
Like, oh shit!
I could tell you though, if you got a problem with somebody, a truck mounted 50 cal will solve any neighbor disputes you have,
right?
Any problems you have. If there's a problem over this way, you swing the turret over this way, hold the trigger down for 3 seconds. There's no problem over there anymore.
Right.
It's all the problems are over.
The one guy was saying, like, you can miss them by a foot and it still takes their arm off. Like,
dude, you're not gonna miss 200 rounds going into the same area. You don't have to be accurate with a machine gun. You just have to be in a ballpark. You're throwing a lot of lead. You're throwing a lot of lead.
That's the game of horseshoes right there, dude.
Well, a machine gun is not built for accuracy, as you all know. It's just meant to put a shit ton of lead in one area really fast.
Right.
But they are accurate. But they're not like, a sniper rifle accurate, I guess is what I'm saying.
No. But still, like you were saying, when you're throwing 200 rounds downrange, you're not worried about accuracy.
Nope. You don't even have to look. If the gun's pointed that way and you pull the trigger, you're probably going to hit them. You fire enough bullets.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in a situation like that,
and by the way, guys, it's not like if you're let's say you're an Iraqi enemy, you're not fighting one truck with a 50 cal. You're fighting 7 to 20 trucks with a 50 cal or some type of machine gun. So you just have 200 rounds coming from one truck. If we all decide, if all 20 vehicles decide to shoot 20 50 cals at you with 200 rounds apiece at 20 trucks, you do the math.
Yeah. Who wants pepper on their turkey?
There's no jerky. You're mist.
Yeah. Vapor.
You're pink rain.
Vapor on a mud hut. Or what's
Pink
left of
rain.
it. Vapor in a cat box.
Nice.
If you get the Mark 19 involved with the 50 cals, now you have grenades and 50 cals all coming, raining your way. I don't care who you are. You're done.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm.
You're shot to pieces, and then the pieces are exploding.
Fuck.
Well, they got all the different munitions too for the 50s.
It's not death just once. We will kill you 5 times.
Well, they always told us in the Marine Corps that we're supposed to kill the enemy till he's dead.
Yeah.
That's just kind of a redundant thing to say. We always said that, just fucking around. We kill the enemy until he's dead.
I think that one though, and
But guys, you have to win the hearts and minds of the Iraqi people. That's fine, sir. We will aim for their hearts and minds. 2 in the heart, 1 in the mind.
Nice.
that's what they teach.
Hearts and minds.
The worst one though, I'd say, is I never thought a grenade would bounce off somebody.
That happened to my captain.
Yeah.
He had a live grenade bounce off his chest and explode.
Oh. Oh.
Because
I don't even think he knew what it was. He just had something hit him in the chest, and then it bounced off, and then it exploded.
well,
Jesus.
I figured out of the grenade launchers though that they would, the truck mounted grenade launchers they had over there,
Mm-hmm.
I figured that if somebody got shot with one of those, it would stick in you or go through you or something, but not bounce off of a person. You know. But one of the videos that I saw from Mark, it bounced off dude when the dude shot him with one of the grenades, and I was like, bro. But when it hit him, dude, it collapsed, but the grenade actually bounced off of the guy before it exploded. And I was like, wow. I really didn't think I'd see him fold in half as he's flying backwards and the grenade's still, 4 feet in front of where he was. Yeah, dude was dead, but I figured it would have hit him and exploded all at the same time.
Well, grenades are a fused weapon, so like there's a predetermined amount of time.
Yeah, but I figured by now they'd have, especially out of like the grenade launchers and stuff, you would think that they'd be like impact detonation. That way they're not, if you had to do a long shot, because mortars are all timed.
You can shoot a grenade with your M16.
Do they have the
M203 attachment?
Well, okay, yeah.
Yeah, you're basically lobbing them.
Yeah. The M203, what's trip about that is the sights for the rear sight for launching them.
Yeah.
Compared to just shooting like a standard AR. That was kind of trip, seeing that.
It's always funny aiming your weapon into the sky to shoot it.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're basically trying to lob a grenade.
But then look at one of my favorite bolt action rifles of all times, the Mosin Nagant. That thing has, if you've got the 9130, it comes with a adjustable rear sight that's marked 20, and that's actually what is it, 200 meters? Because the one on there is 100, and yeah, it goes to 20, so it's like 200 meters out, and the angle of the rifle to shoot that far is just, it's nuts to line up the sights. It's like, what the hell? It's like shooting a 203.
How far does it lob them?
I mean, facts and figures, man. I'd have to look it up.
I don't know, just rough guesstimate. Like, what do you think? 100 yards? Less than 100 yards, maybe?
Yeah. Right. Ballpark, yeah.
So, like, you could pretty much throw it with your arm almost as far.
No, the M203 is going to lob it further than you can throw it. I can't throw a grenade 100 yards. Can you?
I don't know. I know I can throw a baseball further than 100 yards. You know, and a grenade's not much heavier than a baseball. Well, maybe a little bit heavier than a baseball.
If anything, it's, you know, like Jeff said, it's got a sight, so it's a little more precise doing it that way.
Right.
Because how accurate are you? I mean, at 100 yards, you're maxing your arm out throwing it, and you're
absolutely
not going to be very accurate with your arm, whereas this machine does it for you.
Right.
Right. I'm not really the guy to talk to about M203s because I didn't really use them much. I just had my weapon was an A4 and an A2. And I also qualified with a 9mm Beretta. And I got to shoot I was actually better with a 50 cal, honestly, because that was on my truck.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not a... All right.
Yep. Good night, everybody.
Hey, take it easy, Gandalf.
Talk to you guys later.
For sure, buddy. Yeah, what time is it? It's 1:45. Yeah.
Like I said, guys, take everything I say with a grain of salt. I got out in 2009, so this is all just fucking memory. You know, wife.
You got more
wife and kids.
Than both of us, so.
Road construction job. This stuff's fading.
Yeah.
Like I say, the one thing I know I could do is pick up an M16 and go to town because I was really good with that.
Yeah.
I could still to this day probably disassemble one just because I did it so much even back then. And you kind of learn how to do things a certain way. Like you learn how to clear rooms and stuff. And some of that stuff sticks with you.
Yeah.
But like I said, I'm just a fat landlord at this point. Don't send me into combat. I'm not Rambo. Pretty good with a shotgun.
Trying to get a hold of you.
Yeah, that's one thing. That's one thing, though, that I really wish a lot of people would understand is the whole I mean, the way I saw it growing up as a kid, you know, basically being on base for 10 years was, or base life, you know, I mean, there was things that you just, everything became instinctual, you know, because it was just done over and over and over and over again.
Yep, muscle memory. That's the word you hear.
Yep. And I kind of laugh because, you know, I try and tell people, you know, you need training for weapons and stuff like that.
Yep.
Not
Well, you get good because you like tediously do it over and over again to the point where you can almost do it without looking or thinking, and that's the point.
Yeah.
They want you to be able to do that while fire is raining down upon you, so you don't have to think, you just do.
Yeah.
Which is why certain branches like the Marines is the fighting part of the military, you know, that's what it's for. You went back in the olden days, you would say that we were the Spartans, right? Like, what is your job? To kill.
Could you imagine, like, back in the day, it's, you know, it's early fucking, super early 1700s, and you fucking got a group of dudes that are like, okay, we're tired of these motherfuckers capturing our guys and stealing our shit, so we're gonna get together, we're gonna cruise over there. Okay, it's dark, let's roll up into fucking harbor, let's free our guys and then set the shit on fire, and then we'll sail the fuck out of here.
What are you thinking about?
You know what I mean? Could you imagine that shit back in the day, dude? Bad motherfuckers,
are you thinking
man.
About my family and the monks and everything.
Dude, I'll tell you what.
No.
The way
that's the fucking birth of the United States Marines right there.
What I do now is when I watch the way that they did it as opposed to the way we do it, like I'm trained in modern warfare, right?
Yeah.
And then you jump back in time, and like I was saying with the Civil War shit, it's like guys are fucking standing in a line, taking turns lobbing fucking lead at each other.
Yeah.
It's like the tactics.
Dumb.
World War I, just charging at fucking machine guns on purpose. Iwo Jima, running up a bald-faced volcanic mountain while the Japanese are raining gunfire down on you like meat shields.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm really glad I didn't fight in those wars.
Yeah. I think if
with the advent of like tactical drones and you know, air combat, you know, it's completely changed the game. Air superiority has completely changed.
The further you go back in time, the more of a meat shield you were.
Yeah.
Right.
You were just.
I mean, but not really. I mean, think about it. Look at like, you know, things like the Revolutionary War. We won that using guerrilla warfare tactics. We were shooting them fuckers from the trees.
Right.
They were idiots standing in a line still.
Right. We were getting our asses handed to us trying to fight the British at their game. That's how modern warfare evolves, is to win. Okay, standing in a line is not working. The British have more people. They have better trained soldiers. We're not going to beat them at their own game. We're not going to stand in a line and take turns lobbing lead at each other and win the war. We have to hide behind a tree and shoot them. Okay. That's how modern warfare develops.
Yep.
Firing from cover is not a cowardice. It's just smart.
Right.
The guy standing in an open field shooting at the other, those guys are the idiots.
Right.
I want cover. I want to fire from cover. And
those guys who fucking stormed the fucking Armory battery in fucking Lexington and fucking overtook the British and took back the fucking arms. Dude, those
The only
guys were
time-
badasses, dude.
The only time you expose yourself in combat, if you're fighting, we'll say house-to-house combat, you only expose yourself when you're trying to advance. If you
Right.
have to get
Even then,
from A to
even then
B,
you're jumping from cover to cover.
and you're moving the whole time. You're moving.
Yeah.
You do it smart. You can't fight a war by dying.
Yeah. And you're no
Although
good
that
hurt
happens.
because then
I mean,
that
that
takes
still
more
happens.
people out of the fight.
As long as you have troops on the ground, you'll have battle casualties. It's a given. I mean, you can't.
I don't
we're
think
not,
so,
we're
man.
not
I don't
immortal.
really think so anymore, though. I really think it's going to start becoming drone warfare. Especially for.
You'll always have boots on the ground, brother. Trust me. Trust me. Trust who you're
I'm
talking
sure
to
you
right
will.
now. You're always going
I'm
to have
sure
boots
you
on the
will.
ground. Because you always
I'm
need.
sure you will.
You always need somebody to pull a trigger.
I'm sure you will, but you're not going to have, old school
As
meat
much.
shields no more.
As much.
You're going to be sending out fucking predator drones, ahead of you. Or you're going to have these, you pack in these drones on your backpack, you throw it down real quick, open the pack, fucking fire the thing up, send it up in the air. You know what I mean? This thing's shooting fucking,
You know what we
guns
found
on
out
them
in
and
World
shit
War
now.
II and Vietnam? As much as you can fucking bomb a place, if they're tunneled in,
Yep.
you might go and say, okay, we're going to soften them up, and then we're going to send our troops in. Well, the problem with that is if they go far enough underground, you bomb the hell out of the ground thinking, oh, we just killed all of them. Then you send your troops in, and then they start emerging from the ground.
Yep.
Right.
That's why you'll always need people on the ground. You can only do so much from the air. I mean, if you're gonna nuke them, I don't think you should fight that way. But once we start nuking each other, it's all over.
Yeah. You're destroying like whole entire cities. My buddy Ray, he was in Desert Storm, and he was saying, man, we were fucking out there as a support ship, and they were literally firing shots into the fucking city and destroying like entire city blocks at a time.
Well, now enemies can blend into the civilian populace. You know what I mean? So you don't really know who you're fighting. You might as well look at it as we're the police and we're fighting gang members that aren't showing their colors. If that's a good way to put it.
Bro,
Even then, you made the suggestion of nukes. It's like, dude, that's completely indiscretionary.
Mhm.
Here's
Well,
what-
war is indiscretionary. There's always civilian casualties. Always. That's why you shouldn't want to go to war, because you're going to kill just as many, if not more, civilians than enemies.
Here's
That
one
always
for you,
happens.
bro. Tell me what you think of this one. You're sitting in a restaurant, you notice that some characters are out of place, and you notice all their boots are the same.
Your butthole tiger, your butthole puckers and tightens.
No, I just kind of
Yeah.
tripped because you know that they don't belong there. Unfortunately, the situation is in this state, there's no way to do anything if they would have decided to go off.
Yep.
I don't know,
If you-
man. I mean, for me,
All I can tell you guys
I
is
know this.
You don't. If you think you want to go to war, you're wrong.
Yep.
Right.
Talk to a guy. You're talking to a guy that's been in combat. It's not that fun.
No.
But I wouldn't recommend it to anyone. I wouldn't send my kids to do the same thing if you want to go that way with it. So yeah,
No,
if you want to
I
talk
think
to a
you
guy
probably agree with me.
that would like to stay out of as many wars as we can, you're talking to him, because it never ends well. It fucks with you for life. It's necessary evil sometimes, but you shouldn't go into one unless you have to.
I don't know. I really hope that, like,
I wish our military was just to protect ourselves, but that makes me an isolationist.
Whatever.
And I'm not.
I would
totally,
really hope that, like, we would have the option to, like, get, like, the baddest motherfuckers on the planet to do some insurgent shit to get rid of, like, you know, certain world leaders that are problems.
I was talking to Brutal Bob a couple of nights ago, Jeff, and neither one of us can come up with a reason why we fought in those wars.
Yeah.
And that's sad, ain't it? I mean, Bob was in Vietnam. I was in the second Iraq war.
Yep.
Neither one of us can really come up with a reason why we fought.
Yeah.
None of it. Not a good one.
No.
And I told Bob, I'm like, I hate to say this, but the last war that made any sense to me was World War II.
Yeah.
Because it was revenge, and a crazy person was trying to take over the world.
Right.
So
it was exterminating millions of people while doing it.
So in my head, that's the last one that made sense.
Yeah, what's crazy is
because if you fight a war over communism or land, no one really wins.
Right. And see, that's why
oil.
I've said this one for a while, that unfortunately I think Ozzy was right, but nobody listened. But the government should be doing these battles if they want to go fight for oil or land or whatever. They need to go over. Their old asses need to go over there and do it, not the rest of us.
That would be funny to send our old ass politicians against their old ass politicians and throw their asses in the desert and let them chuck it out instead of all the poor 18-year-olds.
Yeah. And same with the whole thing of, if you want to send 18-year-olds, then you need to let them buy guns, drink alcohol, and be complete adults. Don't do this bullshit that they're doing now, because that was crap.
I remember, thank God after I came back, I was 21, because I could only imagine, like, it pissed me off less and it pisses me off more the older I get. Like, okay, I just came back, put tourniquets on my buddy's legs after they got blown off, watched this friend die, watched that friend die, watched this friend die, shot this guy, killed this guy. Hey, can I get a Bud Light? No, you're not old enough. Oh, yeah, you're right. I'm still a kid. What was I thinking?
That's bullshit.
That is absolute bullshit.
You can vote. Well, now, thanks.
Yeah.
Republican or Democrat? Is that the two choices I get? Yeah, you can vote 50-50.
Yeah.
And we'll still appoint whatever we want because we're the shadow government that really runs this country.
And do as they please.
And now, even in my state, you have to be 21 to smoke.
Yeah.
Imagine, let's just say you're a combat corpsman. You're a corpsman. You just, put 20 Marines back together after they exploded, and you come back and you're like, hey, man, I'm kind of just want a cigarette. And you're like, yeah, sorry, man. You can't have one.
Yeah. Or you're getting fined for pulling one out. Or ticketed for it.
You don't rate a cigarette, unfortunately.
Yeah. I've never understood that one.
Well, I think when Bob's time, If you're 18, you're 18.
Right. And a lot of that was up to, I think, my time.
Okay, you don't want to lower the age. How about you up the military age to 21?
Right.
I'd be fine with that.
Yep.
Okay, because I don't even think you're done growing at 18 anyway.
No.
I don't think an 18-year-old has any business being in combat, but that's what they want. But all right, or since I'm an adult at 18, apparently, well, at least half an adult, can't drink or smoke, but I'm half an adult at 18 in the eyes of my country, so maybe make the military able to do that. Problem solved.
Yeah.
If you're 18 and in the military, you rate. But no one's going to listen to what I have to say.
Well, it's just like I can remember when my buddy got out, we tried to go to the bar, and all he had on him was his military ID, and they told him it was fake. You know, that it wasn't.
Well, that person's just being a dick.
Yeah.
No, probably just an ignorant, dumb shit who's probably never seen a real military ID before.
And I was like,
you know what I would have done? I'd have busted out my driver's license, put it next to that, and say, well, I must be the greatest in the world at making fake cards. Because those two names right there match to me.
Yeah, but he didn't have his driver's license at the time when he got out.
Oh, yeah. I guess I didn't ever think of that.
Because he'd been gone long enough that his old one wasn't valid, and he hadn't had time to go in and get the new ID.
You know what the funny thing is? If my job hadn't been to be a driver in the military, I wouldn't have drove a vehicle for 4 years. We don't really, especially if you're deployed a lot, what vehicle do you think you're driving?
Right.
You're not. If your job is not a driver of some kind of vehicle, which there's plenty of jobs where you can drive something. Fuck, we got forklift drivers in the military, but I mean, there's a lot of jobs where you're not driving anything. Fucking guys are getting out after 4 years, ain't even drove an automobile for 4 years.
Yeah.
Wow.
Think about that.
That is wild.
He said it was a trip. Yeah, he was like, man, he goes, the one thing I was waiting for, I couldn't get home, could not wait to get home for, was driving the Studi. Because he had an old Studi.
Yep. My S10 sat in my dad's driveway for 4 years. He drove it for me a little bit, thankfully. That's the other thing. I'd say if you love your family, probably not a good idea. Marines, you're not going to see them much.
No.
You'll actually see your parents more if you go to federal prison than you will in the Marine Corps if you have the same. Well, no, I mean, it's not a joke. If you have the same experience I had, and I said every person in the military has a different ride. It's like going to a carnival. Everyone's going to go on a different ride, but
kind of.
I think that a federal prisoner convicted of murder would see his parents more than I did.
Yeah.
And that's not a joke. That's truth. And there are things you got to think about. I did see my parents for 2.5 years, not by choice.
Yeah, because a lot of the time the only leave they give you is only like a day or two, maybe 3 at the most. You know, And that's, I think, what after boot you get a little bit of time.
When my grandpa died when I was in Iraq, they said he's not next to kin. You can't go. I said okay.
Yeah, which is weak.
Had he been my dad, I could have left. It's just stuff to think about. I don't know why I'm even saying this stuff, but it's like these are things you would never think about when you're 18 and joining up.
Right.
So now, I got a son that's sort of interested in it. This is the stuff I'm not going to be afraid to tell him. So I didn't have no motherfucker telling me goddamn fucking thing about what I was going to do when I went to the Marine Corps, except for a recruiter. That's it.
Yeah.
I didn't know any Marines. If you live in California, there's a shit ton of Marines out there. There ain't none here.
Yeah.
There's no base. There's no Marine Corps base here. If you know a Marine, it's because somebody served and got out and still lives here.
Yeah.
And that's why I said I've met one fucking Marine in real life since I got out. That's how few of them are.
Man.
So you can't even really get advice. I have that advice now.
Yeah.
I've talked to very few people that wanted to join the military, and when they want to go on another branch, if they're going to the Air Force or something, I ain't gonna try to talk them out of it. I know it's pretty chill in there for that.
Because as long as we don't have another Vietnam, then there's no real horror stories some of the shit that I know that some of the Air Force guys have gone through.
But I'm like one end of the spectrum, right?
Yeah.
Don't go in because this could happen to you. But then there might be another Marine that's at the other end of the spectrum, where he was in for 4 years and didn't a motherfucking thing happen to him.
Right.
He could be telling you a completely different story right now. Yes, I was supply. I moved boxes for 4 years. I stayed in one base and I never went anywhere.
Yeah.
Those people exist too.
Yeah.
Or I went in the Marine Corps and I became an accountant. I did people's taxes for 4 years. I stayed in one base and I never went anywhere.
I just played in the Marine Corps band.
There was people, and I'm not putting those people down because they still had to go through boot camp and get the shit kicked out of them. I'll give them credit for that.
Yeah.
They still had to go through all the training, all the bullshit I had to go through. So I don't put anybody down for it, because one thing you are in control of in the Marine Corps is nothing. You don't get to pick where you go, what you do. Barely get to pick the job you do.
Yeah, the only thing that we had signed on and done a bunch of promotion, to get me to where it was more I was based that direction.
Put a blindfold on right now, Jeffrey. Throw a dart at a globe. That's how much control you have. That's where you're going.
Whee!
Mine was
spin
job.
The globe. Put a blindfold on. Throw the dart. Wherever it lands, that's where you're going.
Yeah.
That's how much control you have.
The only thing that was controlled was if I did get on the classes was for explosives expert. Other than that,
And oh, by the way, you don't know what the fuck's happening with the world while you're in there.
Right.
Can you imagine if you were already in the military and then World War II happened?
Right.
Yeah, you weren't expecting that. You were on a base somewhere, chilling, running around. They're like, well, now we got to go fight the Japanese in the Pacific.
Yeah. Or we were headed over to Europe to go fight Hitler.
I sat off the coast of North Korea one time when, was it the Kim Jong-il? The first guy, the dad, motherfucker. He was popping off some shit at the time, and We thought we were going to invade Korea for a little spell there.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, I don't know if
No,
like a lot of people knew about it, but
they're still talking about it now.
I thought, man, I'm on a Marine Expeditionary Unit right now, and I'm going to be the first wave of people. And you guys know how lucky the first wave of troops are.
Not.
You don't want to be the first wave. You don't want to be the second wave. You want to be like the fifth.
I want to go last.
Because you're getting all the shit being the first wave.
Yeah.
I wasn't first wave Iraq. Those guys had it tough, man.
Yeah.
I was actually over in Iraq during what you could ridiculously could call a more peaceful time comparatively. And shit still popped off.
Yeah.
But guys that had been there before would be like, yeah, we only lost a couple people, wasn't that bad?
Yeah.
Only lost a couple of people, wasn't that bad, what they would say.
Yeah. Which is nuts to think about, because, I mean, think about that one.
Must be easy to say that shit when it's not your kid or son or daughter or fucking brother or cousin.
No, these are other Marines that had already been in Iraq.
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't as bad as the first trip here. We lost 17. They would say this trip wasn't as bad. We lost 3. Get what I'm saying?
That's crazy, dude.
And the most messed up thing is, and I don't know how much it really sticks, but the old Marine Corps really was a lot of no one's left behind and you don't let your brothers fall and stuff like that, you know.
Right.
And to hear him say, oh, it wasn't that bad, it was 3, that's still bad. You know.
I wasn't
Mimi,
I was in a peculiar situation over there. I wasn't really that tight with the guys at first because I got thrown in a different unit at the last minute. I was known as an augment. You guys probably don't know what an augment is, but I got augmented from a motor T platoon into a infantry weapons company. So I got stripped of the guys I knew and trained with and thrown with a totally different platoon of guys who I've never met in my life, and I had to make friends on the fly with them, and they didn't like me and I didn't like them, so I didn't know them, so I had to make friends. All that brotherly love bullshit, you know, not at first. You got to earn your respect.
Yeah.
I had to slowly earn. And it's hard not being an infantry guy trying to earn infantry guys' respect, too, at the same time.
Yeah.
So I had to go in there and pretty well prove that I was one of them and I could hang with them.
Yeah.
By the end, yeah, we were friends. I still hated some of them, but
Yeah.
it's just like, think of it as any job. You're going to fucking hate people in it. There's people, if I see them on the street today, I might not hesitate to shoot them. But, or at least fight them. I mean, there are people today that from the Marine Corps I would fight on sight because I hated them that much. Then there's people that I served with in the Marine Corps that I would lay in traffic for.
Well, that's like any group, though. Any associated group of, no matter what it is, you know, whether it be a softball team to, hunting club or something, you're always going to have that 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 assholes.
Sometimes 20 assholes. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's no different. The toys that you play with might be different, but
Well, you know what I told them? That was probably just a couple weeks in. The infantry guys are giving me shit. But that's motor T. It wasn't infantry. And we're just sitting out in the middle of the desert one day, and one of these same Marines comes up, popping off the mouth, same old shit. He used to call us pogues. Person other than a grunt. He would say a grunt's an infantry guy, if you don't know what that means.
Mm-hmm.
He'd say, fucking pogue out here trying to act like he's infantry, blah, blah, blah. And I said he was the same rank as me, so I could give him shit back. I said, we'll just call him Smith, call him Corporal Smith. I said, hey, Corporal Smith. After he got done talking shit to me, he said, what, Jess? I said, look the fuck around you. He looks around. I was like, looks like we're in the same fucking shithole together, don't we? Then he just kind of slowly nodded his head and walked away. That was my way of telling him to shut the fuck up, but I think I got him to finally understand. Don't matter if you're fucking over here to be a cook, fucking drive a truck, or pull a trigger. We're right here in the middle of the Satan's armpit in the fucking desert in the same spot doing the same shit. Fuck off.
And it's true.
Can't believe I even thought of that to say at the age of 20. That was stupid back then, kind of, but I did say that. I think I turned 21 in Iraq.
That would have been weird.
Yeah, I turned 21 in Iraq. My grandpa died when I was in Iraq. What else happened? My cousin Sean came to Iraq as I was leaving Iraq.
Oh, wow.
To be a prison guard in the Marine Corps. But he was a field radio operator, but as I said, don't matter what your fucking job is, matters what they tell you your job is. He was a field radio operator and became a prison guard. That's what they needed.
Yeah.
I was a motor T guy. I got thrown in a weapons platoon because they needed a 7-ton driver to be in the weapons platoon. So that's what I got.
Yeah.
Like I said, spin the wheel and throw the dart.
Yeah. I think the one thing is my dumbass wanted the job that not very many people wanted. Being explosives.
DOD?
Yeah.
It's an interesting job.
Yeah, but I always thought it would be fun.
Well,
It's crazy.
as much
Hey,
fun
Jeff.
as disarming bombs can be.
Hey guys, I think I'm gonna take off out of here. I want to hit the sack. I'm getting tired.
All right.
You guys
I'll
have
be
yourselves
calling.
a great night. All right.
All right. Nice talking to you.
I
Yeah.
mean, I know I've always been an oddball dude, but I've always liked explosives.
Man, I don't know if you'd like EOD or not.
Yeah.
I think, well, I mean, I guess, like, what's the difference between the bomb squad on the police and, I guess what you would see would be a lot more intricate homemade devices.
Yeah.
Where a lot of crazy ass triggering mechanisms that you would have to deal with almost on a weekly basis over there. It's like the
Right.
bomb squad if the bomb squad constantly fucking got called.
Right. And see, and I think that's one reason why my buddy Joe, when he came back after being airborne police, he went and joined the sheriff's department and was doing the sheriff's, just a deputy job style job, and then went up to detective and said that it was stupid and boring because there wasn't enough action. And I think it'd be that
Well,
same thing as if you came home
at the height of the IEDs in Iraq, you'd be a busy motherfucker in the EOD field, bro.
Yeah.
Possibly even daily calls.
Yeah.
Because every time we seen something that looked like a bomb, we had to stop, call EOD, wait for them to come, then they'd come, and if it was nothing, whatever. But they always had to show up, is what I mean. And it's not like there's a lot of them.
Right.
It's a very, very highly technical job.
See, and that's where I thought it was kind of funny because I told him what I wanted to do, and my recruiter looked at me and smiled and goes, "I can guarantee you that job."
Yeah, you just picked a job 0.01% of the world wants to do.
Yeah, we can guarantee you that job.
Yeah, the guy you're replacing is in 7 pieces.
Yeah, or dust.
He can't be an EOD person anymore.
Yeah.
We tried putting him back together. The glue didn't stick.
Duct tape didn't work this time.
Yeah, it didn't work this time. Shit, even the engineers that had to come in and fill the bomb craters, they had a fucked up job too, because they might have to go try to fill in a bomb crater that the fucking Iraqis just put another bomb in.
Yeah.
Just trying to take out the guys they know are going to come fill the hole.
Yep. Which, yeah, seeing a lot of that stuff was just like, I tripped, and was, because for a long time I was pissed, that I got red tagged in maps, I was like, dude, this isn't right. This is what I wanted to do my whole life, and everything. And I'll get the surgery done for the varicose veins. Hopefully the doc this time won't notice the scoliosis.
You got it for scoliosis.
Yeah.
Now, for scoliosis, you can actually go in with it, but to a varying degree.
Yeah. Well,
The only reason I know this is because my cousin had it, but not bad enough.
Yeah.
He had a very minor form of it, and they still let him in.
Yeah, mine's bad.
Yeah.
Mine looks like a damn sidewinder.
I got something. They told me my feet were pretty flat. but they let me in anyway.
See,
I don't have
I
much.
heard-
I don't have much of an arch to my foot.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard they used to kick you out for it.
Apparently, it's enough of an arch to let me in, but not great. They said I was like, yeah, you're bottom of the barrel with the arch, but they let me in.
And but I wondered, after seeing all that, it was like, especially when more and more stuff started surfacing, and it's like, dude, you'd still be in right now.
It's crazy to think that I wouldn't even be married to who I'm married to now. There's no fucking way I'd have met my wife. I had to meet her brother in Okinawa, fucking Japan. Get lucky that we both lived in neighboring states. Get further lucky into actually miraculously getting his phone number, because neither one of us really had any way of communicating at the end. I think mutual friend, I got either his online way of contacting him, then I got his number, then on the other miraculous thing, we both got out about the same time. And then, like, we only lived 5 hours apart.
Yeah.
And then it so happened when I went up there, his sister was single. It was crazy. Think of that. And now I have 3 kids because of all that. Fucking crazy.
Yeah.
And it's like, if I hadn't gone to the Marine Corps, the fuck would I be doing now? I don't even know.
Yeah.
My worldview would be different.
Maybe.
I would still have hope in humanity like you do. Maybe I think the civilian people are catching up.
Yeah.
These days, I lost hope years ago in humanity.
Yeah, we've been in a downward spiral.
Once you see what people are willing to do to each other on the battlefield, you really lose hope quick.
Yeah.
And it's not like I'm like a Debbie Downer. Like, I still enjoy life and all that, but I know what bad is, I guess.
Yeah.
And I know where things can go, and I hope normal people don't ever have to see what I did.
Yeah.
Because they'll be fucked up.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, like, even what Joe saw and stuff like that, I know that ruined his outlook.
You can let it ruin you, and some guys do. It's why you see a bunch of homeless vets, and you see them turn to drugs, heroin, whiskey, trying to numb the pain.
Yeah.
And you can either get out and push it behind you, or you can get out and let it hover above you.
Right.
And what you choose to do is entirely up to you.
Yep. And I honestly think it would be one of those things that I could have done and got behind it. Yeah, I might have rough nights and everything, but that's no matter what, life situations. You see somebody get, decapitated by a train in your town. Yeah, you might not have known that person, but it didn't change you seeing it, type situation. So, yeah.
I used to go to bed thinking about Iraq and wake up thinking about it.
Yeah.
And I had to get out of that mindset. What's wrong?
Just StreamYard's kicked you out and then put you back in.
Oh.
It's just like Joe with Boz.
You know what I did? I don't say this much. But the reason why I am the way I am is for a reason. The reason I go fishing all the fucking time is for a reason.
Yeah.
I turned all that evil shit into humor. So I couldn't let it get me down. You know what I mean?
Yep.
You gotta either develop a sense of humor about it. You know, that old, if you don't laugh, you'll cry.
Right.
So that's how Marines deal with it. Like, we could walk up to a dead body and make fun of it.
Yeah.
It's just like crazy.
Yeah, I saw some of that on Mark's video that I was just kind of like, oh my God, I cannot believe that dude just said that. And then at the same time, I'm sitting there in the back of my head laughing, going, bullshit. You know, and I could hear some of my old neighbors and stuff like that, and teachers and stuff, you know, from the past, you know, just especially this old dude that lived down the street from us. All I can hear is bullshit, devil dog. You know, at the same time, because he would say some messed up shit every once in a while, and it'd be like, did he just say that? You know, like when it was basically like showtime for the kids.
Oh yeah.
You know?
Like, if you think I'm letting my hair down now, like, you should just hear me when I'm just hanging out with my brother-in-law. Like,
Yeah.
like, we try not to let, like, the wives and kids, like, we make sure, okay, they're in bed.
Yeah.
Okay, we're outside on the porch.
Yeah.
Because we don't want anybody to fucking hear this crazy shit that we're about to spout off. So then we'll start talking, you know.
Yeah.
Then he's the only one of few people on this earth that I can, like, talk to. And whatever I say, I know it won't affect him.
Yeah.
I know it won't, like, nothing I'm going to say is going to surprise him. Nothing he's going to say is going to surprise me.
Yeah.
We can actually talk. That's only something you can get. Like, you can only, like, let your hair down so much, you know.
Yeah.
Because whatever I've said, whatever I've told you is very basic. I mean, we're on the internet. I'm not going to say anything crazy.
Right.
But, I mean, you call me on the phone, maybe I'll tell you some stuff. But I ain't going to say it up here.
What I think the trip is that I almost think that sometimes, though, people do get comfortable being around people, but forget the place that they're at.
Yeah, see, I thought I got drunk one time and I said some shit I shouldn't have said around normal people that I'd known I knew them my whole life. And I got drunk and I never really told I hadn't even told my family, you know, what I did over there. I've been really about as basic as I am here about it.
Yeah.
You know, I got bleed, yes, people died, yes, this, you know, but I never really, no details or anything. But I said some of the worst things, and I could tell they didn't really appreciate hearing it.
BK
So
stuff?
what?
BK stuff kind of shit?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Who's BK?
You should know what those initials mean.
Be careful.
No, I'm not going to say it online. Well, here, I'll put it in private chat.
Okay.
But, yeah. I heard this one day and I was just, it kind of shocked me at first. but then I was like, it made sense.
Oh
Like
no,
you
nothing,
said.
nothing like that. No, nothing like that. But pretty bad. Not that bad. No, that might be more Vietnam era stuff there. Although I'm sure that stuff happened.
Yeah,
But
it did.
it did. I'm sure everywhere that's definitely a possibility. But no, thankfully not that. No.
Yeah.
But still some shit like your civilian. You shouldn't tell your civilian friends.
Yeah.
You know, you're normal. You know, like because I could tell, like now the monster's out of the box. You know.
Yeah.
Now they're gonna look at you a certain way, like, oh,
right.
You know, not in a bad way. It's just stuff you had to do in war. But
all right now, I love you, brother.
But yeah, just battlefield shit that normal people really they think they want to hear it, but they don't.
Yeah. See, and
if you just want to tell people stuff, just keep it basic, keep it as ordinary as you can. Like, don't go into detail because details is what really hurts.
Yeah. Well, it's like, unfortunately, I mean,
I never told my parents because I think if I said even to my parents what I said around that campfire that night, like they'd worry. Say it to my wife or kid, they'd worry. They'd just be worried. And I don't, and that's why like veterans don't talk about it because we don't want you to worry. We don't want people worried, and it's stuff that they don't necessarily need to know. So why say it? If we want to talk that kind of stuff, that's veteran to veteran conversation.
Yeah.
Because I'm not going to worry another Marine.
Right.
Or even a soldier or a sailor, you know, they at least in that realm, you know.
Yeah. I don't know though, man. Some of the shit you want to say around them squids, dude, you might want to keep your mouth quiet because they take it the wrong way. And you might get tired one night and see them all trying to cuddle up with you or something, you know.
20 sailors go out, 10 couples come back. Yeah, I never had a problem. I never really had a problem with other branches. We razz each other, but it's all fun.
Yeah, well, if my buddy John was around to this day, I'd still give him shit because he was in a submarine.
Mm-hmm.
So I try to feed him as much shit as possible.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
if you're willing to give 4 years of your life, your 4 years of the prime of your life away, you know, you've already earned my respect.
Yeah.
I mean, even if you went out, just served your country the best way you could, you're already good in my book, you know, as far as that goes. I'm not putting people down that didn't serve, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know what you mean. But on that whole thing of keeping stuff basic,
yeah.
I wish Pops would kind of say sometimes.
Well, he doesn't want you to worry. That's why he doesn't say it.
But he doesn't even really like. most of the stories that I've got about the shit my dad did over there
Yeah.
was from his buddy Pete. And I
My
think if my dad knew that Pete told me some of those stories, that my dad would probably be really pissed off at Pete. But
my uncle, his dad was he was a Marine on Iwo Jima, and he told Dan what he did when he was like a young guy, I guess, and it traumatized him.
yeah,
And I think that's, again, I'm sure he probably got drunk, let some shit slip.
yeah,
Probably regretted it. He was like, yeah, this is what happened on Iwo Jima, you know.
yeah,
And Dan was all fucked up just from hearing about it. It's like, I can't believe my dad did that, you know.
yeah. Well, Pops was a communications officer, but he was on one of the rivers, and it wasn't. Dad always made it sound like the river was like the Mississippi, wide, you know, like you're not just wading across this thing, you know, type shit.
Mm-hmm.
But Pete told me that no, dude, it was way closer than that, and all your dad had was a 45. But your dad was there in the morning.
You know,
And
I was around
that's
some of the.
all he would tell me. And to this day, when Dad went and got his 45 a couple of years ago, he called me up and he's like, "Hey, I got something to tell you." And I was like, "All right." And this is years of me wanting to go shooting with him and stuff like that. Him never wanting to go. He's like, "I went and bought a 45." And it was like, "All right, sweet." And he's like, "It's almost like the one I had in the service." I was like, "Oh, cool. So you know how to use it and everything." "Yeah, oh yeah." "All right." We went out shooting. He's pretty damn good shot with that pistol at some long distances, bro.
Man, dude, I was actually, speaking of rivers, I don't know, some interesting trivia facts for you. I was actually in, I think, one or two of the different rivers that are mentioned in the Bible.
Yeah,
Yeah, Euphrates and the Tigris.
yeah.
Yeah, and
You know what's
apparently, where I was at was the Garden of Eden,
Oh wow.
supposedly.
Yeah,
One of
well,
the places that it could have been.
they're saying that to mention that one that there's ain't forbidden angels or whatever, fallen angels buried under that river.
I'm not up to date with my Bible learning skills, but
Yeah, well, it's kind of a trip because people are doing they're waiting for it to dry up, even the Muslims and stuff, which is kind of trippy to me to hear like Christians and Muslims both like wanting the same kind of thing or something.
well, I could tell you this. The regular people over there
Yeah,
and the regular people over here do want the same thing. They all want peace.
yeah,
That is 100% true.
yeah.
But
That's
there's,
just like every country, you know. Because back when I was a kid, even starting, and it all started back in 8th grade when we were assigned leader, and do research on that leader, and I got Stalin, and yeah, he wasn't cool, but it kind of got me more interested in Russia,
Mm-hmm.
And when Russia finally became non-communist, it was like I just started pulling in so much more information and everything,
Mm-hmm.
which I still wouldn't, a lot of people say, oh, their cars are junk and everything. Dude, I still wouldn't mind having one. And some of their engineers are actually, I think, and I hate saying this because I'm working with somebody, but they've got alternator and generator companies that are outdoing ours, with smaller engines and stuff. And it's just like, bro, I want one of those,
Yeah.
and it's like, how can this car be? Wait a sec, this is like a 1.3 liter keeping up with one of our 2 liters. What the hell? I want
Yeah.
one of those. Nobody's got one of those over here. I want one.
Yeah. I
But
seen some of those Japanese trucks I wish I had.
yeah,
There's vehicles from all over like I wish I could just have. I encountered. It's badass.
especially some of the stuff in Japan that they never release over here
Mm-hmm.
for vehicles, even cars and stuff. Like Nissan's got vehicles that never come over here, and it's like, I want one of those or one of
Yep.
those.
Yep.
Or like the Chevy, and this sounds really stupid, but the Chevy wagons over in Australia,
Mm-hmm.
and it's like, it's almost like a Mustang in a wagon form, and they tease us by giving us that Dodge wagon, but come on now, that's a Dodge.
Right.
I want something that's going to go fast.
Yep.
Camaro, a Camaro in a station wagon form, that's going to go fast. Even a Mustang in a station wagon, that's going to go fast.
Yep.
Or some of the other cars that, Citrons and just so many different cars out there.
Yep. Well, shit, man. As much as I'd like to keep talking to you, I think I really do gotta hit the head. Dead. Sis just said head.
Well, we both know what that is, so I think you'd want to go do that before you go to bed.
You don't have to be in the bathroom. You can use the bathroom where you sleep if you want.
Yeah, but that kind of gets you moist.
That gets you messy though. I was telling people, I was like, some of the drunkest I've ever been was in the military, and oh man. I mean, I remember being carried back on ship because I was just blackout drunk.
Oh.
I remember pissing myself all the time.
Oh,
you get the very definition of getting pissed drunk.
Yep.
Walking in the middle of a ship, just like whipping it out and pissing right in the hall. You're so fucking drunk. Standing in formation, you can't even stand.
Oh man.
You know that work hard, play hard shit. That's for sure. You're gonna get as drunk as you ever been, and you're gonna be egged on by everyone around you to get that drunk too.
Yeah.
Like in the normal world, like, okay, let me stop drinking. It's like, hell no, man. We're getting our stomachs pumped tonight. You're not done drinking.
Right.
Here, bong this whiskey. You mean a beer? No, whiskey. We're gonna bong whiskey tonight. Yeah. I don't drink like that anymore.
No.
That's some shit you do when you're real young.
Yep.
I also remember people would be like, "Oh, I don't drink or smoke." And I'm like, "Give it a few months." And they'd be right there in the barracks with you, doing what they said they would never do in their life.
Yeah.
It's like, man, I'm telling you, it's the only stress reliever I know of in the military's way to blow off steam is the drink.
Yeah. Or like you said, smoking cigarettes and drinking alcohol. And I mean, that's really it.
That sucks being 18 because then you got to hide it.
Yeah.
So you have to hide the way you blow off steam, which is fucked up.
Yeah.
Because you can get your rank taken away for underage drinking.
See, and that's why I do think that they should make it, if that's how they want to be with the alcohol and everything, but these kids are asked to give their life for this country, then shouldn't they be respected with a glass of alcohol at that? Because, I mean, they were back when we started this country.
Right. Yeah. Well, you guys gotta have to have the what is an adult talk over and over again.
Yeah.
And you'll always be on the losing end of it when it comes to the laws.
Yeah, well, it's because we keep.
There's a, don't get me wrong, no one's gonna stop a war veteran from drinking. As far as normal people go, they'll buy you your beer. You'll get it some way. You'll get it somehow.
Yeah.
But they shouldn't even have to work for it.
Right. Yeah. I know there's a couple places that I've been where people have come in, and shown their military ID, and it's like, hey guys, we got a veteran in here. And that dude wasn't buying drinks at all for the night.
Oh yeah. I've had that. Yep.
Man,
it's actually when you get away when you get away, because if you ain't getting free drinks at a military town, put it that way. If you go to a non-military town, you can get free drinks.
Yeah.
Good luck having. I mean, your Marine buddies will buy you a beer or whatever. But
Right.
you ain't gonna drink for free in a military town.
Or out on my side of the coast, back in the day, they'd just take your ass down to the donkey show.
It was the banana show where I was at.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, no donkeys. Or the Cobra show. Can you imagine that? The snake show?
That would be weird.
Yeah, it is. It's as weird as it sounds.
Yeah, I bet.
When you get to a country and the first 3 things that happen to you is someone tries to sell you a baby, you get tackled by hookers, and then somebody puts a snake on your shoulder and then demands payment for a picture that you didn't ask for, you know you're in a crazy country.
Yeah.
And that was the first 10 minutes.
He'd be lucky that his snake wasn't dead wrapped around his throat.
Well, I didn't pay.
Yeah, well,
Just because you demand payment doesn't mean for something like that. Like, you just threw the snake on me. You took a picture and now you want me to pay you? Fuck off.
yeah, well, it would have been more like, dude, you shouldn't have thrown your snake on me. You wouldn't have him wrapped around your neck right now if you wouldn't have thrown him on me.
And then after that, we went to a zoo where we were allowed to get in the cage with the animals.
Oh, wow.
That's why I have a picture of me hugging a tiger, drunk on tequila.
Oh, shit.
I'll send you that picture. I think you get a kick out of it.
Yeah.
But yeah, they were like, welcome to the zoo of this country. I don't know how you guys do it in America, but we let you in with the tiger.
Nice.
Oh, cool. What else can I do? I'm like, well, we have this pond with crocodiles in it that we'll let you just walk down to and feed them.
Oh, shit.
Okay. I guess I'm not in America anymore.
Right.
I
That
wouldn't
part is
suggest
mad.
going to a zoo, getting in the cage with the animals when you're drunk on tequila.
Yeah.
But if you're 19-year-old blackout drunk Marine, I totally say it's for you. It's definitely in your wheelhouse.
Yeah. That was, yeah. Closest I've been to a tiger in a long time was last time I was up in Oregon. They've got a place that's got cages, but they've got deer and little baby goats and stuff like that wandering around.
Mm-hmm.
And I put this feed cone, this ice cream cone with feed in it, behind me in my back pocket, and I'm walking around and I'm sitting looking at the tiger, and all of a sudden the tiger starts crouching, and I'm like looking at it like, what the hell are you looking at me for like that? I'm not gonna let you eat me, you know. No, it was all of a sudden I got bumped, and here's this deer trying to eat out of my back pocket that little cone, and that tiger was watching that deer. I was like, ah, okay. So you're telling me after the show they probably throw this fool over the fence, huh?
Yep.
You know, kind of laughed. It was like, oh shit.
But anyway, I'm going to jump down.
All right, brother.
I will
Yeah.
send you that picture. You tell me what you think.
Holy shit, we've gone 7 minutes or 7 hours and 11 minutes.
Good for you. I've only gone 4 hours on a live.
Yeah.
But yep, I got a caller a night.
Yeah.
I think I already sent that 10 minutes ago anyway.
Mhm. Yeah, I gotta get up in 5 hours.
Yep, same here. So I'm gonna cut her short.
Yep.
I'll see you on the next one, buddy.
All right, brother.
Thanks for listening to my incoherent ramblings.
It's all good.
All right.
All right. Night.
We'll see you.
Yeah. All right, everybody. And on that note, I hope you guys are having a good morning when you get up. Hope you guys had an enjoyable night tonight, and I will talk to you all later. Peace.